Section 29 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Look Homeward, Angel, by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 25. Yes, the enormous crime had been committed, and for almost a year Eugene had been maintaining a desperate neutrality. His heart, however, was not neutral. The fate of civilization, it appeared, hung in the balance. The war had begun at the peak of the summer season. Dixieland was full. His closest friend at the time was a sharp old spinstress with frayed nerves, who had been for 30 years a teacher of English in a New York City public school. Day by day, after the murder of the Grand Duke, they watched the tides of blood and desolation mount through the world. Miss Crane's thin red nostrils quivered with indignation. Her old grey eyes were sharp with anger. The idea! For, of all the English, none can show loftier or more inspired love for Albion's Isle than American ladies who teach its noble tongue. Eugene was also faithful. With Miss Crane he kept a face of mournful rigid, but his heart drummed a martial tattoo against his ribs. The air was full of fifes and flutes. He heard the ghostly throbbing of great guns. "We must be fair," said Margaret Leonard. "We must be fair." But her eyes darkened when she read the news of England's entry, and her throat was trembling like a bird's. When she looked up, her eyes were wet. "Ah, Lord," she said. "You'll see things now." "Little Bobs!" roared Chiba. "God bless him. Did you see where he's going to take the field?" John Dorsey Leonard laid down the paper and bent over with high-drooling laughter. "Lord a mercy!" he gasped. "Let the rascals come now." Ah, well, they came. All through that waning summer, Eugene shuttled frantically from the school to Dixieland, unable, in the delirium of promised glory, to curb his prancing limbs. He devoured every scrap of news, and rushed to share it with the Leonards or Miss Crane. He read every paper he could lay his hands on, exulting in the defeats that were forcing the Germans back at every point. For he gathered, from his wilderness of print, things were going badly with the Huns. At 1,000 points they fled squealing before English steel at Mons, filled suppliantly before the French charge along the Marne, withdrew here, gave way there, ran away elsewhere. Then one morning, when they should have been at Cologne, they were lined up at the walls of Paris. They had run in the wrong direction. The world grew dark. Desperately he tried to understand. He could not. By the extraordinary strategy of always retreating, the German army had arrived before Paris. It was something new in warfare. It was several years, in fact, before Eugene could wholly understand that someone in the German armies had done some fighting. John Dorsey Leonard was untroubled. "You wait," he said confidently. "You just wait, my sonny. That old fellow Joffer knows what he's about. This is just what he's been waiting for. Now he's got them where he wants them." Eugene wondered for what subtle reason a French general might want a German army at Paris. Margaret lifted her troubled eyes from the paper. "It looks mighty serious," she said. "I tell you." She was silent a moment. A torrent of passion rose up in her throat. Then she added in a low trembling voice, "If England goes, we all go." "God bless her," Sheba yelled. "God bless her, Jane," she continued, tapping him on the knee. "When I stepped ashore on her dear old soil that time, I just couldn't help myself. I didn't care what anyone thought. I knelt right down there in the dirt and pretended to tie my shoe. But say, boy—" Her blurred eyes glistened through her tears. "God bless her. I couldn't help it. Do you know what I did? I leaned over and kissed her heart." Large gummy tears rolled over her red cheeks. She was weeping loudly, but she went on. "I said, 'This is the art of Shakespeare, and Milton, And John Keats and, by God, what's more, it's mine as well. God bless her. God bless her. Tears flowed quietly from Margaret Leonard's eyes. Her face was wet. She could not speak. They were all deeply moved. She won't go, said John Dorsey Leonard. We'll have a word to say to that. She won't go. You wait. In Eugene's fantasy there burned the fixed vision of the great hands clasped across the sea, the flowering of green fields, and the developing convulsions of a fairy London, mighty, elfin, old, a romantic labyrinth of ancient crowded ways, tall, leaning houses, luculent food and drink, and the mad imperial eyes of genius burning among the swarm of quaint originality. As the war developed and the literature of war enchantment began to appear, Margaret Leonard gave him book after book to read. They were the books of the young men who fought the blot out the evil of the world with their blood. In the trembling voice she read to him Rapport's Brook sonnet, "If I should die, think only this is me." And she put a copy of Donald Hankey's A Student in Arms into his hand, saying, "Read this, boy. It will steer you as you've never been steered before." Those boys have seen the vision. He read it. He read many others. He saw the vision. He became a member of this legion of chivalry. Young Galahad Eugene, a spearhead of righteousness. He had gone a grayling. He composed dozens of personal memoirs into which quietly, humorously, with fine-tempered English restraint, he poured the full measure of his pure crusading heart. Sometimes he came through the piping times of peace, minus an arm, a leg, or an eye, diminished but ennobled. Sometimes his last radiant words were penned on the eve of the attack that took his life. With glistening eyes, he read his own epilogue, enjoyed his post-mortem glory, as his last words were recorded and explained by his editor. Then, witness of his own martyrdom, he dropped the smoking tears upon his young, slain body. Dulcet decorum est pro patria mori. Ben lapped along, scowling, by Wood's pharmacy. As he passed the idylling group at the tiled entrance, he cast on them a look of sudden fierce contempt. Then he laughed quietly, savagely. "Oh, my God," he said. At the corner, scowling, he waited for Mrs. Pert to cross from the post office. She came over slowly, reeling. Having arranged to meet her later in the pharmacy, he crossed over and turned angularly down Federal Street behind the post office. At the second entrance to the doctor's and surgeon's building, he turned in and began to mount the dark, creaking stairs. Somewhere, with punctual developing monotony, a single drop of water was falling into the wet black basin of a sink. He paused in the wide corridor for the first floor to control the nervous thudding of his heart. Then he walked halfway down and entered the waiting room of Dr. J. Hay Cooker. It was vacant. Frowning, he sniffed the air. The whole building was sharp with the clean nervous odor of antiseptics. A litter of magazines, Life, Judge, The Literary Digest, and The American, on the black mission table, told its story of weary and distressed fumbling. The inner door opened and the doctor's assistant, Miss Ray, came out. She had on her hat. She was ready to depart. "Do you want to see the doctor?" she asked. "Yes," said Ben. "Is he busy?" "Come on in, Ben," said Cooker, coming to the door. He took his long wet cigar from his mouth, grinning yellowly. "That's all for today, Lauren. You can go." "Goodbye," said Miss Laura Ray, departing. Ben went into Cooker's office. Cooker closed the door and sat down at his untidy desk. "You'll be more comfortable if you lie down on that table," he said, grinning. Ben gave the doctor's table a look of nausea. "How many have died on that thing?" he asked. He sat down nervously in a chair by the desk and lighted a cigarette, holding the flame to the charred end of cigar Cooker thrust forward. "Well, what can I do for you, son?" he asked. "I'm tired of pushing daisies here," said Ben. "I want to push them somewhere else." "What do you mean, Ben?" "I suppose you've heard, Cooker," said Ben quietly and insultingly, "that there's a war going on in Europe. That is, if you've learned to read the papers." "No, I hadn't heard about it, son." said Cooker, puffing slowly and deeply. I read a paper, the one that comes out in the morning. I suppose they haven't got the news yet. He grinned maliciously. What do you want, Ben? I'm thinking of going to Canada and enlisting, said Ben. I want you to tell me if I can get it. Cooker was silent a moment. He took the long-chewed weed from his mouth and looked at it thoughtfully. What do you want to do that for, Ben? He said. Ben got up suddenly and went to the window. He cast his cigarette away into the court. It struck the cement well with a small dry plop. When he turned around, his sallow face had gone white and passionate. In Christ's name, Cooker, he said. What's it all about? Are you able to tell me? What in heaven's name are we here for? You're a doctor. You ought to know something. Cooker continued to look at his cigar. It had gone out again. Why? He said deliberately. Why should I know anything? Where do we come from? Where do we go to? What are we here for? What the hell is it all about? Ben cried out furiously in a rising voice. He turned bitterly, accusingly, on the older man. For God's sake, speak up, Cooker. Don't sit there like a damn tailor's dummy. Say something, won't you? What do you want me to say? Said Cooker. What am I? A mind reader, a spiritualist? I'm your physician, not your priest. I've seen them born and I've seen them die. What happens to them before or after, I can't say. Damn that, said Ben. What happens to them in between? You're as great an authority on that as I am, Ben, said Cooker. What you want, son, is not a doctor, but a prophet. They come to you when they're sick, don't they? Said Ben. They all want to get well, don't they? You do your best to cure them, don't you? No, said Cooker. Not always. But I'll grant that I'm supposed to. What of it? You must all think that it's about something, said Ben, or you wouldn't do it. A man must live, mustn't he? Said Cooker with a grin. That's what I'm asking you, Cooker. Why must he? Why? Said Cooker. In order to work 9 hours a day in a newspaper office, sleep 9 hours, and enjoy the other 6 in washing, shaving, dressing, eating at the greasy spoon, loafing in front of Woods, and occasionally taking the Merry Widow to see Francis X. Bashman. Isn't that reason enough for any man? If a man's hardworking and decent and invests his money in the building and lawn every week, instead of squandering it on cigarettes, Coca-Cola, and Kappenheimer clothes, he may own a little home some day. Cooker's voice sank to a hush of reverence. He may even have his own car, Ben. Think of that. He can get in it and ride and ride and ride. He can ride all over the damn mountains. He can be very, very happy. He can take exercise regularly in the IMCA and think only clean toughs. He can marry a good poor woman and have any number of fine sons and daughters, all of whom may be brought up in the Baptist, Methodist, or Presbyterian faiths, and given splendid courses in economics, commercial law, and the fine arts at the State University. There's plenty to live for, Ben. There's something to keep you busy every moment. You're a great wit, Cooker, Ben said, scowling. You're as funny as a crutch. He straightened his humped shoulders self-consciously and filled his lungs with air. Well, what about it? He asked with a nervous grin. Am I fit to go? Let's see, said Cooker deliberately, beginning to look him over. Fit pigeon-toed, but good arch. He looked at Ben's tan letters closely. What's the matter, Cooker? Said Ben. Do you need your toes to shoot a gun with? How are your teeth, son? Ben drew back his thin lips and shoved 2 rows of hard white grinders. At the same moment, casually, swiftly, Cooker probed him with a strong yellow finger in the solar plexus. His distant chest collapsed. He bent over, laughing, and coughed dryly. Cooker turned away to his desk and picked up his cigar. What's the matter, Cooker? Said Ben. What's the idea? That's all, son. I'm through with you. said Cooker. Well, what about it? Said Ben nervously. What about what? Am I all right? Certainly you're all right, said Cooker. He turned with burning match. Who said you weren't all right? Ben stared at him, scowling, with fear-bright eyes. Quit your kidding, Cooker, he said. I'm 3 times 7, you know. Am I fit to go? What's the rush? Said Cooker. The war's not over yet. We may get into it before long. Why not wait a bit? That means I'm not fit, said Ben. What's the matter with me, Cooker? Nothing, said Cooker carefully. You're a bit thin. A little run down, aren't you, Ben? You need a little meat on those bones, son. You can't sit on a stool at the greasy spoon with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other and get fat. Am I all right or not, Cooker? Cooker's long Dutch head widened in a yellow grin. Yes, he said. You're all right, Ben. You're one of the most all right people I know. Ben read the true answer in Cooker's vined and weary eyes. His own were sick with fear, but he said bitingly, Thanks, Cooker. You're a lot of help. I appreciate what you've done a lot. As a doctor, you're a fine first baseman. Cooker grinned. Ben left the office. As he went out on the street, he met Harry Tugman going down to the paper office. What's the matter, Ben? Said Harry Tugman. Feeling sick? Yes, said Ben, scowling at him. I've just had a shot of 606. He went up the street to meet Mrs. Pert. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 26. In the autumn, at the beginning of his 15th year, his last year at Leonard's, Eugene went to Charleston on a short excursion. He found a substitute for his paper route. "Come on," said Max Isaacs, whom he still occasionally saw. "We're going to have a good time, son." "Yeah, man," said Malvin Bowden, whose mother was conducting the tour. "You can still get beer in Charleston," he added with a dissipated leer. "You can go swimming in the ocean at the Isle of Palms," said Max Isaacs. Then reverently he added, "You can go to the Navy Yard and see the ships." He was waiting until he should be old enough to join the Navy. He read the posters greedily. He knew all the Navy men at the enlistment office. He had read all the booklets. He was deep in naval lore. He knew to a dollar the earnings of firemen, second class, of radio men, and of all kinds of CPOs. His father was a plumber. He did not want to be a plumber. He wanted to join the Navy and see the world. In the Navy, a man was given good pay and a good education. He learned a trade. He got good food and good clothing. It was all given to him free, for nothing. Said Eliza with a bantering smile. "Why, say, boy, what do you want to do that for? You're my baby." It had been years since he was. She smiled tremulously. "Yes'm," said Eugene. "Can I go? It's only for 5 days. I've got the money." He thrust his hand into his pocket, feeling. "I tell you what," said Eliza, working her lips, smiling. "You may wish you had that money before this winter's over. You're going to need new shoes and a warm overcoat when the cold weather comes. You must be mighty rich. I wish I could afford to go running off on a trip like that." "Oh, my God!" said Ben with a short laugh. He tossed his cigarette into one of the first fires of the year. "I want to tell you, son," said Eliza, becoming grave, "you've got to learn the value of a dollar, or you'll never have a roof to call your own. I want you to have a good time, boy, but you mustn't squander your money." "Yes'm," said Eugene. "For heaven's sake," Ben cried, "it's the kid's own money. Let him do what he likes with it. If he wants to throw it out the damned window, it's his own business." She clasped her hands thoughtfully upon her waist and stared away, pursing her lips. "Well, I reckon it'll be all right," she said. "Mrs. Bowden will take good care of you." It was his first journey to a strange place alone. Eliza packed an old valise carefully and stowed away a box of sandwiches and eggs. He went away at night. As he stood by his valise, washed, brushed, excited, she wept a little. He was again, she felt, a little farther off. The hunger for voyages was in his face. "Be a good boy," she said. "Don't get into any trouble down there." She thought carefully a moment, looking away. Then she went down in her stocking and pulled out a $5 bill. "Don't waste your money," she said. "Here's a little extra. You may need it." "Come here, you little thug," said Ben. Scowling, his quick hands worked busily at the boy's stringy tie. He jerked down his vest, slipping a wadded $10 bill into Eugene's pocket. "Behave yourself," he said, "or I'll beat you to death." Max Isaacs whistled from the street. He went out to join them. There were 6 in Mrs. Bowden's party: Max Isaacs, Malvin Bowden, Eugene, 2 girls named Josie and Louise, and Mrs. Bowden. Josie was Mrs. Bowden's niece and lived with her. She was a tall beanpole of a girl with a prognathous mouth and stick-out grinning teeth. She was 20. The other girl, Louise, was a waitress. She was small, plump, a warm brunette. Mrs. Bowden was a little sallow woman with ratty brown hair. She had brown, worn-out eyes. She was a dressmaker. Her husband, a carpenter, had died in the spring. There was a little insurance money. That was how she came to take the trip. Now, by night, he was riding once more into the South. The day coach was hot, full of the weary smell of old red plush. People dozed painfully, distressed by the mournful tolling of the bell and the grinding halts. A baby wailed thinly. Its mother, a gaunt, wisp-haired mountaineer, turned the back of the seat ahead and bedded the child on a spread newspaper. Its wizened face peeked dirtily out of its swaddling discomfort of soiled jackets and pink ribbon. It wailed and slept. At the front of the car, a young hillman, high-boned and red, clad in corduroys and leather leggings, shelled peanuts steadily, throwing the shells into the aisle. People trod through them with a sharp, masty crackle. The boys, bored, paraded restlessly to the car end for water. There was a crushed litter of sanitary drinking cups upon the floor, and a stale odor from the toilets. The 2 girls slept soundly on turned seats. The small one breathed warmly and sweetly through moist, parted lips. The weariness of the night wore in upon their jaded nerves, lay upon their dry, hot eyeballs. They flattened noses against the dirty windows and watched the vast structure of the earth sweep past, clumped woodlands, the bending sweep of the fields, the huge flowing lift of the earth waves, cyclic intersections bewildering, the American earth, rude, immeasurable, formless, mighty. His mind was bound in the sad, lulling magic of the car wheels, clackety-clack, 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 clackety-clack. He thought of his life as something that had happened long ago. He had found at last his gateway to the lost world. But did it lie before or behind him? Was he leaving or entering it? Above the rhythm of the wheels, he thought of Eliza's laughter over ancient things. He saw a brief, forgotten gesture, her white, broad forehead, a ghost of old grief in her eyes. Ben, Gant, their strange, lost voices, their sad laughter. They swam toward him through green walls of fantasy. They caught and twisted at his heart. The green ghost glimmer of their faces coiled away. Lost, lost. "Let's go for a smoke," said Max Isaacs. They went back and stood wedged for stability on the closed platform of the car. They lighted cigarettes. Light broke against the east in a murky rim. The far dark was eaten cleanly away. The horizon sky was barred with hard, fierce strips of light. Still buried in night, they looked across at the unimpinging sheet of day. They looked under the lifted curtain at brightness. They were knifed sharply away from it. Then gently light melted across the land like dew. The world was gray. The east broke out in ragged flame. In the car, the little waitress breathed deeply, sighed, and opened her clear eyes. Max Isaacs fumbled his cigarette awkwardly, looked at Eugene, and grinned sheepishly with delight, craning his neck along his collar, and making a nervous grimace of his white, fuzz-haired face. His hair was thick, straight, the color of taffy. He had blonde eyebrows. There was much kindness in him. They looked at each other with clumsy tenderness. They thought of the lost years at Woodson Street. They saw with decent wonder their awkward bulk of puberty. The proud gate of the years swung open for them. They felt a lonely glory. They said farewell. Charleston, fat weed that roots itself on Lethe Wharf, lived in another time. The hours were days, the days weeks. They arrived in the morning. By noon, several weeks had passed, and he longed for the day's ending. They were quartered in a small hotel on King Street, an old place above stores with big rooms. After lunch, they went out to see the town. Max Isaacs and Malvin Bowden turned at once toward the Navy Yard. Mrs. Bowden went with them. Eugene was weary for sleep. He promised to meet them later. When they had gone, he pulled off his shoes and took off his coat and shirt, and lay down to sleep in a big dark room, into which the warm sun fell in shuttered bars. Time droned like a sleepy October fly. At 5 o'clock, Louise, the little waitress, came to wake him. She, too, had wanted to sleep. She knocked gently at the door. When he did not answer, she opened it quietly and came in, closing it behind her. She came to the side of the bed and looked at him for a moment. "Eugene," she whispered, "Eugene." He murmured drowsily and stirred. The little waitress smiled and sat down on the bed. She bent over him and tickled him gently in the ribs, chuckling to see him squirm. Then she tickled the soles of his feet. He wakened slowly, yawning, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "What is it?" he said. "It's time to go out there," she said. "Out where?" "To the Navy Yard. We promised to meet them." "Oh, damn the Navy Yard," he groaned. "I'd rather sleep." "So would I," she agreed. She yawned luxuriously, stretching her plump arms above her head. "I'm so sleepy. I could stretch out anywhere." She looked meaningly at the bed. He wakened at once, sensuously alert. He lifted himself upon one elbow. A hot torrent of blood swarmed through his cheeks. His pulses beat thickly. "We're all alone up here," said Louise, smiling. "We've got the whole floor to ourselves." "Why don't you lie down and take a nap if you're still sleepy?" he asked. "I'll wake you up," he added, with gentle chivalry. "I've got such a little room. It's hot and stuffy. That's why I got up," said Louise. "What a nice big room you've got." "Yes," he said. "It's a nice big bed, too." They were silent a waiting moment. "Why don't you lie down here, Louise?" he said, in a low, unsteady voice. "I'll get up," he added hastily, sitting up. "I'll wake you." "Oh, no," she said. "I wouldn't feel right." They were again silent. She looked admiringly at his thin young arms. "My," she said, "I bet you're strong." He flexed his long, stringy muscles manfully and expanded his chest. "My," she said, "how old are you, Gene?" He was just at his 15th year. "I'm going on 16," he said. "How old are you, Louise?" "I'm 18," she said. "I bet you're a regular heartbreaker, Gene. How many girls have you got?" "Oh, I don't know. Not many," he said, truthfully enough. He wanted to talk. He wanted to talk madly, seductively, wickedly. He would excite her by uttering, in grave, respectful tones, honestly, matter-of-factly, the most erotic suggestions. "I guess you like the tall ones, don't you?" said Louise. A tall fellow wouldn't want a little thing like me, would he? Although, she said quickly, you never know. They say opposites attract each other. I don't like tall girls, said Eugene. They're too skinny. I like them about your size, when they've got a good build. Have I got a good build, Jean? Said Louise, holding her arms up and smiling. Yes, you have a pretty build, Louise, a fine build, said Eugene earnestly, the kind I like. I haven't got a pretty face. I've got an ugly face, she said invitingly. You haven't got an ugly face. You have a pretty face, said Eugene firmly. Anyway, the face doesn't matter much with me, he added subtly. What do you like best, Jean? Louise asked. He thought carefully and gravely. Why, he said, a woman ought to have pretty legs. Sometimes a woman has an ugly face, but a pretty leg. The prettiest legs I ever saw were on a high yellow. Were they prettier than mine? Said the waitress with an easy laugh. She crossed her legs slowly and displayed her silk-shod ankle. I don't know, Louise, he said, staring critically. I can't see enough. Is that enough? She said, pulling her tight skirt above her calves. No, said Eugene. Is that? She pulled her skirt back over her knees and displayed her plump thighs, gartered with a ruffled band of silk and red rosettes. She thrust her small feet out, coyly turning the toes in. Lord, said Eugene, staring with keen interest at the garter. I never saw any like that before. That's pretty. He gulped noisily. Don't those things hurt you, Louise? She said, as if puzzled. Why? I should think they'd cut into your skin, he said. I know mine do if I wear them too tight. See? He pulled up his trousers leg and showed his young gartered shank, lightly spired with hair. Louise looked and felt the garter gravely with a plump hand. Mine don't hurt me, she said. She snapped the elastic with a ripe smack. See? Let me see, he said. He placed his trembling fingers lightly upon her garter. Yes, he said unsteadily. I see. Her round young weight lay heavy against him, her warm young face turned blindly up to his own. His brain reeled as if drunken. He dropped his mouth awkwardly upon her parted lips. She sank back heavily on the pillows. He planted dry and clumsy kisses upon her mouth, her eyes, in little circles round her throat and face. He fumbled at the throat hook of her waist, but his fingers shook so violently that he could not unfasten it. She lifted her smooth hands with a comatose gesture and unfastened it for him. Then he lifted his beet-red face and whispered tremulously, not knowing well what he said, You're a nice girl, Louise, a pretty girl. She thrust her pink fingers slowly through his hair, drew back his face into her breasts again, moaned softly as he kissed her, and clutched his hair in an aching grip. He put his arms around her and drew her to him. They devoured each other with young, wet kisses, insatiate, unhappy, trying to grow together in their embrace, draw out the last distillation of desire in a single kiss. He lay sprawled, scattered and witless with passion, unable to collect and focus his heat. He heard the wild, tongueless cries of desire, the inchoate ecstasy that knows no gateway of release. But he knew fear, not the social fear, but the fear of ignorance, of discovery. He feared his potency. He spoke to her thickly, wildly, not hearing himself speak. Do you want me to? Do you want me to, Louise? She drew his face down, murmuring, You won't hurt me, Jean. You wouldn't do anything to hurt me, honey. If anything happens, she said drowsily. He seized the straw of her suggestion. I won't be the first. I won't be the one to begin you. I've never started a girl off, he babbled, aware vaguely that he was voicing an approved doctrine of chivalry. See here, Louise, he shook her. She seemed drugged. You've got to tell me before. I won't do that. I may be a bad fellow, but nobody can say I ever did that. Do you hear? His voice rose shrilly. His face worked wildly. He was hardly able to speak. I say, do you hear? Am I the first one or not? You've got to answer. Did you ever before? She looked at him lazily. She smiled. No, she said. I may be bad, but I won't do that. He had become inarticulate. His voice went off into a speechless jargon. Gasping, stammering, with contorted and writhing face, he sought for speech. She rose suddenly and put her warm arms comfortingly around him. Soothing and caressing him, she drew him down on her breast. She stroked his head and talked quietly to him. I know you wouldn't, honey. I know you wouldn't. Don't talk. Don't say anything. Why, you're all excited, dear. There. Why, you're shaking like a leaf. You're high-strung, honey. That's what it is. You're a bundle of nerves. He wept soundlessly into her arm. He became quieter. She smiled and kissed him softly. Put on your clothes, said Louise. We ought to get started if we're going out there. In his confusion, he tried to draw on a pair of Mrs. Bowden's cast-off pumps. Louise laughed richly and thrust her fingers through his hair. At the Navy Yard they could not find the Bowdens nor Max Isaacs. A young sailor took them over a destroyer. Louise went up a railed iron ladder with an emphatic rhythm of her shapely thighs. She showed her legs. She stared impudently at a picture of a chorus lady cut from the Police Gazette. The young sailor rolled his eyes aloft with an expression of innocent debauchery. Then he winked heavily at Eugene. The deck of the Oregon. What's that for? Said Louise, pointing to the outline in nails of Admiral Dewey's foot. That's where he stood during the fight, said the sailor. Louise put her small foot within the print of the greater one. The sailor winked at Eugene. You may fire when you are ready, Gridley. She's a nice girl, said Eugene. Yeah, said Max Isaacs. She's a nice lady. He craned his neck awkwardly and squinted. About how old is she? She's 18, said Eugene. Malvin Bowden stared at him. You're crazy, said he. She's 21. No, said Eugene. She's 18. She told me so. I don't care, said Malvin Bowden. She's no such thing. She's 21. I reckon I ought to know. My folks have known her for 5 years. She had a baby when she was 18. Aw, said Max Isaacs. Yes, said Malvin Bowden. A traveling man got her in trouble, then he ran away. Aw, said Max Isaacs. Without marrying her or anything? He didn't do nothing for her. He ran away, said Malvin Bowden. Her people are raising the kid now. Great day, said Max Isaacs slowly. Then sternly he added, a man who'd do a thing like that ought to be shot. You're right, said Malvin Bowden. They loafed along the Battery, along the borders of ruined Camelot. Those are nice old places, said Max Isaacs. They've been good houses in their day. He looked greedily at wrought iron gateways. The old lust of his childhood for iron scraps awoke. Those are old Southern mansions, said Eugene reverently. The bay was still. There was a green stench of warm standing water. They've let the place run down, said Malvin. It's no bigger now than it was before the Civil War. No, sir, and by heaven, so long as one true Southern heart is left alive to remember Appomattox, Reconstruction, and the Black Parliaments, we will defend with our dearest blood our menaced but sacred traditions. They need some Northern capital, said Max Isaacs sagely. They all did. An old woman, wearing a tiny bonnet, was led out on a high veranda from one of the houses by an attentive negress. She seated herself in a porch rocker and stared blindly into the sun. Eugene looked at her sympathetically. She had probably not been informed by her loyal children of the unsuccessful termination of the war. United in their brave deception, they stinted themselves daily, reining in on their proud stomachs in order that she might have all the luxury to which she had been accustomed. What did she eat? The wing of a chicken, no doubt, and a glass of dry sherry. Meanwhile, all the valuable heirlooms had been pawned or sold. Fortunately, she was almost blind, and could not see the wastage of their fortune. It was very sad. But did she not sometimes think of that old time of the wine and the roses, when knighthood was in flower? "Look at that old lady," whispered Malvin Bowden. "You can tell she's a lady," said Max Isaacs. "I bet she's never turned her hand over." "An old family," said Eugene gently, "the Southern aristocracy." An old Negro came by, fringed benevolently by white whiskers. A good old man, an antebellum darky. Dear Lord, their number was few in these unhappy days. Eugene thought of the beautiful institution of human slavery, which his slaveless maternal ancestry had fought so valiantly to preserve. "Bress de Lord, Mars! Oh, Mose don't want to be free, nigger. How he gon' lib widout Mars? He don't want to have wid free niggers. Har, har, har!" Philanthropy, pure philanthropy. He brushed a tear from his eye. They were going across the harbor to the Isle of Palms. As the boat churned past the round brick cylinder of Fort Sumter, Malvin Bowden said, "They had the most men. If things had been even, we'd have beaten them." "They didn't beat us," said Max Isaacs. "We wore ourselves out beating them." "We were defeated," said Eugene quietly, "not beaten." Max Isaacs stared at him dumbly. "Aw," he said. They left the little boat and ground away toward the beach in a streetcar. The land had grown dry and yellow in the enervation of the summer. The foliage was coated with dust. They rattled past cheap summer houses, baked and blistered, stogged drearily in the sand. They were small, flimsy, multitudinous vermin, all with their little wooden sign of lodging, the Ishkabibble, Seaview, Rest Haven, Atlantic Inn. Eugene looked at them, reading with weariness the bleached and jaded humor of their names. "There are a lot of boarding houses in the world," said he. A hot wind of beginning autumn rustled dryly through the long parched leaves of stunted palms. Before them rose the huge rusted spokes of a Ferris wheel. St. Louis. They had reached the beach. Malvin Bowden leaped joyously from the car. "Last one in's a rotten egg," he cried, and streaked for the bathhouse. "Kings! I've got kings, son!" yelled Max Isaacs. He held up his crossed fingers. The beach was bare. 2 or 3 concessions stood idly open for business. The sky curved over them, a cloudless blue, burnished bowl. The sea offshore was glazed emerald. The waves rode heavily in, thickening murkily as they turned with sunlight and sediment to a beachy yellow. They walked slowly down the beach toward the bathhouse. The tranquil, incessant thunder of the sea made in them a lonely music. Seawards their eyes probed through the seething glare. "I'm going to join the Navy, Gene," said Max Isaacs. "Come on and go with me." "I'm not old enough," said Eugene. "You're not either." "I'll be 16 in November," said Max Isaacs defensively. "That's not old enough." "I'm going to lie to get in," said Max Isaacs. "They won't bother you. You can get in. Come on." "No," said Eugene, "I can't." "Why not?" said Max Isaacs. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to college," said Eugene. "I'm going to get an education and study law." "You'll have lots of time," said Max Isaacs. "You can go to college when you come out. They teach you a lot in the Navy. They give you a good training. You go everywhere." "No," said Eugene, "I can't." But his pulse throbbed as he listened to the lonely thunder of the sea. He saw strange dusky faces, palm frondage, and heard the little tinkling sounds of Asia. He believed in harbors at the end. Mrs. Bowden's niece and the waitress came out on the next car. After his immersion, he lay, trembling slightly under the gusty wind, upon the beach. A fine tang of salt was on his lips. He licked his clean young flesh. Louise came from the bathhouse and walked slowly toward him. She came proudly, her warm curves molded into her bathing suit. Her legs were covered with stockings of green silk. Far out beyond the ropes, Max Isaacs lifted his white, heavy arms and slid swiftly through a surging wall of green water. His body glimmered greenly for a moment. He stood erect, wiping his eyes and shaking water from his ears. Eugene took the waitress by the hand and led her into the water. She advanced slowly, with little twittering cries. An undulant surge rolled in deceptively and rose suddenly to her chin, drinking her breath. She gasped and clung to him. Initiated, they bucked deliciously through a roaring wall of water. And while her eyes were still closed, he caught her to him with young, salty kisses. Presently they came out and walked over the wet strip of beach into the warm, loose sand, bedding their dripping bodies gratefully in its warmth. The waitress shivered. He molded sand over her legs and hips until she was half buried. He kissed her, stilling his trembling lips upon her mouth. I like you a lot, he said. What did they tell you about me? She said. Did they talk about me? I don't care, he said. I don't care about that. I like you. You won't remember me, honey, when you start going with the girls. You'll forget about me. Some day you'll see me, and you won't even know me. You won't recognize me. You'll pass without speaking. No, he said. I'll never forget you, Louise, so long as I live. Their hearts were filled with the lonely thunder of the sea. She kissed him. They were hill-born. He returned in late September. In October, Gant, with Ben and Helen, departed for Baltimore. The operation, too long deferred, was now inevitable. His disease had grown steadily worse. He had gone through a period of incessant pain. He was enfeebled. He was frightened. Rising at night, he would rouse the sleeping house with his cries, commanding terror with his old magnificence. I see it! I see it! The knife! The knife! Do you see its shadow? There! 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 With Boothian gusto he recoiled, pointing to invulnerable nothings. Do you see him standing there in the shadows? So you've come at last to take the old man with you? There he stands, the grim reaper, as I always knew he would. Jesus, have mercy on my soul. Gant lay in a long cot in the Urological Institute at Johns Hopkins. Every day a cheerful little man came briskly in and looked at his chart. He talked happily and went away. He was one of the greatest surgeons in the country. Don't worry, said the nurse encouragingly. The mortality's only 4%. It used to be 30. He's reduced it. Gant groaned and slipped his big hand into his daughter's vital grasp. Don't worry, old boy, she said. You're going to be as good as you ever were after this. She fed him with her life, her hope, her love. He was almost tranquil when they wheeled him into his operation. But the little gray-haired man looked, shook his head regretfully, and trimmed deftly. All right, he said 4 minutes later to his assistant. Close the wound. Gant was dying of cancer. Gant sat in a wheeled chair upon the high 5th-floor veranda, looking out through bright October air at the city spread far into the haze before him. He looked very clean, almost fragile. A faint grin of happiness and relief hovered about his thin mouth. He smoked a long cigar with fresh awakened senses. There, he said, pointing, is where I spent part of my boyhood. Old Jeff Streeter's hotel stood about there, he pointed. Dig down, said Helen, grinning. Gant thought of the years between and the vexed pattern of fate. His life seemed strange to him. We'll go to see all those places when you get out of here. They're going to let you out of here day after tomorrow. Did you know that? Did you know you're almost well? She cried with a big smile. I'm going to be a well man after this, said Gant. I feel 20 years younger. Poor old papa, she said. Poor old papa. Her eyes were wet. She put her big hands on his face and drew his head against her. End of section 30. Section 31 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 27, Part 1. My Shakespeare, rise! He rose. The bard rose throughout the length and breadth of his brave new world. He was not for an age, but for all time. Then, too, his tercentenary happened only once, at the end of 300 years. It was observed piously from Maryland to Oregon. 81 members of the House of Representatives, when asked by literate journalists for their favorite lines, replied instantly with a quotation from Polonius, "This above all, to thine own self be true." The Swan was played and pageanted and essayed in every schoolhouse in the land. Eugene tore the Chandos portrait from the pages of the Independent and nailed it to the calcimined wall of the back room. Then, still full of the great echoing paean of Ben Jonson's, he scrawled below it in large trembling letters, "My Shakespeare, rise!" The large plump face, as damned silly a head as ever I looked at, stared baldly at him with goggle eyes. The goatee pointed ripe with hayseed vanity. But, lit by the presence, Eugene plunged back into the essay littered across his table. He was discovered. In an unwise absence, he left the bard upon the wall. When he returned, Ben and Helen had read his scrawl. Thereafter he was called poetically to table, to the telephone, to go an errand. My Shakespeare, rise! With red, resentful face, he rose. Will my Shakespeare pass the biscuits? Or could I trouble my Shakespeare for the butter? Said Ben, scowling at him. My Shakespeare, do you want another piece of pie? Said Helen. Then, full of penitent laughter, she added, That's a shame. We oughtn't to treat the poor kid like that. Laughing, she plucked at her large straight chin, gazing out the window, and laughing absently, penitently, laughing. But his art was universal. He saw life clearly, and he saw it whole. He was an intellectual ocean whose waves touched every shore of thought. He was all things in one, lawyer, merchant, soldier, doctor, statesman. Men of science have been amazed by the depth of his learning. In The Merchant of Venice, he deals with the most technical questions of law with the skill of an attorney. In King Lear, he boldly prescribes sleep as a remedy for Lear's insanity, sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care. Thus he has foreseen the latest researches of modern science by almost 3 centuries. In his sympathetic and well-rounded sense of characterization, he laughs with, not at, his characters. Eugene won the medal, bronze or of some other material even more enduring. The bard's profile murkily indented, W.S. 1616 to 1916, a long and useful life. The machinery of the pageant was beautiful and simple. Its author, Dr. George B. Rockham, at one time, it was whispered, a trooper with the Ben Greet players, had seen to that. All the words had been written by Dr. George B. Rockham, and all the words, accordingly, had been written for Dr. George B. Rockham. Dr. George B. Rockham was the voice of history. The innocent children of Altamont schools were the mute illustrations of that voice. Eugene was Prince Hal. The day before the pageant, his costume arrived from Philadelphia. At John Dorsey Leonard's direction, he put it on. Then he came out sheepishly before John Dorsey on the school veranda, fingering his tin sword, and looking somewhat doubtfully at his pink silk hose, which came 3/4 up his skinny shanks, and left exposed, below his doublet, a 6-inch hiatus of raw thigh. John Dorsey Leonard looked gravely. "Here, boy," he said, "let me see." He pulled strongly at the top of the deficient hose, with no result save to open up large runs in them. Then John Dorsey Leonard began to laugh. He slid helplessly down upon the porch rail, and bent over, palsied with silent laughter, from which a high whine, full of spittle, presently emerged. "Oh, my Lord!" he gasped. "Excuse me!" he panted, seeing the boy's angry face. "It's the funniest thing I ever—" At this moment his voice died of paralysis. "I'll fix you," said Miss Amy. "I've got just the thing for you." She gave him a full baggy clown suit of green linen. It was a relic of a Halloween party. Its wide folds were gartered about his ankles. He turned a distressed, puzzled face toward Miss Amy. "That's not right, is it?" he asked. "He never wore anything like that, did he?" Miss Amy looked. Her deep bosom heaved with full contralto laughter. "Yes, that's right. That's fine!" she yelled. "He was like that anyway. No one will ever notice, boy." She collapsed heavily into a wicker chair, which widened with a protesting creak. "Oh, Lord!" she groaned, wet-cheeked. "I don't believe I ever saw—" The pageant was performed on the embowered lawns of the manor house. Dr. George B. Rockham stood in a green hollow, a natural amphitheater. His audience sat on the turf of the encircling banks. As the phantom cavalcades of poetry and the drama wound down to him, Dr. George B. Rockham disposed of each character neatly in descriptive pentameter verse. He was dressed in the fashion of the Restoration, a period he coveted because it understood the charms of muscular calves. His heavy legs bulged naughtily below a coy fringe of drawer ruffles. Eugene stood waiting on the road above, behind an obscuring wall of trees. It was rich young May. Doc Hines, Falstaff, waited beside him. His small, tough face grinned apishly over garments stuffed with yards of wadding. Grinning, he smote himself upon his swollen paunch. The blow left a dropsical depression. He turned with a comical squint on Eugene. "Hal," said he, "you're a hell of a looking prince." "You're no beauty, Jack," said Eugene. Behind him, Julius Arthur Macbeth drew his sword with a flourish. "I challenge you, Hal," said he. In the young shimmering light their tin swords clashed rapidly. Twittered with young bird laughter, on bank and saddle sprawled all of the bard's personae. Julius Arthur thrust swiftly, was warded, then with loose grin buried his brand suddenly in Doc Hines' receiving paunch. The company of the immortal shrieked happily. Miss Ida Nelson, the assistant director, rushed angrily among them. "Shh!" she hissed loudly. "Shh!" She was very angry. She had spent the afternoon hissing loudly. Swinging gently in her side saddle, Rosalind on horseback, a ripe little beauty from the convent, smiled warmly at him. Looking, he forgot. Below them on the road, the crowded press loosened slowly, broke off in minute fragments, and disappeared into the hidden gulch of Dr. George B. Rockham's receiving voice. With fat, hammy sonority he welcomed them. But he had not come to Shakespeare. The pageant had opened with the voices of past and present, voices a trifle out of harmony with the tenor of event, but necessary to the commercial success of the enterprise. These voices now moved voicelessly past. 4 frightened salesladies from Schwartzberg's, clad decently in cheesecloth and sandals, who came by bearing the banner of their concern. Or, as the doctor's more eloquent iambics had it, "Fair commerce, sister of the arts, thou, too, shall take thy lawful place upon our stage." They came and passed. Ginsberg's "The Glass of Fashion and the Mold of Form," Bradley the grocer, when first Pomona held her fruity horn, the Buick Agency, the chariots of Oxus and of Int. Came, passed, like pageantry of mist on an autumnal stream. Behind them, serried ranks of cherubim, the marshaled legions of Altamont's Sunday schools, each in white arrayed, and clutching grimly in tiny hands 2,000 tiny flags of freedom. God's small angels, and surely there for God knows what far-off event, began to move into the hollow. Their teachers nursed them gently into action with tapping feet and palms. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quickly, children! A hidden orchestra, musical in the trees, greeted them as they approached with holy strains. The Baptists with the simple doctrine of "It's the old-time religion," the Methodists with "I'll be waiting at the river," the Presbyterians with "Rock of Ages," the Episcopalians with "Jesus, lover of my soul," and rising to lyrical climactic passion, the little Jews with the nobly marching music of "Onward, Christian soldiers." They passed without laughter. There was a pause. "Well, thank God for that," said Ralph Rolls coarsely in a solemn quiet. The bard's strewn host laughed, rustled noisily into line. "Shh! Shh!" hissed Miss Ida Nelson. "What the hell does she think she is?" said Julius Arthur. "A steam valve?" Eugene looked attentively at the shapely legs of the page Viola. "Wow!" said Ralph Rolls with his accustomed audibility. "Look who's here!" She looked on them all with a pert, impartial smile, but she never told her love. Miss Ida Nelson caught the doctor's stealthy sign. Carefully, in slow twos, she fed them down to him. The Moor of Venice, Mr. George Graves, turned his broad back upon their jibes, and lurched down with sullen, sheepish grin, unable to conceal the massive embarrassment of his calves. "Tell him who you are, Villa," said Doc Hines. "You look like Jack Johnson." The town, in its first white shirting of spring, sat on the turfy banks, and looked down gravely upon the bosky little comedy of errors. The encircling mountains, and the gods thereon, looked down upon the slightly larger theater of the town. And figuratively, from mountains that looked down on mountains, the last stronghold of philosophy, the author of this chronicle looked down on everything. "Here we go, Hal," said Doc Hines, nudging Eugene. "Give 'em hell, son," said Julius Arthur. "You're dressed for the part." "He looks it, you mean," said Ralph Rolls. "Boy, you'll knock 'em dead," he added with an indecent laugh. They descended into the hollow, accompanied by a low but growing titter of amazement from the audience. Before them, the doctor had just disposed of Desdemona, who parted with a graceful obeisance. He was now engaged on Othello, who stood, bullish and shy, till his ordeal should finish. In a moment he strode away, and the doctor turned to Falstaff, reading the man by his padded belly, briskly with relief. "Now, tragedy be gone, and to our dell bring antic jollity, with cap and bells. Falstaff, thou prince of jesters, lewd old man, who surfeited a royal prince with mirth, and swayed a kingdom with his wanton quips." Embarrassed by the growing undertone of laughter, Doc Hines squinted around with a tough grin, gave a comical hitch to his padded figure, and whispered a hoarse aside to Eugene. "Hear that, Hal? I'm hell on wheels, ain't I?" Eugene saw him depart in a green blur, and presently became aware that an unnatural silence had descended upon Dr. George B. Rockham. The voice of history was, for the moment, mute. Its long jaw, in fact, had fallen ajar. Dr. George B. Rockham looked wildly about him for succor. He rolled his eyes entreatingly upwards at Miss Ida Nelson. She turned her head away. "Who are you?" he said hoarsely, holding a hairy hand carefully beside his mouth. "Prince Hal," said Eugene, likewise hoarsely and behind his hand. Dr. George B. Rockham staggered a little. Their speech had reached the stalls, but firmly, before the tethered, chafing laughter, he began: "Friend to the weak and comrade of the wild, by folly sired to wisdom, dauntless Hal. Laughter, laughter unleashed and turbulent, laughter that rose flood by flood upon itself, laughter wild, earth-shaking, thunder-cuffing, drowned Dr. George B. Rockham and all he had to say. Laughter, laughter, laughter. Helen was married in the month of June, a month sacred, it is said, to Hymen, but used so often for nuptials that the god's blessing is probably not infallible. She had returned to Altamont in May from her last singing engagement. She had been in Atlanta for the week of opera, and had come back by way of Henderson, where she had visited Daisy and Mrs. Selborne. There she had found her mate. He was not a stranger to her. She had known him years before in Altamont, where he had lived for a short time as district agent for the great and humane corporation that employed him, the Federal Cash Register Company. Since that time he had gone to various parts of the country at his master's bidding, carrying with him his great message of prosperity and thrift. At the present time he lived with his sister and his aged mother, whose ponderous infirmity of limb had not impaired her appetite in a South Carolina town. He was devoted and generous to them both, and the Federal Cash Register Company, touched by his devotion to duty, rewarded him with a good salary. His name was Barton. The Bartons lived well. Helen returned with the unexpectedness in which all returning Gants delighted. She came in on members of her family one afternoon in the kitchen at Dixieland. "Hello, everybody," she said. "Well, for God's sake," said Luke after a moment. "Look who's here." They embraced heartily. "Why, what on earth?" cried Eliza, putting her iron down on the board and wavering on her feet in an effort to walk in two directions at once. They kissed. "I was just thinking to myself," said Eliza, more calmly, "that it wouldn't surprise me a bit if you should come walking in. I had a premonition. I don't know what else you'd call it." "Oh, my God!" groaned the girl good-humoredly, but with a shade of annoyance. "Don't start that Pentland spooky stuff. It makes my flesh crawl." She exchanged a glance of burlesque entreaty with Luke. Winking, he turned suddenly, and with an idiotic laugh tickled Eliza sharply. "Get away!" she shrieked. He chortled madly. "I'll declare, boy," she said fretfully, "I believe you're crazy. I'll vow I do." Helen laughed huskily. "Well," said Eliza, "how'd you leave Daisy and the children?" "They're all right, I suppose," said Helen wearily. "Oh, my God, deliver me!" She laughed. "You never saw such pests. I spent $50 on them in toys and presents alone. You'd never think it from the thanks I get. Daisy takes it all as her due. Selfish, selfish, selfish." "For God's sake," said Luke loyally. She was one fine girl. "I paid for everything I got at Daisy's, I can assure you," she said sharply, challengingly. "I spent no more time there than I had to. I was at Mrs. Selborne's nearly all the time. I had practically all my meals there." Her need for independence had become greater, her hunger for dependence acute. Her denial of obligation to others was militant. She gave more than she received. "Well, I'm in for it," she said presently, trying to mask her strong eagerness. "In for what?" asked Luke. "I've gone and done it at last," she said. "Mercy!" shrieked Eliza. "You're not married, are you?" "Not yet," said Helen, "but I will be soon." Then she told them about Mr. Hugh T. Barton, the cash register salesman. She spoke loyally and kindly of him, without great love. "He's 10 years older than I am," she said. "Well," said Eliza thoughtfully, molding her lips, "they sometimes make the best husbands." After a moment she asked, "Has he got any property?" "No," said Helen. "They live up all he makes." They live in style, I tell you. There are 2 servants in that house all the time. The old lady doesn't turn her hand over." "Where are you going to live?" said Eliza sharply. "With his folks?" "Well, I should say not. I should say not," said Helen slowly and emphatically. "Good heavens, Mamma," she continued irritably, "I want a home of my own. Can't you realize that? I've been doing for others all my life. Now I'm going to let them do for me. I want no in-laws about. No, sir," she said emphatically. Luke bit his nails nervously. "Well, he's getting a great girl," he said. "I hope he has sense enough to realize that." Moved, she laughed bigly, ironically. "I've got 1 booster, haven't I?" she said. She looked at him seriously with clear, affectionate eyes. "Well, thanks, Luke. You're one of the lot that's always had the interests of the family at heart." Her big face was for a moment tranquil and eager. A great calm lay there, the radiant, decent beauty of dawn and rainwater. Her eyes were as luminous and believing as a child's. No evil dwelt in her. She had learned nothing. "Have you told your papa?" said Eliza presently. "No," she said after a pause, "I haven't." They thought of Gant in silence, with wonder. Her going was a marvel. "I have a right to my own life," said Helen angrily, as if someone disputed that right. "As much as anyone. Good heavens, Mamma, you and Papa have lived your lives. Don't you know that? Do you think it's right that I should go on forever looking after him? Do you?" Her voice rose under the stress of hysteria. "Why, no, I never said—" Eliza began, flustered and conciliatory. "You spent your life thinking of others, and not of yourself," said Luke. "That's the trouble. They don't appreciate it." "Well, I'm not going to any longer. That's one thing sure. No, indeed. I want a home and some children. I'm going to have them," she said defiantly. In a moment she added tenderly, "Poor old Papa. I wonder what he's going to say." He said very little. The Gants, after initial surprise, molded new event very quickly into the texture of their lives. Abysmal change widened their souls out in a brooding unconsciousness. End of section 31. Section 32 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 27, Part 2. Mr. Hugh Barton came up into the hills to visit his affianced kin. He came, to their huge delight, lounging in the long racing chassis of a dusty brown 1911 Buick Roadster. He came in a gaseous coil to the roaring explosion of great engines. He descended, a tall, elegant figure, dyspeptic, lean almost to emaciation, very foppishly laundered and tailored. He looked the car over slowly, critically, a long cigar clamped in the corner of his saturnine mouth, drawing his gauntlets off deliberately. Then, in the same unhurried fashion, he removed from his head the 10-gallon gray sombrero, the only astonishing feature of his otherwise undebatable costume, and shook each long, thin leg delicately for a moment to straighten out the wrinkles. But there were none. Then deliberately he came up the walk to Dixieland, where the Gants were assembled. As he came unhurried, he took the cigar from his mouth calmly and held it in the fingers of his lean, hairy, violently palsied hand. His thin black hair, fine spun, was fanned lightly from its elegance by a wantoning breeze. He espied his betrothed and grinned, with dignity, sardonically, with big nuggets of gold teeth. They greeted and kissed. "This is my mother, Hugh," said Helen. Hugh Barton bent slowly, courteously from his thin waist. He fastened on Eliza a keen, penetrating stare that discomposed her. His lips twisted again in an impressive, sardonic smile. Everyone felt he was going to say something very, very important. "How do you do?" he asked, and took her hand. Everyone then felt that Hugh Barton had said something very, very important. With equal slow gravity he greeted each one. They were somewhat awed by his lordliness. Luke, however, burst out uncontrollably, "You're getting a fine girl, Mr. Barton." Hugh Barton turned on him slowly and fixed him with his keen stare. "I think so," he said gravely. His voice was deep, deliberate, with an impressive rasp. He was selling himself. In an awkward silence he turned, grinning amiably on Eugene. "Have a cigar?" he asked, taking 3 long, powerful weeds from his upper vest pocket and holding them out in his clean, twitching fingers. "Thanks," said Eugene with a dissipated leer. "I'll smoke a Camel." He took a package of cigarettes from his pocket. Gravely, Hugh Barton held a match for him. "Why do you wear the big hat?" asked Eugene. "Psychology," he said. "It makes 'em talk." "I tell you what," said Eliza, beginning to laugh, "that's pretty smart, isn't it?" "Sure," said Luke. "That's advertising. It pays to advertise." "Yes," said Mr. Barton slowly. "You've got to get the other fellow's psychology." The phrase seemed to describe an action of modified assault and restrained pillage. They liked him very much. They all went into the house. Hugh Barton's mother was in her 74th year, but she had the strength of a healthy woman of 50 and the appetite of 2 of 40. She was a powerful old lady, 6 feet tall, with the big bones of a man, and a heavy, full-jawed face, sensuous and complacent, and excellently equipped with a champing mill of strong yellow horse teeth. It was cake and pudding to see her at work on corn on the cob. A slight paralysis had slowed her tongue and thickened her speech a little, so that she spoke deliberately, with a ponderous enunciation of each word. This deformity, which she carefully hid, added to, rather than subtracted from, the pontifical weight of her opinions. She was an earnest Republican, in memory of her departed mate, and she took a violent dislike to anyone who opposed her political judgment. When thwarted or annoyed in any way, the heavy benevolence of her face was dislodged by a thundercloud of petulance, and her wide, pouting underlip rolled out like a window-shade. But as she barged slowly along, one big hand gripping a heavy stick on which she leaned her massive weight, she was an impressive dowager. "She's a lady, a real lady," said Helen proudly. "Anyone can see that. She goes out with all the best people." Hugh Barton's sister, Mrs. Genevieve Watson, was a sallow woman of 38 years, tall, wren-like, and emaciated like her brother, dyspeptic, and very elegantly kept. The divorced Watson was conspicuous for his absence from all conversations. There was once or twice a heavy flutter around his name, a funereal hush, and a muttered suggestion of Oriental debauchery. "He was a beast," said Hugh Barton, "a low dog. He treated sister very badly." Mrs. Barton wagged her great head with the slow but emphatic approval she accorded all her son's opinions. "Oh," she said, "he was a terrible man." He had, they inferred, been given to hellish practices. He had gone after other women. Sister Vive had a narrow, discontented face, a metallic vivacity, an effusive cordiality. She was always very smartly dressed. She had somewhat vague connections in the real estate business. She spoke grandly of obscure affairs. She was always on the verge of an indefinite big deal. "I'm getting them lined up, brother," she would say with cheerful confidence. "Things are coming my way. J.D. came in today and said, 'Vive, you're the only woman in the world that can put this thing across. Go to it, little girl. There's a fortune in it for you,' and so on." Her conversation, Eugene thought, was not unlike Brother Steve's. But their affection and loyalty for one another was beautiful. Its unaccustomed faith, its abiding tranquillity, puzzled and disturbed the Gants. They were touched indefinably, a little annoyed because of it. The Bartons came to Woodson Street 2 weeks before the wedding. Within 3 days after their arrival, Helen and old Lady Barton were at odds. It was inevitable. The heat of the girl's first affection for Barton's family wore off very quickly. Her possessive instinct asserted itself. She would have no one's love. She would share with no one a place in the heart. She would own. She would possess completely. She would be generous, but she would be mistress. She would give. It was the law of her nature. She began immediately, by force of this essential stress, to make out a case against the old woman. Mrs. Barton, too, felt the extent of her loss. She wanted to be sure that Helen realized the extent of her acquisition of one of the Latter-day Saints. Rocking ponderously in the dark on Gant's veranda, the old woman would say, "You are getting a good boy, Helen." She would wag her powerful head from side to side, pugnaciously emphatic. "Though I do say it myself, you are getting one good boy, Helen. A better boy than Hugh doesn't live." "Oh, I don't know," said Helen, annoyed. "I don't think it's such a bad bargain for him either, you know. I think pretty well of myself, too." And she would laugh, huskily, heartily, trying in laughter to conceal her resentment, but visibly to every eye but Mrs. Barton's angered. A moment later, on some pretext, she would go back into the house, where, with a face contorted by her rising hysteria, to Luke, Eugene, or any sympathetic audience, she would burst out, "You heard that, didn't you? You heard that? You see what I've got to put up with, don't you? Do you see? Do you blame me for not wanting that damned old woman around? Do you? You see how she wants to run things, don't you? Do you see how she rubs it into me whenever she gets a chance? She can't bear to give him up. Of course not. He's her meal ticket. They've bled him white. Why, even now, if it came to a question of choosing between us—" Her face worked strongly. She could not continue. In a moment she quieted herself and said decisively, "I suppose you know now why we're going to live away from them. You see, don't you? Do you blame me?" "No'm," said Eugene, obedient after pumping. "It's a damn shame," said Luke loyally. At this moment Mrs. Barton, kindly but authoritative, called from the veranda, "Helen! Where are you, Helen?" "Oh, go to hell! Go to hell!" said Helen in a comic undertone. "Yes, what is it?" she called out sharply. "You see, don't you?" She was married at Dixieland because she was having a big wedding. She knew a great many people. As her wedding day approached, her suppressed hysteria mounted. Her sense of decorum grew militant. She attacked Eliza bitterly for keeping certain dubious people in the house. "Mamma, in heaven's name, what do you mean by allowing such goings-on right in the face of Hugh and his people? What do you suppose they think of it? Have you no respect for my feelings? Good heavens, are you going to have the house full of chippies on the night of my wedding?" Her voice was high and cracked. She almost wept. "Why, child," said Eliza with troubled face, "what do you mean? I've never noticed anything." "Are you blind? Everyone's talking about it. They're practically living together." This last was a reference to a condition existing between a dissipated and alcoholic young man and a darkly handsome young woman, slightly tubercular. To Eugene was assigned the task of digging this couple out of their burrow. He waited sternly outside the girl's room, watching the shadow dance at the door crack. At the end of the 6th hour, the besieged surrendered. The man came out. The boy, pallid but proud of his trust, told the house defiler that he must go. The young man agreed with cheerful alcoholism. He went at once. Mrs. Pert was saved in the house cleaning. After all, said Helen, what do we know about her? They can say what they like about Fatty. I like her. Ferns, flowers, potted plants, presents, and guests arriving. The long nasal drone of the Presbyterian minister, the packed crowd, the triumphant booming of the wedding march. A flashlight. Hugh Barton and his bride limply astare, frightened. Gant, Ben, Luke, and Eugene widely, sheepishly agrin. Eliza, high, sorrowful, and sad. Mrs. Selborne and a smile of subtle mystery. The pert flower girls, Pearl Hines' happy laughter. When it was over, Eliza and her daughter hung in each other's arms, weeping. Eliza repeated over and over from guest to guest, "A son is a son till he gets a wife, but a daughter's a daughter all the days of her life." She was comforted. They escaped at length, wilted, from the thronging press of well-wishing guests. White-faced, scared, witless, Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Barton got into a closed car. It was done. They would spend the night at the Battery Hill. Ben had engaged the wedding suite. Tomorrow a honeymoon to Niagara. Before they went, the girl kissed Eugene with something of the old affection. "I'll see you in the fall, honey. Come over as soon as you're settled." For Hugh Barton was beginning life with his bride in a new place. He was going to the capital of the state, and it had already been determined, chiefly by Gant, that Eugene was going to the State University. But Hugh and Helen did not go honeymooning the next morning as they had planned. During the night, as she lay at Dixieland, old Mrs. Barton was taken with a violent, a retching sickness. For once her massive digestive mechanism failed to meet the heavy demands she had put upon it during the prenuptial banqueting. She came near death. Hugh and Helen returned abruptly next morning to a scene of dismal tinsellings and jaded lilies. Helen hurled her vitality into the sick woman's care. Dominant, furious, all-mastering, she blew back her life into her. Within 3 days Mrs. Barton was out of danger, but her complete recovery was slow, ugly, and painful. As the days lengthened out wearily, the girl became more and more bitter over her thwarted honeymoon. Rushing out of the sick room, she would enter Eliza's kitchen with writhen face, unable to control her anger. "That damned old woman! Sometimes I believe she did it on purpose. My God, am I to get no happiness from life? Will they never leave me alone? Erp! Erp!" Her rough Bacchic smile played loosely over her large, unhappy face. "Mamma, in God's name, where does it all come from?" she said, grinning tearfully. "I do nothing but mop up after her. Will you please tell me how long it's going to last?" Eliza laughed slyly, passing her finger under her broad nose-wing. "Why, child," she said, "what in the world? I've never seen the like. She must have saved up for the last 6 months." "Yes, sir," said Helen, looking vaguely away, with a profane smile playing across her mouth. "I'd just like to know where the hell it all comes from. I've had everything else," she said, with a rough, angry laugh. "I'm expecting one of her kidneys at any minute." "Whoa!" cried Eliza, shaken with laughter. "Helen! Oh, Helen!" Mrs. Barton's voice came feebly in to them. "Oh, go to hell!" said the girl sotto voce. "Erp! Erp!" She burst suddenly into tears. "Is it going to be like this always? I sometimes believe the judgment of God is against us all. Papa was right." "Pshaw!" said Eliza, wetting her fingers and threading a needle before the light. I go on and pay no more attention to her. There's nothing wrong with her. It's all imagination. It was Eliza's rooted conviction that most human ills, except her own, were all imagination. "Helen!" "All right, I'm coming," the girl cried cheerfully, turning an angry grin on Eliza as she went. It was funny. It was ugly. It was terrible. It seemed, in fact, that Papa was right, and that the chief celestial cloud pusher, the often hymned, whom our bitter moderns have sometimes called the ancient jester, had turned his frown upon their fortunes. It began to rain, rain incessant, spouting, torrential rain, fell among the reeking hills, leaving grass and foliage drowned upon the slopes, starting the liquid avalanche of earth upon a settlement, glutting lean Rocky Mountain streams to a foaming welter of yellow flood. It mined the yellow banks away with unheard droppings. It caved in hillsides. It drank the steep banked earth away below the rails, leaving them strung to their aerial ties across a gutted canyon. There was a flood in Altamont. It swept down in a converging width from the hills, filling the little river, and foaming beyond its banks in a wide waste Mississippi. It looted the bottomlands of the river. It floated iron and wooden bridges from their piers as it might float a leaf. It brought ruin to the railway flats and all who dwelt therein. The town was cut off from every communication with the world. At the end of the third week, as the waters slid back into their channels, Hugh Barton and his bride crouched grimly in the great pit of the Buick, rode out through flooded roads, crawled desperately over ruined trestles, daring the irresistible wrath of water to achieve their wilted, anticlimactic honeymoon. "He will go where I send him, or not at all." Gant spoke his final word, not loudly. Thus it was decided that Eugene must go to the State University. Eugene did not want to go to the State University. For 2 years he had romanced with Margaret Leonard about his future education. It was proposed that, in view of his youth, he should attend Vanderbilt or Virginia for 2 years, go to Harvard for 2 years more, and then, having arrived by easy stages at Paradise, top things off with a year or 2 at Oxford. "Then," said John Dorsey Leonard, who talked enchantingly on the subject between mouthfuls of clabber, "then, my sonny, a man may begin to say he's really cultured. After that, of course," he continued with a spacious carelessness, "he may travel for a year or so." But the Leonards were not yet ready to part with him. "You're too young, boy," said Margaret Leonard. "Can't you persuade your father to wait another year? You're only a child in years, Eugene. You have all the time in the world." Her eyes darkened as she talked. Gant would not be persuaded. "He's old enough," he said. "When I was his age, I had been earning my living for years. I'm getting old. I won't be here much longer. I want him to begin to make a name for himself before I die." He refused stubbornly to consider any postponement. In his youngest son he saw the last hope of his name's survival in laurels, in the political laurels he so valued. He wanted his son to be a great and far-seeing statesman, and a member of the Republican or Democratic Party. His choice of a university was therefore a measure of political expediency, founded upon the judgment of his legal and political friends. "He's ready to go," said Gant, "and he's going to the State University and nowhere else. He'll be given as good an education there as he can get anywhere. Furthermore, he will make friends there who will stand by him the rest of his life." He turned upon his son a glance of bitter reproach. "There are very few boys who have had your chance," said he, "and you ought to be grateful instead of turning up your nose at it. Mark my words, you'll live to see the day when you'll thank me for sending you there. Now, I've given you my last word. You'll go where I send you, or you'll go nowhere at all." End of section 32. Section 33 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 28. Eugene was not quite 16 years old when he was sent away to the university. He was at the time over 6 feet and 3 inches tall, and weighed perhaps 130 pounds. He had been sick very little in his life, but his rapid growth had eaten sharply at his strength. He was full of a wild energy of mind and body that devoured him and left him exhausted. He tired very quickly. He was a child when he went away. He was a child who had looked much on pain and evil, and remained a fantasist of the ideal. Walled up in his great city of visions, his tongue had learned to mock, his lip to sneer, but the harsh rasp of the world had worn no grooving in the secret life. Again and again he had been bogged in the gray slough of factuality. His cruel eyes had missed the meaning of no gesture. His packed and bitter heart had sweltered in him like a hot ingot, but all his hard wisdom melted at the glow of his imagination. He was not a child when he reflected, but when he dreamt he was, and it was the child and dreamer that governed his belief. He belonged perhaps to an older and simpler race of men. He belonged with the myth-makers. For him the sun was a lordly lamp to light him on his grand adventuring. He believed in brave, heroic lives. He believed in the fine flowers of tenderness and gentleness he had little known. He believed in beauty and in order, and that he could wreak out their mighty forms upon the distressful chaos of his life. He believed in love and in the goodness and glory of women. He believed in valiance, and he hoped that, like Socrates, he would do nothing mean or common in the hour of danger. He exulted in his youth, and he believed that he could never die. 4 years later, when he was graduated, he had passed his adolescence. The kiss of love and death burned on his lips, and he was still a child. When it was at last plain that Gant's will was on this inflexible, Margaret Leonard had said quietly, "Well, then, go your ways, boy, go your ways. God bless you." She looked a moment at his long, thin figure and turned to John Dorsey Leonard with wet eyes. "Do you remember that shaver in knee pants who came to us 4 years ago? Can you believe it?" John Dorsey Leonard laughed quietly, with weary, gentle relaxation. "What do you know about it?" he said. When Margaret turned to him again, her voice, low and gentle, was charged with the greatest passion he had ever heard in it. "You are taking a part of our heart with you, boy. Do you know that?" She took his trembling hand gently between her own lean fingers. He lowered his head and closed his eyelids tightly. "Eugene," she continued, "we could not love you more if you were our own child. We wanted to keep you with us for another year, but since that cannot be, we are sending you out with our hopes pinned to you. Oh, boy, you are fine. There is no atom in you that is not fine. A glory and a chrism of bright genius rest upon you. God bless you. The world is yours." The proud words of love and glory sank like music to his heart, evoking their bright pictures of triumph, and piercing him with the bitter shame of his concealed desires. Love bade him enter, but his soul drew back, guilty of dust and sin. He tore his hand from her grasp, clinching, with the strangled cry of an animal, his convulsive throat. "I can't," he choked. "You mustn't think—" He could not go on. His life groped blindly to confessional. Later, after he left her, her light kiss upon his cheek, the first she had ever given him, burned like a ring of fire. That summer he was closer to Ben than ever before. They occupied the same room at Woodson Street. Luke had returned to the Westinghouse plant at Pittsburgh after Helen's marriage. Gant still occupied his sitting room, but the rest of the house he had rented to a sprightly, gray-haired widow of 40. She looked after them beautifully, but she served Ben with an especial tenderness. At night, on the cool veranda, Eugene would find them below the ripening clusters, hear the quiet note of his brother's voice, his laugh, see the slow red arc of his cigarette in darkness. The quiet one was more quiet and morose than he had ever been before. He stalked through the house, scowling ferociously. All his conversation with Eliza was short and bitterly scornful. With Gant he spoke hardly at all. They had never talked together. Their eyes never met, a great shame, the shame of father and son, that mystery that goes down beyond motherhood, beyond life, that mysterious shame that seals the lips of all men and lives in their hearts, had silenced them. But to Eugene, Ben talked more freely than ever before. As they sat upon their beds at night, reading and smoking before they slept, all of the pain and bitterness of Benjamin Gant's life burst out in violent denunciation. He began to speak with slow, sullen difficulty, halting over his words as he did when he read, but speaking more rapidly as his quiet voice became more passionate. "I suppose they've told you how poor they are?" he began, tossing his cigarette away. "Well," said Eugene, "I've got to go easy. I mustn't waste my money." "Ah," said Ben, making an ugly face. He laughed silently, with a thin and bitter contortion of his lips. "Papa said that a lot of boys pay their own way through college, by waiting on tables and so on. Perhaps I can do something like that." Ben turned over on his side until he faced his brother, propping himself on his thin, hairy forearm. "Now listen, Gene," he said sternly. "Don't be a damned little fool, do you hear? You take every damn cent you can get out of them," he added savagely. "Well, I appreciate what they're doing. I'm getting a lot more than the rest of you had. They're doing a lot for me," said the boy. "For you, you little idiot," said Ben, scowling at him in disgust. "They're doing it all for themselves. Don't let them get away with that. They think you'll make good and bring a lot of credit to them some day. They're rushing you into it 2 years too soon, as it is. No, you take everything you can get. The rest of us never had anything, but I want to see you get all that's coming to you. My God," he cried furiously, "their money's doing no one any good rotting in the damn bank, is it? No, Gene, get all you can. When you get down there, if you find you need more to hold your own with the other boys, make the old man give it to you. You've never had a chance to hold your head up in your own hometown, so make the most of your chances when you get away." He lighted a cigarette and smoked in bitter silence for a moment. "To hell with it all," he said. "What in God's name are we living for?" Eugene's first year at the university was filled for him with loneliness, pain, and failure. Within 3 weeks of his matriculation, he had been made the dupe of a half-dozen classic jokes. His ignorance of all campus tradition had been exploited. His gullibility was a byword. He was the greenest of all green freshmen, past and present. He had listened attentively to a sermon in chapel by a sophomore with false whiskers. He had prepared studiously for an examination on the contents of the college catalog, and he had been guilty of the inexcusable blunder of making a speech of acceptance on his election, with 50 others, to the literary society. And these buffooneries, a little cruel, but only with the cruelty of vacant laughter, and a part of the schedule of rough humor in an American college, salty, extravagant, and national, opened deep wounds in him, which his companions hardly suspected. He was conspicuous at once, not only because of his blunders, but also because of his young, wild child's face, and his great, raw length of body, with the bounding scissor legs. The undergraduates passed him in grinning clusters. He saluted them obediently, but with a sick heart. and the smug smiling faces of his own classmen, the wiser freshmen, complacently guiltless of his own mistakes, touched him at moments with insane fury. "Smile and smile and smile, damn you!" he cursed through his grating teeth. For the first time in his life he began to dislike whatever fits too snugly in a measure. He began to dislike and envy the inconspicuous mold of general nature, the multitudinous arms, legs, hands, feet, and figures that are comfortably shaped for ready-made garments. And the prettily regular, wherever he found it, he hated. The vacantly handsome young men with shining hair, evenly parted in the middle, with sure, strong, middling limbs meant to go gracefully on dance floors. He longed to see them commit some awkward blunder, to trip and sprawl, to be flatulent, to lose a strategic button in mixed company, to be unconscious of a hanging shirt tail while with a pretty girl. But they made no mistakes. As he walked across the campus, he heard his name called mockingly from a dozen of the impartial windows. He heard the hidden laughter, and he ground his teeth. And at night he stiffened with shame in his dark bed, ripping the sheet between his fingers as, with the unbalanced vision, the swollen egotism of the introvert, the picture of a crowded student room filled with the grinning historians of his exploits burned in his brain. He strangled his fierce cry with a taloned hand. He wanted to blot out the shameful moment, unweave the loom. It seemed to him that his ruin was final, that he had stamped the beginning of his university life with folly that would never be forgotten, and that the best he could do would be to seek out obscurity for the next 4 years. He saw himself in his clown's trappings, and thought of his former vision of success and honor with a lacerating self-contempt. There was no one to whom he could turn. He had no friends. His conception of university life was a romantic blur, evoked from his reading, and tempered with memories of Stover at Yale, young Fred Fearnot, and jolly youths with affectionate linked arms bawling out a cheer song. No one had given him even the rudimentary data of the somewhat rudimentary life of an American university. He had not been warned of the general taboos. Thus he had come greenly on his new life, unprepared, as he came ever thereafter on all new life, save for his opium visions of himself, a stranger in Arcadius. He was alone. He was desperately lonely. But the university was a charming and unforgettable place. It was situated in the little village of Pulpit Hill, in the central Midland of the big state. Students came and departed by motor from the dreary tobacco town of Exeter, 12 miles away. The countryside was raw, powerful, and ugly, a rolling land of field, wood, and hollow. But the university itself was buried in a pastoral wilderness on a long tabling butte, which rose steeply above the country. One burst suddenly at the hilltop on the end of the straggling village street, flanked by faculty houses, and winding a mile in to the town center and the university. The central campus sloped back and up over a broad area of rich turf, groved with magnificent ancient trees. A quadrangle of post-revolutionary buildings of weathered brick bounded the upper end. Other newer buildings, in the modern bad manner, the pedagogic neo-Greek, were scattered around beyond the central design. Beyond, there was a thickly forested wilderness. There was still a good flavor of the wilderness about the place. One felt its remoteness, its isolated charm. It seemed to Eugene like a provincial outpost of great Rome. The wilderness crept up to it like a beast. Its great poverty, its century-long struggle in the forest, had given the university a sweetness and a beauty it was later to forfeit. It had the fine authority of provincialism, the provincialism of an older South. Nothing mattered but the state. The state was a mighty empire, a rich kingdom. There was beyond a remote and semi-barbaric world. Few of the university's sons had been distinguished in the nation's life. There had been an obscure president of the United States and a few cabinet members, but few had sought such distinction. It was glory enough to be a great man in one state. Nothing beyond mattered very much. In this pastoral setting, a young man was enabled to loaf comfortably and delightfully through 4 luxurious and indolent years. There was, God knows, seclusion enough for monastic scholarship, but the rare romantic quality of the atmosphere, the prodigal opulence of springtime, thick with flowers and drenched in a fragrant warmth of green, shimmering light, quenched pretty thoroughly any incipient rash of bookishness. Instead, they loafed and invited their souls, or with great energy and enthusiasm promoted the affairs of glee clubs, athletic teams, class politics, fraternities, debating societies, and dramatic clubs. And they talked, always they talked, under the trees, against the ivied walls, assembled in their rooms. They talked in limp sprawls, incessant, charming, empty Southern talk. They talked with a large, easy fluency about God, the devil, and philosophy, the girls, politics, athletics, fraternities, and the girls. My God, how they talked! Observe, lisped Mr. Torrington, the old Rhodes Scholar, Pulpit Hill and Merton, 14. Observe how skillfully he holds suspense until the very end. Observe with what consummate art he builds up his climax, keeping his meaning hidden until the very last word. Further, in fact. At last, thought Eugene, I am getting an education. This must be good writing, because it seems so very dull. When it hurts, the dentist said, it does you good. Democracy must be real, because it is so very earnest. It must be a certainty, because it is so elegantly embalmed in this marble mausoleum of language. Essays for college men, Woodrow Wilson, Lord Bryce, and Dean Briggs. But there was no word here of the loud, raucous voice of America, political conventions, and the big brass band, Tweed, Tammany, the big stick, lynching bees and black barbecue parties, the Boston Irish, and the damnable machinations of the Pope, as exposed by the Babylon hollow trumpet, Democrats, the rape of the Belgian virgins, rum, oil, Wall Street, and Mexico. All that, Mr. Torrington would have said, was temporary and accidental. It was unsound. Mr. Torrington smiled moistly at Eugene and urged him tenderly into a chair drawn intimately to his desk. Mr. he said, fumbling at his index cards. Gant, said Eugene. Ah, yes, Mr. Gant. He smiled his contrition. Now, about your outside reading, he began. But what, thought Eugene, about my inside reading? Did he like to read? Ah, that was good. He was so glad to hear it. The true university in these days, said Carlyle, he did hope Eugene liked rugged old Thomas, was a collection of books. Yes, sir, said Eugene. That, it seemed to him, was the Oxford plan. Oh, yes, he had been there 3 years, in fact. His mild eye kindled. To loaf along the High on a warm spring day, stopping to examine in the booksellers' windows the treasures that might be had for so little, then to Buell's, or to a friend's room for tea, or for a walk in the meadows or Magdalen Gardens, or to look down into the quad at the gay pageant of youth below. Ah, a great place. Well, he'd hardly say that. It all depended what one meant by a great place. Half the looseness in thought, unfortunately, he fancied, more prevalent among American than among English youth, came from an indefinite exuberance of ill-defined speech. Yes, sir, said Eugene. A great place? Well, he'd scarcely say that. The expression was typically American. Butter-lipped, he turned on the boy a smile of soft unfriendliness. It kills, he observed, a man's useless enthusiasms. Eugene whitened a little. That's fine, he said. Now, let him see. Did he like plays? The modern drama? Excellent. They were doing some very interesting things in the modern drama. Barry, oh, a charming fellow. What was that? Shaw. Yes, sir, said Eugene. I've read all the others. There's a new book out. Oh, but really, my dear boy, said Mr. Torrington with gentle amazement. He shrugged his shoulders and became politely indifferent. Very well, if he liked. Of course, he thought it rather a pity to waste one's time so when they were really doing some first-rate things. That was just the trouble, however. The appeal of a man like that was mainly to the unformed taste, the uncritical judgment. He had a flashy attraction for the immature. Oh, yes, undoubtedly an amusing fellow. Clever, yes, but hardly significant. And didn't he think a trifle noisy? Or had he noticed that? Yes, there was, to be sure, an amusing Celtic strain, not without charm, but unsound. He was not in line with the best modern thought. "I'll take the Barry," said Eugene. Yes, he rather thought that would be better. Well, good day, Mr. He smiled, fumbling again with his cards. Gant. Oh, yes, to be sure, Gant. He held out his plump, limp hand. He did hope Mr. Gant would call on him. Perhaps he'd be able to advise him on some of the little problems that, he knew, were constantly cropping up during the first year. Above all, he mustn't get discouraged. Yes, sir, said Eugene, backing feverishly to the door. When he felt the open space behind him, he fell through it and vanished. Anyway, he thought grimly, I've read all the damned Barrys. I'll write the damned report for him, and damned well read what I damn well please. God save our king and queen. He had courses besides in chemistry, mathematics, Greek, and Latin. He worked hard and with interest at his Latin. His instructor was a tall, shaven man with a yellow, saturnine face. He parted his scant hair cleverly in such a way as to suggest horns. His lips were always twisted in a satanic smile. His eyes gleamed sideward with heavy, malicious humor. Eugene had great hopes of him. When the boy arrived, panting and breakfastless, a moment after the class had settled to order, the satanic professor would greet him with elaborate irony. Ah, there, Brother Gant, just in time for church again. Have you slept well? The class roared its appreciation of these subtleties, and later, in an expectant pause, he would deepen his arched brows portentously, stare up mockingly under his bushy eyebrows at his expectant audience, and say in a deep, sardonic voice, "And now I am going to request Brother Gant to favor us with one of his polished and scholarly translations." These heavy jibes were hard to bear because of all the class, 24 or more. Brother Gant was the only one to prepare his work without the aid of a printed translation. He worked hard on Livy and Tacitus, going over the lesson several times until he had dug out a smooth and competent reading of his own. This he was stupid enough to deliver in downright fashion, without hesitation, or a skillfully affected doubt here and there. For his pains and honesty he was handsomely rewarded by the amateur diabolist. The lean smile would deepen as the boy read. The man would lift his eyes significantly to the grinning class, and when it was over he would say, "Bravo, Brother Gant! Excellent! Splendid! You are riding a good pony, but a little too smoothly, my boy. You ride a little too well." The class sniggered heavily. When he could stand it no longer, he sought the man out one day after the class. "See here, sir, see here," he began in a voice choking with fury and exasperation. "Sir, I assure you—" He thought of all the grinning apes in the class, palming off profitably their stolen translations, and he could not go on. The devil's disciple was not a bad man. He was only, like most men who pride themselves on their astuteness, a foolish one. "Nonsense, Mr. Gant," said he kindly. "You don't think you can fool me on a translation, do you? It's all right with me, you know," he continued, grinning. "If you'd rather ride a pony than do your own work, I'll give you a passing grade, so long as you do it well." "But—" Eugene began explosively. "But I think it's a pity, Mr. Gant," said the professor gravely, "that you're willing to slide along this way. See here, my boy, you're capable of doing first-rate work, I can see that. Why don't you make an effort? Why don't you buckle down and really study after this?" Eugene stared at the man with tears of anger in his eyes. He sputtered, but could not speak. But suddenly, as he looked down into the knowing leer, the perfect and preposterous injustice of the thing, like a caricature, overcame him. He burst into an explosive laugh of rage and amusement, which the teacher, no doubt, accepted as confession. "Well, what do you say?" he asked. "Will you try?" "All right, yes!" the boy yelled. "I'll try it." He bought at once a copy of the translation used by the class. Thereafter, when he read, faltering prettily here and there over a phrase, until his instructor should come to his aid, the satanic professor listened gravely and attentively, nodding his head in approval from time to time, and saying with great satisfaction when he had finished, "Good, Mr. Gant, very good. That shows what a little real work will do." And privately he would say, "You see the difference, don't you? I knew at once when you stopped using that pony. Your translation is not so smooth, but it's your own now. You're doing good work, my boy, and you're getting something out of it. It's worth it, isn't it?" "Yes," said Eugene gratefully, "it certainly is." By far the most distinguished of his teachers this first year was Mr. Edward Pettigrew Buck Benson, the Greek professor. Buck Benson was a little man in the middle 40s, a bachelor, somewhat dandified, but old-fashioned in his dress. He wore wing collars, large plump cravats, and suede-topped shoes. His hair was thick, heavily grayed, beautifully kept. His face was courteously pugnacious, fierce, with large yellow bulging eyeballs and several bulldog pleatings around the mouth. It was an altogether handsome ugliness. His voice was low, lazy, pleasant, with an indolent drawl, but without changing its pace or its inflection he could flay a victim with as cruel a tongue as ever wagged, and in the next moment wipe out hostility, restore affection, heal all wounds by the same agency. His charm was enormous. Among the students he was the subject for comical speculation. In their myths they made of him a passionate and sophisticated lover, and his midget cycle car, which bounded like an overgrown toy around the campus, the scene of many romantic seductions. He was a good Grecian, an elegant, indolent scholar. Under his instruction Eugene began to read Homer. The boy knew little grammar. He had learned little at Leonard's. But since he had had the bad judgment to begin Greek under someone other than Buck Benson thought he knew even less than he did. He studied desperately, but the bitter dyspeptic gaze of the elegant little man frightened him into halting, timorous, clumsy performances. And as he proceeded, with thumping heart and tremulous voice, Buck Benson's manner would become more and more weary, until finally, dropping his book, he would drawl, "Mr. Gant, you make me so damn mad I could throw you out the window." But on the examination he gave an excellent performance, and translated from sight beautifully. He was saved. Buck Benson commended his paper publicly with lazy astonishment, and gave him a fair grade. Thereafter they slipped quickly into an easier relation. By spring he was reading Euripides with some confidence. But that which remained most vividly later in the drowning years, which cover away so much of beauty, was the vast sea surge of Homer, which beat in his brain, his blood, his pulses, as did the sea sound in Gant's parlor shells, when first he heard it, to the slowly pacing feet, and the hexametrical drawl of Buck Benson, the lost, last weary son of Hellas. Dueni de Calangi Genet, Argerio Beoyo. Above the whistle's shriek, the harsh scream of the wheel, the riveter's tattoo, the vast long music endures and ever shall. What dissonance can quench it? What jangling violence can disturb or conquer it, entombed in our flesh when we were young, remembered like the apple tree, the singing, and the gold? End of section 33.
Section 34 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 29, Part 1. Before his first year was ended, the boy had changed his lodging 4 or 5 times. He finished the year living alone in a big, bare, carpetless room, an existence rare at Pulpit Hill, where the students, with very few exceptions, lived 2 or 3 to a room. In that room began a physical isolation, hard enough to bear at first, which later became indispensable to him, mind and body. He had come to Pulpit Hill with Hugh Barton, who met him at Exeter and drove him over in the big roadster. After his registration, he had secured lodging quickly at the house of an Altamont widow whose son was a student. Hugh Barton looked relieved and departed, hoping to reach home and his bride by nightfall. With fine enthusiasm but poor judgment, Eugene paid the widow 2 months in advance. Her name was Bradley. She was a flabby, petulant woman with a white face and heart disease, but her food was excellent. Mrs. Bradley's student son answered to his initial letters, G.T. G.T. Bradley, a member of the sophomore class, was a surly, scowling youth of 19, a mixture in equal parts of servility and insolence. His chief but thwarted ambition was to be elected to membership in a fraternity. Having failed to win recognition by the exercise of his natural talents, he was driven by an extraordinary possession that fame and glory would come to him if he were known as the slave driver of a number of freshmen. But these tactics, tried on Eugene, produced at once defiance and resentment. Their hostility was bitter. G.T. set himself to thwart and ruin the beginnings of the boy's university life. He trapped him into public blunders and solicited audiences to witness his humiliation. He wheedled his confidence and betrayed it. But there is a final mockery, an ultimate treachery that betrays us into shame. Our capacity for villainy, like all our other capacities, is so small. The day came when Eugene was free from bondage. He was free to leave the widow's house of sorrow. G.T. approached him, scowling diffidently. "I hear you're leaving us, Gene," he said. "Yes," said Eugene. "Is it because of the way I've acted?" "Yes," said Eugene. "You take things too seriously, Gene," he said. "Yes," said Eugene. "I don't want you to go having hard feelings, Gene. Let's shake hands and be friends." He thrust his hand out stiffly. Eugene looked at the hard, weak face, the furtive, unhappy eyes casting about for something they might call their own. The thick black hair was plastered stiff with grease. He saw white points of dandruff at the roots. There was an odor of talcum powder. He had been born and nourished in the body of his white-faced mother for what? To lap the scornful stroking fingers of position, to fawn miserably before an emblem. Eugene had a moment of nausea. "Let's shake hands, Gene," said the boy once more, waggling his outthrust fingers. "No," said Eugene. "You don't hate me, do you?" whined G.T. "No," said Eugene. He had a moment of pity, of sickness. He forgave because it was necessary to forget. Eugene lived in a small world, but its ruins for him were actual. His misfortunes were trifling, but their effect upon his spirit was deep and calamitous. He withdrew deeply and scornfully into his cell. He was friendless, whipped with scorn and pride. He set his face blindly against all the common united life around him. It was during this bitter and desperate autumn that Eugene first met Jim Trivett. Jim Trivett, the son of a rich tobacco farmer in the eastern part of the state, was a good-tempered young tough of 20 years. He was a strong, rather foul-looking boy with a coarse, protruding mouth, full-meated and slightly ajar, constantly rayed with a faint, loose smile and blotted at the corner with a brown smear of tobacco juice. He had bad teeth. His hair was light brown, dry and unruly. It stuck out in large, untidy mats. He was dressed in the last cheap extreme of the dreadful fashion of the time. Skin-tight trousers that ended an inch above his Oxford shoes, exposing an inch of clocked hose, a bob-tailed coat belted in across his kidneys, large striped collars of silk. Under his coat he wore a big sweater with high school numerals. Jim Trivett lived with several other students from his community in a lodging house near Mrs. Bradley's, but closer to the west gate of the university. There were 4 young men banded together for security and companionship in 2 untidy rooms heated to a baking dryness by small cast-iron stoves. They made constant preparations for study, but they never studied. One would enter sternly, announcing that he had a hell of a day tomorrow, and begin the most minute preparations for a long contest with his books. He would sharpen his pencils carefully and deliberately, adjust his lamp, replenish the red-hot stove, move his chair, put on an eye shade, clean his pipe, stuff it carefully with tobacco, light, relight, and empty it, then, with an expression of profound relief, hear a rapping on his door. "Come in the house, goddammit," he would roar hospitably. "Hello, Gene. Pull up a chair, son, and sit down," said Tom Grant. He was a thickly built boy, gaudily dressed. He had a low forehead, black hair, and a kind, stupid, indolent temper. "Have you been working?" "Hell yes," shouted Jim Trivett. "I've been working like a son of a bitch." "God," said Tom Grant, turning slowly to look at him. "Boy, you're going to choke to death on one of those some day." He shook his head slowly and sadly, then continued with a rough laugh. "If old man Trivett knew what you were doing with his money, damn if he wouldn't bust a gut." "Gene," said Jim Trivett, "what the hell do you know about this damned English anyway?" "What he doesn't know about it," said Tom Grant, "you could write out on the back of a postage stamp. Old man Sanford thinks you're hell, Gene." "I thought you had Torrington," said Jim Trivett. "No," said Eugene. "I wasn't English enough. Young and crude. I changed, thank God. What is it you want, Jim?" he asked. "I've got a long paper to write." "I don't know what to write about," said Jim Trivett. "What do you want me to do? Write it for you?" "Yes," said Jim Trivett. "Write your own damn paper," said Eugene with mimic toughness. "I won't do it for you. I'll help you if I can." "When are you going to let Hardboy take you to Exeter?" said Tom Grant, winking at Jim Trivett. Eugene flushed, making a defensive answer. "I'm ready to go any time he is," he said uneasily. "Look here, Legs," said Jim Trivett, grinning loosely. "Do you really want to go with me, or are you just bluffing?" "I'll go with you. I've told you I'd go with you," Eugene said angrily. He trembled a little. Tom Grant grinned slyly at Jim Trivett. "It'll make a man of you, Gene," he said. "Boy, it'll sure put hair on your chest." He laughed, not loudly, but uncontrollably, shaking his head as at some secret thought. Jim Trivett's loose smile widened. He spat into the woodbox. "God," he said, "they'll think spring is here when they see old Legs. They'll need a step-ladder to get at him." Tom Grant was shaken with hard, fat laughter. "They sure God will," he said. "Well, what about it, Gene?" Jim Trivett demanded suddenly. "Is it a go? Saturday?" "Suits me," said Eugene. When he had gone, they grinned thirstily at each other for a moment, the pleased corrupters of chastity. "Pshaw," said Tom Grant. "You oughtn't to do that, hard boy. You're leading the boy astray." "I'm not going to hurt him," said Jim Trivett. "It'll be good for him." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, grinning. "Wait a minute," whispered Jim Trivett. "I think this is the place." They had turned away from the center of the dreary tobacco town. For a quarter of an hour they had walked briskly through drab autumnal streets, descending finally a long rutted hill that led them past a thinning squalor of cheap houses almost to the outskirts. It was 3 weeks before Christmas. The foggy air was full of menace. There was a brooding quietness, broken by far small sounds. They turned into a sordid little road, unpaved, littered on both sides with Negro shacks and the dwellings of poor whites. It was a world of rickets. The road was unlighted. Their feet stirred dryly through fallen leaves. They paused before a 2-story frame house. A lamp burned dimly behind lowered yellow shades, casting a murky pollen out upon the smoky air. "Wait a minute," said Jim Trivett in a low voice. "I'll find out." They heard scuffling steps through the leaves. In a moment, a Negro man prowled up. "Hello, John," said Jim Trivett, almost inaudibly. "Evenin', boss," the Negro answered wearily, but in the same tone. "We're looking for Lily Jones' house," said Jim Trivett. "Is this it?" "Yes, sah," said the Negro. "Dis is it." Eugene leaned against a tree, listening to their quiet conspiratorial talk. The night, vast and listening, gathered about him its evil, attentive consciousness. His lips were cold and trembled. He thrust a cigarette between them and, shivering, turned up the thick collar of his overcoat. "Does Miss Lily know you're comin'?" the Negro asked. "No," said Jim Trivett. "Do you know her?" "Yes, sah," said the Negro. "I'll go up dar wid you." Eugene waited in the shadow of the tree while the 2 men went up to the house. They avoided the front veranda and went around to the side. The Negro rapped gently at a latticed door. There were always latticed doors. Why? He waited, saying farewell to himself. He stood over his life, he felt, with lifted assassin blade. He was mired to his neck, inextricably in complication. There was no escape. There had been a faint, closed noise from the house, voices and laughter, and the cracked, hoarse tone of an old phonograph. The sound stopped quickly as the Negro rapped. The shabby house seemed to listen. In a moment a hinge creaked stealthily. He caught the low, startled blur of a woman's voice. "Who is it? Who?" In another moment Jim Trivett returned to him and said quietly, "It's all right, Gene. Come on." He slipped a coin into the Negro's hand, thanking him. Eugene looked for a moment into the black, broad friendliness of the man's face. He had a flash of warmth through his cold limbs. The black bald had done his work eagerly and kindly. Over their bought, unlovely loves lay the warm shadow of his affection. They ascended the path quietly and, mounting 2 or 3 steps, went in under the latticed door. A woman stood beside it, holding it open. When they had entered, she closed it securely. Then they crossed the little porch and entered the house. They found themselves in a little hall which cleft the width of the house. A smoky lamp, wicked low, cast its dim circle into the dark. An uncarpeted stair mounted to the 2nd floor. There were 2 doors both to left and right, and an accordion hat rack on which hung a man's battered felt hat. Jim Trivett embraced the woman immediately, grinning and fumbling in her breast. "Hello, Lily," he said. "God." She smiled crudely and continued to peer at Eugene, curious at what the maw of night had thrown into her. Then, turning to Jim Trivett with a coarse laugh, she said, "Lord a mercy, any woman that gets him will have to cut off some of them legs." "I'd like to see him with Thelma," said Jim Trivett, grinning. Lily Jones laughed hoarsely. The door to the right opened, and Thelma, a small woman, slightly built, came out, followed by high, empty, yokel laughter. Jim Trivett embraced her affectionately. "My God," said Thelma in a tinny voice, "what have we got here?" She thrust out her sharp, renny face and studied Eugene insolently. "I brought you a new beau, Thelma," said Jim Trivett. "Ain't he the lankiest feller you ever seen?" said Lily Jones impersonally. "How tall are you, son?" she added, addressing him in a kind drawl. He winced a little. I don't know, he said. I think about 6'3". He's more than that, said Thelma positively. He's 7 foot taller, I'm a liar. He hasn't measured since last week, said Jim Trivett. He can't be sure about it. He's young, too, said Lily, staring at him intently. How old are you, son? Eugene turned his pallid face away indefinitely. Why, he croaked, I'm about... He's going on 18, said Jim Trivett loyally. Don't you worry about him. Old Legs knows all the ropes all right. He's a bear cat. I wouldn't kid you. He's been there. He don't look that old, said Lily doubtfully. I wouldn't call him more'n 15 to look at his face. Ain't he got a little face, though? She demanded in a slow, puzzled voice. It's the only one I've got, said Eugene angrily. Sorry I can't change it for a larger one. It looks so funny sticking way up there above you, she went on patiently. Thelma nudged her sharply. That's because he's got a big frame, she said. Legs is all right. When he begins to fill out and put some meat on them bones, he's going to make a big man. You'll be a heartbreaker, sure, Legs, she said harshly, taking his cold hand and squeezing it. In him the ghost, his stranger, turned grievously away. Oh, God, I shall remember, he thought. Well, said Jim Trivett, let's get going. He embraced Thelma again. They fumbled amorously. You go on upstairs, son, said Lily. I'll be up in a minute. The door's open. See you later, Jean, said Jim Trivett. Stay with him, son. He hugged the boy roughly with one arm and went into the room to the left with Thelma. Jean mounted the creaking stairs slowly and entered the room with the open door. A hot mass of coals glowed flamelessly in the hearth. He took off his hat and overcoat and threw them across a wooden bed. Then he sat down tensely in a rocker and leaned forward, holding his trembling fingers to the heat. There was no light save that of the coals, but by their dim, steady glow he could make out the old and ugly wallpaper, stained with long streaks of water rust and scaling, in dry, tattered scrolls here and there. He sat quietly, bent forward, but he shook violently, as with an ague, from time to time. Why am I here? This is not I, he thought. Presently he heard the woman's slow, heavy tread upon the stairs. She entered in a swimming tide of light, bearing a lamp before her. She put the lamp down on a table and turned the wick. He could see her now more plainly. Lily was a middle-aged countrywoman with a broad, heavy figure, unhealthily soft. Her smooth peasant face was mapped with fine little traceries of wrinkles at the corners of the mouth and eyes, as if she had worked much in the sun. She had black hair, coarse and abundant. She was whitely plastered with talcum powder. She was dressed shapelessly in a fresh, loose dress of gingham, unbelted. She was dressed like a housewife, but she conceded to her profession stockings of red silk and slippers of red felt, rimmed with fur, in which she walked with a flat-footed tread. The woman fastened the door and returned to the hearth where the boy was now standing. He embraced her with feverish desire, fondling her with his long, nervous hands. Indecisively, he sat in the rocker and drew her down clumsily on his knee. She yielded her kisses with the coy and frigid modesty of the provincial harlot, turning her mouth away. She shivered as his cold hands touched her. You're cold as ice, son, she said. What's the matter? She chaffed him with rough, embarrassed professionalism. In a moment, she rose impatiently. Let's get started, she said. Where's my money? He thrust 2 crumpled bills into her hand. Then he lay down beside her. He trembled, unnerved and impotent. Passion was extinct in him. The massed coals caved in the hearth. The lost, bright wonder died. When he went downstairs, he found Jim Trivett waiting in the hall, holding Thelma by the hand. Lily led them out quietly, after peering through the lattice into the fog and listening for a moment. Be quiet, she whispered. There's a man across the street. They've been watching us lately. Come again, Slats, Thelma murmured, pressing his hand. They went out softly, treading gently until they reached the road. The fog had thickened. The air was saturated with fine, stinging moisture. At the corner, in the glare of the street lamp, Jim Trivett released his breath with loud relief and stepped forward boldly. "Damn," he said, "I thought you were never coming. What were you trying to do with that woman, Legs?" Then, noting the boy's face, he added quickly, with warm concern, "What's the matter, Gene? Don't you feel good?" "Wait a minute," said Eugene thickly. "Be all right." He went to the curb and vomited into the gutter. Then he straightened, mopping his mouth with a handkerchief. "How do you feel?" asked Jim Trivett. "Better?" "Yes," said Eugene. "I'm all right now." "Why didn't you tell me you were sick?" said Jim Trivett chidingly. "Came on all of a sudden," said Eugene. He added, presently, "I think it was something I ate at that damn Greek's tonight." "I felt all right," said Jim Trivett. "A cup of coffee will fix you up," he added with cheerful conviction. They mounted the hill slowly. The light from winking corner lamps fell with a livid stare across the fronts of the squalid houses. "Jim," said Eugene after a moment's pause. "Yes, what is it?" "Don't say anything about my getting sick," he said awkwardly. Surprised, Jim Trivett stared at him. "Why not?" "There's nothing in that," he said. "Pshaw, boy. Anyone's likely to get sick." "Yes, I know, but I'd rather you wouldn't." "Oh, all right, I won't. Why should I?" said Jim Trivett. Eugene was haunted by his own lost ghost. He knew it to be irrecoverable. For 3 days he avoided everyone. The brand of his sin, he felt, was on him. He was published by every gesture, by every word. His manner grew more defiant, his greeting to life more unfriendly. He clung more closely to Jim Trivett, drawing a sad pleasure from his coarse, loyal praise. His unappeased desire began to burn anew. It conquered his bodily disgust and made new pictures. At the end of the week he went again, alone, to Exeter. No more of him, he felt, could be lost. This time he sought out Thelma. When he went home for Christmas, his loins were black with vermin. The great body of the state lay like a barren giant below the leaden reek of the skies. The train roared on across the vast lift of the Piedmont. At night, as he lay in his berth, in a diseased coma, it crawled up into the great fortress of the hills. Dimly he saw their wintry bulk, with its bleak foresting. Below a trestle, silent as a dream, a white rope of water coiled between its frozen banks. His sick heart lifted in the haunting eternity of the hills. He was hill-born. But at dawn, as he came down from the cars with the band of returning students, his depression revived. The huddle of cheap buildings at the station seemed meaner and nearer than ever before. The hills above the station flats, with their cheap, propped houses, had the unnatural closeness of a vision. The silent square seemed to have rushed together during his absence, and as he left the car and descended the street to Dixieland, it was as if he devoured Toy Town distances with the giant stride. The Christmas was gray and chill. Helen was not there to give it warmth. Gant and Eliza felt the depression of her absence. Ben came and went like a ghost. Luke was not coming home, and he himself was sick with shame and loss. He did not know where to turn. He paced his chill room at night, muttering, until Eliza's troubled face appeared above her wrapper. His father was gentler, older than he had ever seen him. His pain had returned on him. He was absent and sorrowful. He talked perfunctorily with his son about college. Speech choked in Eugene's throat. He stammered a few answers and fled from the house in the vacant fear in Gant's eyes. He walked prodigiously, day and night, in an effort to command his own fear. He believed himself to be rotting with a leprosy, and there was nothing to do but rot. There was no cure, for such had been the instruction of the moralists of his youth. He walked with aimless desperation, unable to quiet for a moment his restless limbs. He went up on the eastern hills that rose behind Niggertown. A winter's sun labored through the mist. Low on the meadows and high on the hills, the sunlight lay on the earth like milk. He stood looking. A shaft of hope cut through the blackness of his spirit. I will go to my brother, he thought. He found Ben still in bed at Woodson Street, smoking. He closed the door, then spun wildly about as if caged. In God's name, Ben cried angrily, have you gone crazy? What's wrong with you? I'm sick, he gasped. What's the matter? Where have you been? Asked Ben sharply. He sat up in bed. I've been with a woman, said Eugene. Sit down, Jean, said Ben quietly after a moment. Don't be a little idiot. You're not going to die, you know. When did this happen? The boy blurted out his confession. Ben got up and put on his clothes. Come on, he said, we'll go see McGuire. As they walked townward, he tried to talk, explaining himself in babbling, incoherent spurts. It was like this, he began. If I had known, but at the time I didn't. Of course, I know it was my own fault Oh, for God's sake, said Ben impatiently. Dry up. I don't want to hear about it. I'm not your damned guardian angel. The news was comforting. So many people, after our fall from grace, are. They mounted to the wide, dark corridor of the doctors and surgeons, with its sharp excitement of medical smells. McGuire's anteroom was empty. Ben rapped at the inner door. McGuire opened it. He pulled away the wet cigarette that was plastered on his heavy lip to greet them. Hello, Ben. Hello, son, he barked, seeing Eugene. When'd you get back? He thinks he's dying of galloping consumption, McGuire, said Ben with a jerk of his head. You may be able to do something to prolong his life. What's the matter, son? Said McGuire. Eugene gulped dryly, craning his livid face. If you don't mind, he croaked, see you alone. He turned desperately from his brother. You stay here. Don't want you with me. I don't want to go with you, said Ben surlily. I've got troubles enough of my own. Eugene followed McGuire's burly figure into the office. McGuire closed the door and sat down heavily at his littered desk. Sit down, son, he commanded, and tell me about it. He lit a cigarette and stuck it daftly on his wet lip. He glanced keenly at the boy, noting his contorted face. Take your time, son, he said kindly, and control yourself. Whatever it is, it's probably not as bad as you think. It was this way, Eugene began in a low voice. I've made a mistake. I know that. I'm willing to take my medicine. I'm not making any excuses for what has happened. His voice rose sharply. He got halfway out of his chair and began to pound fiercely upon the untidy desk. I'm putting the blame on no one. Do you understand that? McGuire turned a bloated, bewildered face slowly upon his patient. His wet cigarette sagged comically from his half-opened mouth. Do I understand what? He said. See here, Jean. What the hell are you driving at? I'm no Sherlock Holmes, you know. I'm your doctor. Spit it out. The boy answered with a bitter, writhen face. What I've done, he said dramatically, thousands have done. Oh, I know they may pretend not to, but they do. You're a doctor, you know that. People high up in society, too. I'm one of the unlucky ones. I got caught. Why am I any worse than they are? Why? He continued rhetorically. I think I catch your drift, said McGuire dryly. Let's have a look, son. Eugene obeyed feverishly, still declaiming. Why should I bear the stigma for what others get away with? Hypocrites. A crowd of damned, dirty, whining hypocrites. That's what they are. The double standard. Ha! Where's the justice? Where's the honor of that? Why should I be blamed for what people in high society... McGuire lifted his big head from its critical stare and barked comically. Who's blaming you? You don't think you're the first one who ever had this sort of trouble, do you? There's nothing wrong with you anyway. Can you cure me? Eugene asked. No, you're incurable, son, said McGuire. He scrawled a few hieroglyphics on a prescription pad. Give this to the druggist, he said, and be a little more careful hereafter of the company you keep. People in high society, eh? He grinned. So, that's where you've been? The great weight of blood and tears had lifted completely out of the boy's heart, leaving him dizzily buoyant, wild, half-conscious only of his rushing words. He opened the door and went into the outer room. Ben got up quickly and nervously. Well, he said, how much longer has he got to live? Seriously, in a low voice, he added, There's nothing wrong with him, is there? No, said McGuire. I think he's a little off his nut. but then you all are. When they came out on the street again, Ben said, "Have you had anything to eat?" "No," said Eugene. "When did you eat last?" "Sometime yesterday," said Eugene. "I don't remember." "You damned fool," Ben muttered. "Come on, let's eat." The idea became very attractive. The world was washed pleasantly in the milky winter sunshine. The town, under the stimulus of the holidays and the returning students, had wakened momentarily from its winter torpor. Warm, brisk currents of life seethed over the pavements. He walked along at Ben's side with a great bounding stride, unable to govern the expanding joy that rose yeastily in him. Finally, as he turned in on the busy avenue, he could restrain himself no longer. He leaped high in the air with a yelp of ecstasy. "Squee!" "You little idiot," Ben cried sharply. "Are you crazy?" He scowled fiercely, then turned to the roaring passers-by with a thin smile. "Hang on to him, Ben," yelled Jim Pollock. He was a deadly little man, waxen and smiling under a black mustache, the chief compositor, a socialist. "If you cut off his damn big feet," said Ben, "he'd go up like a balloon." They went into the big, new lunchroom and sat at one of the tables. "What's yours?" said the waiter. "A cup of coffee and a piece of mince pie," said Ben. "I'll take the same," said Eugene. "Eat," said Ben fiercely. "Eat." Eugene studied the card thoughtfully. "Bring me some veal cutlets breaded with tomato sauce," he said, "and a side order of hash brown potatoes, a dish of creamed carrot and peas, and a plate of hot biscuits. Also a cup of coffee." End of section 34.
Section 35 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 29, Part 2. Eugene got back his heart again. He got it back fiercely and carelessly, with an eldritch wildness. During the remainder of his holiday, he plunged recklessly through the lively crowds, looking boldly but without insolence at the women and young girls. They grew unexpectedly out of the waste, drear winter like splendid flowers. He was eager and alone. Fear is a dragon that lives among crowds and in armies. It lives hardly with men who are alone. He felt released beyond the last hedge of desperation. Freed and alone, he looked with a boding detachment at all the possessed and possessing world about him. Life hung for his picking fingers like a strange and bitter fruit. They, the great clan huddled there behind the stockade for warmth and safety, could hunt him down some day and put him to death. He thought they would. But he was not now afraid. He was content, if only the struggle might be fruitful. He looked among the crowds printed with the mark of his danger, seeking that which he might desire and take. He went back to the university, sealed up against the taunts of the young men. In the hot green Pullman they pressed about him with thronging jibe, but they fell back sharply as fiercely he met them with constraint. There came and sat beside him Tom French, his handsome face vested in the hard insolence of money. He was followed by his court jester Roy Duncan, the slave with the high, hard cackle. "Hello, Gant," said Tom French harshly. "Been to Exeter lately?" Scowling, he winked at grinning Roy. "Yes," said Eugene, "I've been there lately, and I'm on my way there now. What's it to you, French?" Discomfited by this hard defiance, the rich man's son drew back. "We hear you're steppin' out among them, Gene," said Roy Duncan, cackling. "Who's we?" said Eugene. "Who's them?" "They say," said Tom French, "that you're as pure as the flowing sewer." "If I need cleaning," said Eugene, "I can always use the Gold Dust Twins, can't I?" French and Duncan, the gold dust twins, who never do any work. The cluster of grinning students, the young, impartial brutes, who had gathered above them on the seats back and front, laughed loudly. That's right, that's right. Talk to them, Gene," said Zeno Cochran softly. He was a tall lad of 20, slender and powerful, with the grace of a running horse. He had punted against the wind for 80 yards in the Yale Bowl. He was a handsome fellow, soft-spoken and kindly, with the fearless gentleness of the athlete. Confused and angry with sullen boastfulness, Tom French said, "Nobody has anything on me. I've been too slick for them. Nobody knows anything about me." "You mean," said Eugene, "that everyone knows all about you, and nobody wants to know anything about you." The crowd laughed. "Wow," said Jimmy Revell. "What about that, Tom?" he asked challengingly. He was very small and plump, the son of a carpenter, offensively worthy, working his way through college by various schemes. He was a kidder, an egger-on, finding excuse for his vulgarity and malice in a false and loud good humor. Eugene turned quietly on Tom French. "Stop it," he said. "Don't go on because the others are listening. I don't think it's funny. I don't like it. I don't like you. I want you to leave me alone now. Do you hear?" "Come on," said Roy Duncan, rising. "Leave him alone, Tom. He can't take a joke. He takes things too seriously." They left him. Unperturbed, relieved, he turned his face toward the vast, bleak earth, gray and hoary in the iron grip of winter. Winter ended. The sleety, frozen earth began to soften under thaw and the rain. The town and campus paths were dreary trenches of mud and slime. The cold rain fell. The grass shot up in green, wet patches. He hurtled down the campus lanes, bounding along like a kangaroo, leaping high at the lower boughs to clip a budding twig with his teeth. He cried loudly in his throat, a whinnying squeal, the centaur cry of man or beast, trying to unburden its overladen heart in one blast of pain and joy and passion. At other times he slouched by, depressed by an unaccountable burden of weariness and dejection. He lost count of the hours. He had no sense of time, no regular periods for sleep, work, or recreation, although he attended his classes faithfully and ate with fair regularity by compulsion of dining hall or boarding house schedules. The food was abundant, coarse, greasily, and badly cooked. It was very cheap. At the college commons, $12 a month. At the boarding houses, $15. He ate at the commons for a month. His interest in food was too profound and too intelligent to stand it longer. The commons was housed in a large bleak building of white brick. It was called officially Stiggins Hall, but in the more descriptive epithet of the students, the sty. He went to see Helen and Hugh Barton several times. They lived 35 miles away at Sydney, the state capital. It was a town of 30,000 people, sleepy with quiet, leafy pavements, and a capital square in the center with radial streets. At the head of the main street, across from the Capitol, a brown, weathered building of lichened stone, was a cheap motel, the largest and most notorious brothel in town. There were also 3 denominational colleges for young women. The Bartons had rented quarters in an old house on the street above the governor's mansion. They lived in 3 or 4 rooms on the ground floor. It was to Sydney that Gant had come, a young man from Baltimore, on his slow drift to the south. It was in Sydney that he had first started business for himself, and conceived, from the loss of his first investments, his hatred of property. It was in Sydney that he had met and wedded the sainted Cynthia, the tubercular spinstress who had died within 2 years of their marriage. Their father's great ghost haunted them. It brooded over the town, above the scouring oblivion of the years that wipes all trace of us away. Together they hunted down into the mean streets until they stood at length before a dreary shop on the skirts of the Negro district. "This must be it," she said. "His shop stood here. It's gone now." She was silent a moment. Poor old papa! She turned her wet eyes away. There was no mark of his great hand on this bleak world. No vines grew round the houses. That part of him which had lived here was buried with a dead woman below the long, gray tide of the years. They stood quietly, frightened, in that strange place, waiting to hear the summons of his voice, with expectant unbelief, as someone looking for the God in Brooklyn. In April the nation declared war on Germany. Before the month was out, all the young men at Pulpit Hill who were eligible, those who were 21, were going into service. At the gymnasium he watched the doctors examine them, envying them the careless innocence with which they stripped themselves naked. They threw off their clothes in indifferent heaps and stood, laughing and certain, before the doctors. They were clean-limbed, sound and white of tooth, graceful and fast in their movements. The fraternity men joined first, those merry and extravagant snobs of whom he had never known, but who now represented for him the highest reach of urbane and aristocratic life. He had seen them, happy and idle, on the wide verandas of their chapter houses, those temples where the last and awful rites of initiation were administered. He had seen them always together, and from the herd of the uninitiated always apart, laughing over their mail at the post office, or gambling for black cows at the drugstore. And with a stab of failure, with regret, with pain at his social deficiency, he had watched their hot campaigns for the favor of some desirable freshman, someone vastly more elegant than himself, someone with blood and with money. They were only the sons of the little rich men, the lords of the village and county, but as he saw them go so surely, with such laughing unconstraint, in well-cut clothes, well-groomed, well-brushed, among the crowd of humbler students, who stiffened awkwardly with peasant hostility and constraint, they were the flower of chivalry, the sons of the mansion house. They were Sydney, Raleigh, Nashville, and now, like gentlemen, they were going to war. The gymnasium was thick with the smell of steam and of sweating men coming into the showers from the playing fields. Washed with open shirt, Eugene walked slowly away into the green, budding shade of the campus, companioned by an acquaintance, Ralph Hendricks. "Look," said Ralph Hendricks in a low, angry tone. "Look at that, will you?" He nodded toward a group of students ahead. "That little horse's neck is booting the deeks all over the campus." Eugene looked, then turned to examine the bitter, common face beside him. Every Saturday night, after the meeting of the Literary Society, Ralph Hendricks went to the drugstore and bought 2 cheap cigars. He had bent, narrow shoulders, a white, knobby face, and a low forehead. He spoke in a monotonous, painful drawl. His father was foreman in a cotton mill. "They're all horses' necks," he said. "They can go to hell before I'll boot to get in." "Yes," said Eugene. But he wanted to get in. He wanted to be urbane and careless. He wanted to wear well-cut clothes. He wanted to be a gentleman. He wanted to go to war. On the central campus, several students, who had been approved by the examining board, descended from the old dormitories, bearing packed valises. They turned down under the trees, walking toward the village street. From time to time they threw up an arm in farewell. "So long, boys. See you in Berlin." The shining and dividing sea was closer and not so wide. He read a great deal, but at random, for pleasure. He read Defoe, Smollett, Sterne, and Fielding, the fine salt of the English novel lost, during the reign of the widow of Windsor, beneath an ocean of tea and molasses. He read the tales of Boccaccio, and all that remained of a tattered copy of the Heptameron. At Buck Benson's suggestion, he read Murray's Euripides, At the time he was reading the Greek text of the Alcestis, noblest and loveliest of all the myths of love and death. He saw the grandeur of the Prometheus fable, but the fable moved him more than the play of Aeschylus. In fact, Aeschylus he found sublime and dull. He could not understand his great reputation. Rather, he could. He was literature, a writer of masterpieces. He was almost as great a bore as Cicero, that windy old moralist who came out so boldly in favor of old age and friendship. Sophocles was an imperial poet. He spoke like God among flashes of lightning. The Oedipus Rex is not only one of the greatest plays in the world, it is one of the greatest stories. This story, perfect, inevitable, and fabulous, wreaked upon him the nightmare coincidence of destiny. It held him bird-like before its great snake eye of wisdom and horror. And Euripides, whatever the disparagement of pedantry, he thought one of the greatest lyrical singers in all poetry. He liked all weird fable and wild invention, in prose or verse, from the Golden Ass to Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the chief prince of the moon and magic. But he liked the fabulous wherever he found it, and for whatever purpose. The best fabulous have often been the greatest satirists. Satire, as with Aristophanes, Voltaire, and Swift, is a high and subtle art, quite beyond the barnyard snipings and wholesale geese slaughterings of the present degenerate age. Great satire needs the sustenance of great fable. Swift's power of invention is incomparable. There is no better fabulist in the world. He read Poe's stories, Frankenstein, and the plays of Lord Dunsany. He read Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and the Book of Tobit. He did not want his ghosts and marvels explained. Magic was magic. He wanted old ghosts, not Indian ghosts, but ghosts in armor, the spirits of old kings and pillioned ladies with high-coned hats. Then, for the first time, he thought of the lonely earth he dwelt on. Suddenly it was strange to him that he should read Euripides there in the wilderness. Around him lay the village. Beyond, the ugly rolling land, sparse with cheap farmhouses. Beyond all this, America. More land, more wooden houses, more towns, hard and raw and ugly. He was reading Euripides, and all around him a world of white and black was eating fried food. He was reading of ancient sorceries and old ghosts. But did an old ghost ever come to haunt this land? The ghost of Hamlet's father, in Connecticut, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night between Bloomington and Portland, Maine. He felt suddenly the devastating impermanence of the nation. Only the earth endured, the gigantic American earth bearing upon its awful breast a world of flimsy rickets. Only the earth endured, this broad, terrific earth that had no ghosts to haunt it. Stogged in the desert, half broken and overthrown, among the columns of lost temples strewn, there was no ruined image of Menkora, there was no alabaster head of Akhenaton. Nothing had been done in stone, only this earth endured, upon whose lonely breast he read Euripides. Within its hills he had been held a prisoner. Upon its plain he walked, alone, a stranger. O God, O God! We have been an exile in another land, and a stranger in our own. The mountains were our masters. They went home to our eye and our heart before we came to 5. Whatever we can do or say must be forever hill-bound. Our senses have been fed by our terrific land. Our blood has learned to run to the imperial pulse of America, which, leaving, we can never lose and never forget. We walked along a road in Cumberland and stooped, because the sky hung down so low. And when we ran away from London, we went by little rivers in a land just big enough. And nowhere that we went was far. The earth and the sky were close and near, and the old hunger returned, the terrible and obscure hunger that haunts and hurts Americans, and that makes us exiles at home and strangers wherever we go. Eliza visited Helen in Sydney in the spring. The girl was quieter, sadder, more thoughtful than she had ever been. She was subdued by the new life, chastened by her obscurity. She missed Gant more than she would confess. She missed the mountain town. "What do you have to pay for this place?" said Eliza, looking around critically. $50 a month, said Helen. "Furnished?" "No, we had to buy furniture." "I tell you what, that's pretty high," said Eliza. "Just for downstairs. I believe rents are lower at home." "Yes, I know it's high," said Helen. "But good heavens, Mamma, do you realize that this is the best neighborhood in town? We're only 2 blocks from the governor's mansion, you know. Mrs. Matthews is no common boarding-house keeper, I can assure you. No, sir," she exclaimed, laughing. "She's a real swell. Goes to all the big functions, and gets in the papers all the time. You know, Hugh and I have got to try and keep up appearances. He's a young man just starting out here." "Yes, I know," Eliza agreed thoughtfully. "How's he been doing?" "O'Toole says he's the best agent he's got," said Helen. "Hugh's all right. We could get along together anywhere, as long as there's no damned family about. It makes me furious at times to see him slaving to feather O'Toole's pockets. He works like a dog. You know, O'Toole gets a commission on every sale he makes, and Mrs. O.T. and those 2 girls ride around in a big car and never turn their hands over. They're Catholics, you know, but they get to go everywhere." "I tell you what," said Eliza with a timid, half-serious smile, "it might not be a bad idea if Hugh became his own boss. There's no use doing it all for the other fellow. Say, child," she exclaimed, "why wouldn't it be a good idea if he tried to get the Altamont agency? I don't believe that fellow they've got is much account. He could get it without trying." There was a pause. "We've been thinking of that," the girl admitted slowly. "Hugh has written in to the main office. Anyway," she said a moment later, "he'd be his own boss. That's something." "Well," said Eliza slowly, "I don't know but what it'd be a good idea. If he works hard, there's no reason why he shouldn't build a good business up. Your papa's been complaining here lately about his trouble. He'd be glad to have you back." She shook her head slowly for a moment. "Child, they didn't do him a bit of good up there. It's all come back." They drove over to Pulpit Hill at Easter for a 2 days' visit. Eliza took him to Exeter and bought him a suit of clothes. "I don't like those skimpy trousers," she told the salesman. "I want something that makes him look more of a man." When he was newly dressed, she puckered her lips, smiling, and said, "Spruce up, boy. Throw your shoulders back. That's one thing about your father. He carries himself straight as an arrow. If you go all humped over like that, you'll have lung trouble before you're 25. "I want you to meet my mother," he said awkwardly to Mr. Joseph Ballantyne, a smooth, pink young man who had been elected president of the freshman class. "You're a good, smart-looking fellow," said Eliza, smiling. "I'll make a trade with you. If you drum up some boarders for me among your friends here in this part of the state, I'll throw in your board free. Here are some of my cards," she added, opening her purse. "You might hand a few of them out if you get a chance, and say a good word for Dixieland in the land of the sky." "Yes, ma'am," said Mr. Ballantyne in a slow, surprised voice. "I certainly will." Eugene turned a hot, distressed face toward Helen. She laughed huskily, ironically, then, turning to the boy, said, "You're welcome at any time, Mr. Ballantyne, boarders or not. We'll always find a place for you." When they were alone, in answer to his stammering and confused protests, she said with an annoyed grin, "Yes, I know, it's pretty bad, but you're away from it most of the time. You're the lucky one. You see what I've had to listen to the last week, don't you? You see, don't you?" When he went home at the end of the year, late in May, he found that Helen and Hugh Barton had preceded him. They were living with Gant at Woodson Street. Hugh Barton had secured the Altamont agency. The town and the nation boiled with patriotic frenzy, violent in a chaotic sprawl to little purpose. The spawn of Attila must be crushed, exterminated, said the Reverend Mr. Smallwood, by the Sons of Freedom. There were loans, bond issues, speech-making, a talk of drafts, and a thin trickle of Yankees into France. Pershing arrived in Paris and said, "Lafayette, we are here." But the French were still looking. Ben went up before the enlistment board and was rejected. Lungs weak, they said quite definitely. No, not tubercular. A tendency. Underweight. He cursed. His face was a little more like a blade, thinner, grayer. The cleft of his skull was deeper. He seemed more alone. Eugene came up into the hills again and found them in their rich young summer glory. Dixieland was partly filled by paying guests. More arrived. Eugene was 16 years old. He was a college man. He walked among the gay crowd of afternoon with a sense of elation, answering the hearty greetings with joy warming to its thoughtless bombast. "They tell me you're batting 1,000 down there, son," yelled Mr. Wood, the plump young pharmacist, who had been told nothing at all. "That's right, boy. Go get 'em." The man passed forward cheerfully up the prosperous glade of his store. Fans droned. After all, Eugene thought, he had not done so badly. He had felt his first wounds. He had not been broken. He had seen love's bitter mystery. He had lived alone. End of section 35. Section 36 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 30, Part 1. There was at Dixieland a girl named Laura James. She was 21 years old. She looked younger. She was there when he came back. Laura was a slender girl of medium height, but looking taller than she was. She was very firmly molded. She seemed fresh and washed and clean. She had thick hair, very straight and blonde, combed in a flat bracelet around her small head. Her face was white with small freckles. Her eyes were soft, candid, cat green. Her nose was a little too large for her face. It was tilted. She was not pretty. She dressed very simply and elegantly in short plaid skirts and waists of knitted silk. She was the only young person at Dixieland. Eugene spoke to her with timid hauteur. He thought her plain and dull, but he began to sit with her on the porch at night. Somehow he began to love her. He did not know that he loved her. He talked to her arrogantly and boastfully as they sat in the wooden porch swing, but he breathed the clean perfume of her marvelous young body. He was trapped in the tender cruelty of her clear green eyes, caught in the subtle net of her smile. Laura James lived in the eastern part of the state, far east even of Pulpit Hill, in a little town built on a salt river of the great coastal plain. Her father was a wealthy merchant, a wholesale provisioner. The girl was an only child. She spent extravagantly. Eugene sat on the porch rail one evening and talked to her. Before, he had only nodded or spoken stiffly a word or two. They began haltingly, aware painfully of gaps in their conversation. "You're from Little Richmond, aren't you?" he said. "Yes," said Laura James. "Do you know anyone from there?" "Yes," said he. "I know John Bynum and a boy named Ficklin. They're from Little Richmond, aren't they?" "Oh, Dave Ficklin. Do you know him?" "Yes, they both go to Pulpit Hill. Do you go there?" "Yes," he said. "That's where I knew them." "Do you know the two Barlow boys? They're Sigma News," said Laura James. He had seen them. They were great swells, football men. "Yes, I know them," he said. "Roy Barlow and Jack Barlow." Do you know Snooks Warren? He's a Kappa Sig. Yes, they call them keg squeezers, said Eugene. What fraternity are you? Said Laura James. I'm not any, he said painfully. I was just a freshman this year. Some of the best friends I have never joined fraternities, said Laura James. They met more and more frequently without arrangement, until by silent consent they met every night upon the porch. Sometimes they walked along the cool, dark streets. Sometimes he squired her clumsily through the town to the movies, and later, with the uneasy pugnacity of youth, past the loafing cluster at Woods. Often he took her to Woodson Street, where Helen secured for him the cool privacy of the veranda. She was very fond of Laura James. She's a nice girl, a lovely girl. I like her. She's not going to take away any beauty prizes, is she? She laughed with a trace of good-natured ridicule. He was displeased. She looks all right, he said. She's not as ugly as you make out. But she was ugly, with a clean, lovely ugliness. Her face was freckled lightly over her nose and mouth. Her features were eager, unconscious, turned upward in irregular pertness. But she was exquisitely made and exquisitely kept. She had the firm young line of spring, budding, slender, virginal. She was like something swift with wings, which hovers in a wood among the feathery trees, suspected, but uncaught, unseen. He tried to live before her in armor. He showed off before her. Perhaps he thought if he were splendid enough, she would not see the ugly disorder and meanness of the world he dwelt in. Across the street, on the wide lawn of the Brunswick, the big brick gabled house that Eliza once had coveted, Mr. Pratt, who crawled in that mean world in which only a boarding-house husband can exist, was watering wide green spaces of lawn with a hose. The flashing water motes gleamed in the red glare of sunset. The red light fell across the shaven, pinched face. It glittered on the buckles of his armbands. Across the walk, on the other lobe of grass, several men and women were playing croquet. There was laughter on the vine-hid porch. Next door, at the Belton, the boarders were assembled on the long porch in bright hash-house chatter. The comedian of the Dixie Ramblers arrived with two chorus girls. He was a little man, with the face of a weasel and no upper teeth. He wore a straw hat with a striped band and a blue shirt and collar. The boarders gathered in around him. In a moment there was shrill laughter. Julius Arthur sped swiftly down the hill, driving his father home. He grinned squintily and flung his arm up in careless greeting. The prosperous lawyer twisted a plump Van Dyked face on a wry neck curiously. Unsmiling, he passed. A negress in the Brunswick struck on the several bells of a Japanese gong. There was a scramble of feet on the porch. The croquet players dropped their mallets and walked rapidly toward the house. Pratt wound his hose over a wooden reel. A slow bell clapper in the Belton sent the guests in a scrambling drive for the doors. In a moment there was a clatter of heavy plates and a loud, foody noise. The guests on the porch at Dixieland rocked more rapidly, with low mutters of discontent. Eugene talked to Laura in thickening dusk, sheeting his pain in pride and indifference. Eliza's face, a white blur in the dark, came up behind the screen. "Come on out, Mrs. Gant, and get a breath of fresh air," said Laura James. "Why, no, child, I can't now. Who's that with you?" she cried, obviously flustered. She opened the door. "Huh? Hey, have you seen Jean? Is it Jean?" "Yes," he said. "What's the matter?" "Come here a minute, boy," she said. He went into the hall. "What is it?" he asked. "Why, son, what in the world? I don't know. You'll have to do something," she whispered, twisting her hands together. "What is it, Mama? What are you talking about?" he cried irritably. "Why, Janido's just called up. Your papa's on a rampage again, and he's coming this way. Child, there's no telling what he'll do. I've all these people in the house. He'll ruin us." She wept. Go and try to stop him. Head him off if you can. Take him to Woodson Street." He got his hat quickly and ran through the door. "Where are you going?" asked Laura James. "Are you going off without supper?" "I've got to go to town," he said. "I won't be long. Will you wait for me?" "Yes," she said. He leaped down on the walk just as his father lurched in from the street by the high obscuring hedge that shut the house from the spacious yard of the Attorney Hall. Gant reeled destructively across a border of lilies onto the lawn and strode for the veranda. He stumbled, cursing, on the bottom step and plunged forward in a sprawl upon the porch. The boy jumped for him and half dragged, half lifted his great drunken body erect. The boarders shrank into a huddle with a quick scattering of chairs. He greeted them with a laugh of howling contempt. "Are you there? I say, are you there? The lowest of the low, boarding house swine. Merciful God, what a travesty on nature, that it should come to this!" He burst into a long peal of maniacal laughter. "Papa, come on," said Eugene in a low voice. He took his father cautiously by the sleeve. Gant flung him half across the porch with a gesture of his hand. As he stepped in again swiftly, his father struck at him with a flailing arm. He evaded the great mowing fist without trouble, and caught the falling body, swung from its own pivot, in his arms. Then quickly, before Gant could recover, holding him from behind, he rushed him toward the door. The boarders scattered away like sparrows. But Laura James was at the screen before him. She flung it open. Get away!" he cried, full of shame and anger. "You stay out of this." For a moment he despised her for seeing his hurt. "Oh, let me help you, my dear," Laura James whispered. Her eyes were wet, but she was not afraid. Father and son plunged chaotically down the wide, dark hall, Eliza weeping and making gestures just before them. "Take him in here, boy. Take him in here," she whispered, motioning to a large bedroom on the upper side of the house. Eugene propelled his father through a blind passage of bathroom and pushed him over on the creaking width of an iron bed. "You damned scoundrel!" Gant yelled, again trying to reap him down with the long arm. "Let me up or I'll kill you." "For God's sake, Papa," he implored angrily, "try to quiet down. Everyone in town can hear you." "To hell with them!" Gant roared. "Mountain grills, all of them, fattening upon my heart's blood. They have done me to death, as sure as there's a God in heaven." Eliza appeared in the door, her face contorted by weeping. "Son, can't you do something to stop him?" she said. "He'll ruin us all. He'll drive everyone away." Gant struggled to stand erect when he saw her. Her white face stirred him to insanity. "There it is, there, do you see? The fiend face I know so well, gloating upon my misery. Look at it, look! Do you see its smile of evil cunning? Greeley, Will, the hog, the old major, the tax collector will get it all, and I shall die in the gutter." "If it hadn't been for me," Eliza began, stung to retaliation, "you'd have died there long ago." "Mama, for God's sake," the boy cried, "don't stand there talking to him. Can't you see what it does to him? Do something in heaven's name. Get Helen. Where is she?" "I'll make an end to it all," Gant yelled, staggering erect. "I'll do for us both now." Eliza vanished. "Yes, sir, Papa, it's going to be all right," Eugene began soothingly, pushing him back on the bed again. He dropped quickly to his knees and began to draw off one of Gant's soft, tongueless shoes, muttering reassurances all the time. "Yes, sir, we'll get you some good hot soup and put you to bed in a jiffy. Everything's going to be all right." The shoe came off in his hand, and aided by the furious thrust of his father's foot, he went sprawling back. Gant got to his feet again, and, taking a farewell kick at his fallen son, lunged toward the door. Eugene scrambled up quickly and leaped after him. The two men fell heavily into the roughly grained plaster of the wall. Gant cursed, flailing about clumsily at his tormentor. Helen came in. "Baby," Gant wept. "They're trying to kill me. Oh, Jesus, do something to save me, or I perish." "You get back in that bed," she commanded sharply, "or I'll knock your head off." Very obediently he suffered himself to be led back to bed and undressed. In a few minutes she was sitting beside him with a bowl of smoking soup. He grinned sheepishly as she spooned it into his opened mouth. She laughed, almost happily, thinking of the lost and irrevocable years. Suddenly, before he slept, he lifted himself strongly from the pillows that propped him, and with staring eyes called out in savage terror, "Is it a cancer? I say, is it a cancer?" "Hush!" she cried. "No, of course not. Don't be foolish." He fell back exhausted, with eyes closed. But they knew that it was. He had never been told. The terrible name of his malady was never uttered save by him. And in his heart he knew, what they all knew and never spoke of before him, that it was a cancer. All day with fierce, stark eyes Gant had sat, like a broken statue among his marbles, drinking. It was a cancer. The boy's right hand bled very badly across the wrist, where his father's weight had ground it into the wall. "Go wash it off," said Helen. "I'll tie it up for you." He went into the dark bathroom and held his hand under a jet of lukewarm water. A very quiet despair was in his heart, a weary peace that brooded, too, upon the house of death and tumult, that flowed like a soft exploring wind through its dark halls, bathing all things quietly with peace and weariness. The boarders had fled like silly sheep to the two houses across the street. They had eaten there. They were clustered there upon the porches, whispering. And their going brought him peace and freedom, as if his limbs had been freed from a shackling weight. Eliza, amid the slow smoke of the kitchen, wept more quietly over the waste of supper. He saw the black, mournful calm of the negress's face. He walked slowly up the dark hall, with a handkerchief tied loosely round his wound. He felt suddenly the peace that comes with despair. The sword that pierces very deep had fared through the folds of his poor armor of pride. The steel had shared his side, had bitten to his heart. But under his armor he had found himself. No more than himself could be known, no more than himself could be given. What he was, he was. Evasion and pretense could not add to his sum. With all his heart he was glad. By the door, in the darkness, he found Laura James. "I thought you had gone with the others," he said. "No," said Laura James. "How is your father?" "He's all right now. He's gone to sleep," he answered. "Have you had anything to eat?" "No," she said. "I didn't want it." "I'll bring you something from the kitchen," he said. "There's plenty there." In a moment he added, "I'm sorry, Laura." "What are you sorry for?" she asked. He leaned against the wall limply, drained of his strength at her touch. "Eugene, my dear," she said. She pulled his drooping face down to her lips and kissed him. "My sweet, my darling, don't look like that." All his resistance melted from him. He seized her small hands, crushing them in his hot fingers and devouring them with kisses. "My dear Laura, my dear Laura," he said in a choking voice. "My sweet, my beautiful Laura, my lovely Laura, I love you, I love you." The words rushed from his heart, incoherent, unashamed, foaming through the broken levees of pride and silence. They clung together in the dark, with their wet faces pressed mouth to mouth. Her perfume went drunkenly to his brain. Her touch upon him shot through his limbs a glow of magic. He felt the pressure of her narrow breasts, eager and lithe, against him with a sense of fear, as if he had dishonored her, with a sickening remembrance of his defilement. He held between his hands her elegant small head, so gloriously wound with its thick bracelet of fine blonde hair, and spoke the words he had never spoken, the words of confession, filled with love and humility. "Don't go, don't go, please don't go," he begged. "Don't leave, dear, please." "Hush," she whispered. "I won't go. I love you, my dear." She saw his hand wrapped in its bloody bandage. She nursed it gently, with soft little cries of tenderness. She fetched a bottle of iodine from her room and painted the stinging cut with a brush. She wrapped it with clean strips of fine white cloth, torn from an old waist, scented with a faint and subtle perfume. Then they sat upon the wooden swing. The house seemed to sleep in darkness. Helen and Eliza came presently from its very quiet depth. "How's your hand, Gene?" Helen asked. "It's all right," he said. "Let me see. Oh, you've got a nurse now, haven't you?" she said with a good laugh. "What's that? What's that? Hurt his hand? How'd you do that? Why, here, say, I've got the very thing for it, son," said Eliza, trying to bustle off in all directions. "Oh, it's all right now, Mama. It's been fixed," he said wearily, reflecting that she had the very thing always too late. He looked at Helen, grinning. "God bless our happy home," he said. "Poor old Laura," she laughed, and hugged the girl roughly with one hand. "It's too bad you have to be dragged into it." "That's all right," said Laura. "I feel like one of the family now, anyhow." "He needn't think he can carry on like this," said Eliza resentfully. "I'm not going to put up with it any longer." "Oh, forget about it," said Helen wearily. "Good heavens, Mama, Papa's a sick man. Can't you realize that?" "Pshaw!" said Eliza scornfully. "I don't believe there's a thing in the world wrong with him but that vile liquor. All his trouble comes from that." "Oh, how ridiculous! How ridiculous! You can't tell me!" Helen exclaimed angrily. "Let's talk about the weather," said Eugene. Then they all sat quietly, letting the darkness soak into them. Finally Helen and Eliza went back into the house. Eliza went unwillingly at the girl's insistence, casting back the doubtful glimmer of her face upon the boy and girl. The wasting helve of the moon rode into heaven over the bulk of the hills. There was a smell of wet grass and lilac, and the vast brooding symphony of the million-noted little night things, rising and falling in a constant ululation, and inhabiting the heart with steady unconscious certitude. The pallid light drowned out the stars. It lay like silence on the earth. It dripped through the leafy web of the young maples, printing the earth with swarming moths of elvish light. Eugene and Laura sat with joined hands in the slowly creaking swing. Her touch shot through him like a train of fire. As he put his arm around her shoulders and drew her over to him, his fingers touched the live, firm cup of her breast. He jerked his hand away as if he had been stung, muttering an apology. Whenever she touched him, his flesh got numb and weak. She was a virgin, crisp like celery. His heart shrank away from the pollution of his touch upon her. It seemed to him that he was much the older, although he was 16 and she 21. He felt the age of his loneliness and his dark perception. He felt the gray wisdom of sin, a waste desert, but seen and known. When he held her hand, he felt as if he had already seduced her. She lifted her lovely face to him, pert and ugly as a boy's. It was inhabited by a true and steadfast decency, and his eyes were wet. All the young beauty in the world dwelt for him in that face that had kept wonder, that had kept innocency, that had lived in such immortal blindness to the terror and foulness of the world. He came to her like a creature who had traveled its life through dark space for a moment of peace and conviction on some lonely planet, where now he stood in the vast enchanted plain of moonlight, with moonlight falling on the moonflower of her face. For if a man should dream of heaven, and waking find within his hand a flower as token that he had really been there, what then? What then? Eugene, she said presently, how old are you? His vision thickened with his pulse. In a moment he answered with terrible difficulty, I'm just 16. Oh, you child, she cried. I thought you were more than that. I'm old for my age, he muttered. How old are you? I'm 21, she said. Isn't it a pity? There's not much difference, he said. I can't see that it matters. Oh, my dear, she said, it does. It matters so much. And he knew that it did. How much he did not know. But he had his moment. He was not afraid of pain. He was not afraid of loss. He cared nothing for the practical need of the world. He dared to say the strange and marvelous thing that had bloomed so darkly in him. Laura, he said, hearing his low voice sound over the great plain of the moon, let's always love each other as we do now. Let's never get married. I want you to wait for me and to love me forever. I am going all over the world. I shall go away for years at a time. I shall become famous, but I shall always come back to you. You shall live in a house away in the mountains. You shall wait for me and keep yourself for me. Will you? He said, asking for her life as calmly as for an hour of her time. Yes, dear, said Laura in the moonlight. I will wait for you forever. End of section 36. Section 37 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 30, Part 2. She was buried in his flesh. She throbbed in the beat of his pulses. She was wine in his blood, a music in his heart. He has no consideration for you or anyone else, Hugh Barton growled. He had returned late from work at his office to take Helen home. If he can't do better than this, we'll find a house of our own. I'm not going to have you get down sick on account of him. Forget about it, Helen said. He's getting old. They came out on the veranda. Come down tomorrow, honey, she said to Eugene. I'll give you a real feed. Laura, you come too. It's not always like this, you know. She laughed, fondling the girl with a big hand. They coasted away downhill. What a lovely girl your sister is, said Laura James. Aren't you simply crazy about her? Eugene made no answer for a moment. Yes, he said. She is about you. Anyone can see that, said Laura. In the darkness he caught at his throat. Yes, he said. The moon quartered gently across heaven. Eliza came out again, timidly, hesitantly. Who's there? Who's there? She spoke into the darkness. Where's Jean? Oh, I didn't know. Are you there, son? She knew very well. Yes, he said. Why don't you sit down, Mrs. Gant? Asked Laura. I don't see how you stand that hot kitchen all day long. You must be worn out. I tell you what, said Eliza, peering dimly at the sky. It's a fine night, isn't it? As the fellow says, a night for lovers. She laughed uncertainly, then stood for a moment and thought. Son, she said in a troubled voice, why don't you go to bed and get some sleep? It's not good for you staying up till all hours like this. That's where I should be, said Laura James, rising. Yes, child, said Eliza. Go get your beauty sleep. As the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise. Let's all go then. Let's all go, said Eugene impatiently and angrily, wondering if she must always be the last one awake in that house. Why, law, no, said Eliza. I can't, boy. I've all those things to iron. Beside him, Laura gave his hand a quiet squeeze and rose. Bitterly he watched his loss. Good night, all. Good night, Mrs. Gant. Good night, child. When she had gone, Eliza sat down beside him with a sigh of weariness. I tell you what, she said, that feels good. I wish I had as much time as some folks and could sit out here enjoying the air. In the darkness he knew her puckering lips were trying to smile. She said, and caught his hand in her rough palm. Has my baby gone and got him a girl? What of it? What if it were true? He said angrily. Haven't I a right as much as anyone? Pshaw, said Eliza. You're too young to think of them. I wouldn't pay any attention to them if I were you. Most of them haven't an idea of the world, except going out to parties and having a good time. I don't want my boy to waste his time on them. He felt her earnestness beneath her awkward banter. He struggled in a chaos of confused fury, trying for silence. At last he spoke in a low voice, filled with his passion. We've got to have something, Mama. We've got to have something, you know. We can't go on always alone. Alone. It was dark. No one could see. He let the gates swing open. He wept. I know, Eliza agreed hastily. I'm not saying... My God, where are we going? What's it all about? He's dying, can't you see it? Don't you know it? Look at his life. Look at yours. No light, no love, no comfort, nothing. His voice rose frantically. He beat on his ribs like a drum. Mama, in God's name, what is it? What do you want? Are you going to strangle and drown us all? Don't you own enough? Do you want more string? Do you want more bottles? By God, I'll go around collecting them if you say so. His voice had risen almost to a scream. But tell me what you want. Don't you own enough? Do you want the town? What is it? Why, I don't know what you're talking about, boy, said Eliza angrily. If I hadn't tried to accumulate a little property, none of you would have had a roof to call your own, for your papa, I can assure you, would have squandered everything. A roof to call our own! He yelled with a crazy laugh. Good God, we haven't a bed to call our own. We haven't a room to call our own. We have not a quilt to call our own that might not be taken from us to warm the mob that rocks upon this porch and grumbles. Now you may sneer at the boarders all you like. Eliza began sternly. No, he said, I can't. There's not breath or strength enough in me to sneer at them all I like. Eliza began to weep. I've done the best I could, she said. I'd have given you a home if I could. I'd have put up with anything after Grover's death. But he never gave me a moment's peace. Nobody knows what I've been through. Nobody knows, child. Nobody knows. He saw her face in the moonlight, contorted by an ugly grimace of sorrow. What she said, he knew, was fair and honest. He was touched deeply. It's all right, Mama, he said painfully. Forget about it. I know. She seized his hand almost gratefully and laid her white face, still twisted with her grief, against his shoulder. It was the gesture of a child, a gesture that asked for love, pity, and tenderness. It tore up great roots in him bloodily. Don't, he said. Don't, Mama, please. Nobody knows, said Eliza. Nobody knows. I need someone, too. I've had a hard life, son, full of pain and trouble. Slowly, like a child again, she wiped her wet, weak eyes with the back of her hand. Ah, he thought, as his heart twisted in him, full of wild pain and regret, she will be dead some day, and I shall always remember this, always this. They were silent a moment. He held her rough hand tightly and kissed her. Well, Eliza began, full of cheerful prophecy, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to spend my life slaving away here for a lot of boarders. They needn't think it. I'm going to set back and take things as easy as any of them. She winked knowingly at him. When you come home next time, you may find me living in a big house in Doak Park. I've got the lot, the best lot out there for view and location, far better than the one W.J. Bryant has. I made the trade with old Dr. Doak himself the other day. Look here, what about it? She laughed. He said, Mrs. Gant, I can't trust any of my agents with you. If I'm to make anything on this deal, I've got to look out. You're the sharpest trader in this town. Why, pshaw, doctor, I said. I never let on I believed him or anything. All I want is a fair return on my investment. I believe in everyone making his profit and giving the other fellow a chance. Keep the ball a-rolling, I said, laughing as big as you please. Why, Mrs. Gant, he said. She was off on a lengthy divagation, recording with an absorbed gusto the interminable minutiae of her transaction with the worthy quinine king, with the attendant phenomena during the time of birds, bees, flowers, sun, clouds, dogs, cows, and people. She was pleased. She was happy. Presently, returning to an abrupt, reflective pause, she said, "Well, I may do it. I want a place where my children can come to see me, and bring their friends when they come home." "Yes," he said, "yes, that would be nice. You mustn't work all your life." He was pleased at her happy fable. For a moment he almost believed in a miracle of redemption, although the story was an old one to him. "I hope you do," he said. "It would be nice. Go on to bed now, why don't you, Mama? It's getting late." He rose. "I'm going now." "Yes, son," she said, getting up. "You ought to. Well, good night." They kissed with a love, for the time, washed clean of bitterness. Eliza went before him into the dark house. But before he went to bed, he descended to the kitchen for matches. She was still there, beyond the long littered table, at her ironing board, flanked by two big piles of laundry. At his accusing glance, she said hastily, "I'm a-goin' right away. I just wanted to finish up these towels." He rounded the table before he left to kiss her again. She fished into a button box on the sewing machine and dug out the stub of a pencil. Gripping it firmly above an old envelope, she scrawled out on the ironing board a rough mapping. Her mind was still lulled in its project. "Here, you see," she began, "is Sunset Avenue, comin' up the hill. This is Doak Place, runnin' off here at right angles. Now this corner lot here belongs to Dick Webster, and right here above it, at the very top, is, he thought, staring with dull interest, the place where the buried treasure lies, 10 paces north-northeast from the big rock at the roots of the old oak tree." He went off into his delightful fantasy while she talked. What if there was a buried treasure on one of Eliza's lots? If she kept on buying, there might very well be. Or why not an oil well or a coal mine? These famous mountains were full, they said, of minerals. 150 barrels a day right in the backyard. How much would that be? At $3 a barrel, there would be over $50 a day for everyone in the family. The world is ours. "You see, don't you?" She smiled triumphantly. "And right there is where I shall build. That lot will bring twice its present value in 5 years." "Yes," he said, kissing her. "Good night, Mama. For God's sake, go to bed and get some sleep." "Good night, son," said Eliza. He went out and began to mount the dark stairs. Benjamin Gant, entering at this moment, stumbled across a mission chair in the hall. He cursed fiercely and struck at the chair with his hand. "Damn it! Oh, damn it!" Mrs. Pert whispered a warning behind him with a fuzzy laugh. Eugene paused, then mounted softly the carpeted stair so that he would not be heard, entering the sleeping porch at the top of the landing on which he slept. He did not turn on the light because he disliked seeing the raw, blistered varnish of the dresser and the bent white iron of the bed. It sagged, and the light was dim. He hated dim lights and the large moths flapping blindly around on their dusty wings. He undressed in the moon. The moonlight fell upon the earth like a magic, unearthly dawn. It wiped away all rawness. It hid all sores. It gave all common and familiar things, the sagging drift of the barn, the raw shed of the creamery, the rich curve of the lawyer's crabapple trees, a uniform bloom of wonder. He lighted a cigarette, watched its red glowing suspiration in the mirror, and leaned upon the rail of his porch, looking out. Presently he grew aware that Laura James, 8 feet away, was watching him. The moonlight fell upon them, bathing their flesh in a green pallor and steeping them in its silence. Their faces were blocked in miraculous darkness, out of which, seeing but unseen, their bright eyes lived. They gazed at each other in that elfin light without speaking. In the room below them the light crawled to his father's bed, swam up the cover, and opened across his face, thrust sharply upward. The air of the night, the air of the hills, fell on the boy's bare flesh like a sluice of clear water. His toes curled in to grip wet grasses. On the landing he heard Mrs. Pert go softly up to bed, fumbling with blind care at the walls. Doors creaked and clicked. The house grew solidly into quiet, like a stone beneath the moon. They looked, waiting for a spell and the conquest of time. Then she spoke to him. Her whisper of his name was only a guess at sound. He threw his leg across the rail and thrust his long body over space to the sill of her window, stretching out like a cat. She drew her breath in sharply and cried out softly, "No, no!" But she caught his arms upon the sills and held him as he twisted in. Then they held each other tightly in their cool young arms, and kissed many times with young lips and faces. All her hair fell down about her, like thick corn silk, in a sweet loose wantonness. Her straight dainty legs were clad in snug little green bloomers, gathered in by an elastic above the knee. They were locked limb to limb. He kissed the smooth sheen of her arms and shoulders. The passion that numbed his limbs was governed by a religious ecstasy. He wanted to hold her and go away by himself to think about her. He stooped, thrusting his arm under her knees, and lifted her up exultantly. She looked at him, frightened, holding him more tightly. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "Don't hurt me." "I won't hurt you, my dear," he said. "I'm going to put you to bed. Yes, I'm going to put you to bed. Do you hear?" He felt he must cry out in his throat for joy. He carried her over and laid her on the bed. Then he knelt beside her, putting his arm beneath her and gathering her to him. "Good night, my dear. Kiss me good night. Do you love me?" "Yes." She kissed him. "Good night, my darling. Don't go back by the window. You may fall." But he went as he came, reaching through the moonlight, exultantly like a cat. For a long time he lay awake, in a quiet delirium, his heart thudding fiercely against his ribs. Sleep crept across his senses with goose-soft warmth. The young leaves of the maples rustled. A cock sounded his distant elfin minstrelsy. The ghost of a dog howled. He slept. He awoke with a high, hot sun beating in on his face through the porch awnings. He hated to awake in sunlight. Some day he would sleep in a great room that was always cool and dark. There would be trees and vines at his windows, or the scooped-out lift of the hill. His clothing was wet with night damp as he dressed. When he went downstairs, he found Gant rocking miserably upon the porch, his hand gripped over a walking stick. "Good morning," he said. "How do you feel?" His father cast his uneasy, flickering eyes on him and groaned. "Merciful God, I'm being punished for my sins." "You'll feel better in a little," said Eugene. "Did you eat anything?" "It's stuck in my throat," said Gant, who had eaten heartily. "I couldn't swallow a bite. How's your hand, son?" he asked very humbly. "Oh, it's all right," said Eugene quickly. "Who told you about my hand?" "She said I had hurt your hand," said Gant sorrowfully. "Ah," said the boy angrily. "No, I wasn't hurt." Gant leaned to the side and, without looking, clumsily patted his son's uninjured hand. "I'm sorry for what I've done," he said. "I'm a sick man. Do you need money?" "No," said Eugene, embarrassed. "I have all I need." "Come to the office today and I'll give you something," said Gant. "Poor child, I suppose you're hard up." But instead he waited until Laura James returned from her morning visit to the city's bathing pool. She came with her bathing suit in one hand and several small packages in the other. More arrived by Negro carriers. She paid and signed. "You must have a lot of money, Laura," he said. "You do this every day, don't you?" "Daddy gets after me about it," she admitted. "But I love to buy clothes. I spend all my money on clothes." "What are you going to do now?" "Nothing. Whatever you like. It's a lovely day to do something, isn't it?" "It's a lovely day to do nothing. Would you like to go off somewhere, Laura?" "I'd love to go off somewhere with you," said Laura James. "That is the idea, my girl. That is the idea," he said exultantly, in throaty and exuberant burlesque. We will go off somewhere alone. We will take along something to eat," he said lusciously. Laura went to her room and put on a pair of sturdy little slippers. Eugene went into the kitchen. "Have you a shoe box?" he asked Eliza. "What do you want that for?" she said suspiciously. "I'm going to the bank," he said ironically. "I wanted something to carry my money in." But immediately he added roughly, "I'm going on a picnic." "Huh? Huh? What's that you say?" said Eliza. "A picnic? Who you going with? That girl?" "No," he said heavily, "with President Wilson, the King of England, and Dr. Doak. We're going to have lemonade. I've promised to bring the lemons." "Oh, vow, boy!" said Eliza fretfully. "I don't like it. You're running off this way when I need you. I wanted you to make a deposit for me, and the telephone people will disconnect me if I don't send them the money today." "Oh, Mama, for God's sake!" he cried, annoyed. "You always need me when I want to go somewhere. Let them wait. They can wait a day." "It's overdue," she said. "Well, here you are. I wish I had time to go off on picnics." She fished a shoe box out of a pile of magazines and newspapers that littered the top of a low cupboard. "Have you got anything to eat?" "We'll get it," he said, and departed. They went down the hill and paused at the musty little grocery around the corner on Woodson Street, where they bought crackers, peanut butter, currant jelly, bottled pickles, and a big slice of rich yellow cheese. The grocer was an old Jew who muttered jargon into a rabbi's beard, as if saying a spell against de books. The boy looked closely to see if his hands touched the food. They were not clean. On their way up the hill, they stopped for a few minutes at Gant's. They found Helen and Ben in the dining room. Ben was eating breakfast, bending as usual, with scowling attention, over his coffee, turning from eggs and bacon almost with disgust. Helen insisted on contributing boiled eggs and sandwiches to their provision. The two women went back into the kitchen. Eugene sat at table with Ben, drinking coffee. "Oh, my God," Ben said at length, yawning wearily. He lighted a cigarette. "How's the old man this morning?" "He's all right, I think. Said he couldn't eat breakfast." "Did he say anything to the boarders?" "You damn scoundrels! You dirty mountain grills! Whee!" That was all. Ben snickered quietly. "Did he hurt your hand? Let's see." "No, you can't see anything. It's not hurt," said Eugene, lifting his bandaged wrist. "He didn't hit you, did he?" asked Ben sternly. "Oh, no, of course not. He was just drunk. He was sorry about it this morning." "Yes," said Ben. "He's always sorry about it, after he's raised all the hell he can." He drank deeply at his cigarette, inhaling the smoke as if in the grip of a powerful jug. "How'd you get along at college this year, Gene?" he asked presently. "I passed my work. I made fair grades, if that's what you mean. I did better this spring," he added with some difficulty. "It was hard getting started at the beginning." "You mean last fall?" Eugene nodded. "What was the matter?" said Ben, scowling at him. "Did the other boys make fun of you?" "Yes," said Eugene in a low voice. "Why did they? You mean they didn't think you were good enough for them? Did they look down on you? Was that it?" said Ben savagely. "No," said Eugene, very red in the face. "No, that had nothing to do with it. I look funny, I suppose. I looked funny to them." "What do you mean, you look funny?" said Ben pugnaciously. "There's nothing wrong with you, you know, if you didn't go around looking like a bum. In God's name," he exclaimed angrily, "when did you get that hair cut last? What do you think you are, the wild man from Borneo?" "I don't like barbers," Eugene burst out furiously. "That's why. I don't want them to go sticking their damn dirty fingers in my mouth. Whose business is it if I never get my hair cut?" "A man is judged by his appearance today," said Ben sententiously. "I was reading an article by a big business man in the Post the other day. He says he always looks at a man's shoes before he gives him a job." He spoke seriously, haltingly, in the same way that he read, without genuine conviction. Eugene writhed to hear his fierce condor prattle this stale hash of the canny millionaires, like any obedient parrot in a teller's cage. Ben's voice had a dull, flat quality as he uttered these admirable opinions. He seemed to grope behind it all for some answer with hurt, puzzled eyes. As he faltered along with scowling intensity through a success sermon, there was something poignantly moving in his effort. It was the effort of his strange and lonely spirit to find some entrance into life, to find success, position, companionship. And it was as if, spelling the words out with his mouth, a settler in the Bronx from the fat Lombard plain should try to unriddle the New World by deciphering the World Almanac, or as if some woodsman trapped by the winter and wasted by an obscure and terrible disease should hunt its symptoms and its cure in a book of household remedies. "Did the old man send you enough money to get along on?" Ben asked. "Were you able to hold your own with the other boys? He can afford it, you know. Don't let him stint you. Make him give it to you, Gene." "I had plenty," said Eugene, "all that I needed." "This is the time you need it, not later," said Ben. "Make him put you through college. This is an age of specialization. They're looking for college-trained men." "Yes," said Eugene. He spoke obediently, indifferently, the hard, bright male of his mind undinted by the jargon. Within, the other one, who had no speech, saw. "So get your education," said Ben, scowling vaguely. "All the big men, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller, whether they had it or not, say it's a good thing." "Why didn't you go yourself?" said Eugene curiously. "I didn't have anyone to tell me," said Ben. "Besides, you don't think the old man would give me anything, do you?" He laughed cynically. "It's too late now." He was silent a moment. He smoked. "You didn't know I was taking a course in advertising, did you?" he asked, grinning. "No. Where?" "Through the correspondence school," said Ben. "I get my lessons every week. I don't know." He laughed diffidently. "I must be good at it. I make the highest grades they have, 98 or 100 every time. I get a diploma if I finish the course." A blinding mist swam across the younger brother's eyes. He did not know why. A convulsive knot gathered in his throat. He bent his head quickly and fumbled for his cigarettes. In a moment he said, "I'm glad you're doing it. I hope you finish, Ben." "You know," Ben said seriously, "they've turned out some big men. I'll show you the testimonials sometime. Men who started with nothing. Now they're holding down big jobs." "I hope you do," said Eugene. "So you see you're not the only college man around here," said Ben with a grin. In a moment he went on gravely, "You're the last hope, Gene. Go on and finish up, if you have to steal the money. The rest of us will never amount to a damn. Try to make something out of yourself. Hold your head up. You're as good as any of them, a damn sight better than these little pimps about town." He became very fierce. He was very excited. He got up suddenly from the table. "Don't let them laugh at you. By God, we're as good as they are. If any of them laughs at you again, pick up the first damn thing you get your hand on and knock him down. Do you hear?" In his fierce excitement, he snatched up the heavy carving steel from the table and brandished it. "Yes," said Eugene awkwardly. "I think it's going to be all right now. I didn't know how to do it first." "I hope you have sense enough now to leave those old hookers alone," said Ben very sternly. Eugene made no answer. "You can't do that and be anything, you know, and you're likely to catch everything. This looks like a nice girl," he said quietly after a pause. "For heaven's sake, fix yourself up and try to keep fairly clean. Women notice that, you know. Look after your fingernails and keep your clothes pressed. Have you any money?" "All I need," said Eugene, looking nervously toward the kitchen. "Don't, for God's sake." "Put it in your pocket, you little fool," Ben said angrily, thrusting a bill into his hand. "You've got to have some money. Keep it until you need it." End of section 37.
Section 38 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Heather McKee. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Section 38. Helen came out on the high front porch with them as they departed. As usual, she had added a double heaping measure to what they needed. There was another shoebox stuffed with sandwiches, boiled eggs, and fudge. She stood on the high step edge with a cloth wound over her head, her gaunt arms pitted with old scars akimbo. A warm, sunny odor of nasturtiums, loamy earth, and honeysuckle washed round them its hot, spermy waves. "Oh ho, aha!" she winked comically. "I know something. I'm not as blind as you think, you know." She nodded with significant jocularity, her big, smiling face drenched in the curious radiance and purity that occasionally dwelt so beautifully there. He thought always when he saw her thus of a sky washed after rain, of wide crystalline distances, cool and clean. With a rough snigger, she prodded him in the ribs. "Ain't love grand? Ha 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 ha! Look at his face, Laura!" She drew the girl close to her in a generous hug, laughing. Oh, with laughing pity, and as they mounted the hill, she stood there in the sunlight, her mouth slightly open, smiling, touched with radiance, beauty, and wonder. They mounted slowly toward the eastern edge of town by the long upward sweep of Academy Street, which bordered the Negro settlement sprawled below it. At the end of Academy Street, the hill loomed abruptly, a sinuous road, well paved, curved up along the hillside to the right. They turned into this road, mounting now along the eastern edge of Niggertown. The settlement fell sharply away below them, rushing down along a series of long clay streets. There were a few frame houses by the roadside, the dwellings of Negroes and poor white people, but these became sparser as they mounted. They walked at a leisurely pace up the cool road speckled with little dancing patches of light that filtered through the arching trees, and shaded on the left by the dense massed foliage of the hill. Out of this green loveliness loomed the huge raw turret of a cement reservoir. It was streaked and blotted coolly with watermarks. Eugene felt thirsty. Further along, the escape from a smaller reservoir roared from a pipe in a foaming hawser as thick as a man's body. They climbed sharply up along a rocky trail, avoiding the last long corkscrew of the road, and stood in the gap at the road's summit. They were only a few hundred feet above the town. It lay before them with the sharp nearness of a Sienese picture, at once close and far. On the highest ground he saw the solid masonry of the square, blocked cleanly out in light and shadow, and a crawling toy that was a car, and men no bigger than sparrows. And about the square was the treeless brick jungle of business, cheap, ragged, and ugly, and beyond all this, in indefinite patches, the houses where all the people lived, with little bright raw ulcers of suburbia further off, and the healing and concealing grace of fair-massed trees. And below him, weltering up from the hollow along the flanks and shoulders of the hill, was Niggertown. There seemed to be a kind of center at the square where all the cars crawled in and waited. Yet there was no purpose anywhere. But the hills were lordly with a plan. Westward they widened into the sun, soaring up from buttressing shoulders. The town was thrown up on the plateau like an encampment. There was nothing below him that could resist time. There was no idea. Below him, in a cup, he felt that all life was held. He saw it as might one of the old schoolmen writing in monkish Latin, a theater of human life, or like Peter Bruegel in one of his swarming pictures. It seemed to him suddenly that he had not come up on the hill from the town, but that he had come up out of the wilderness like a beast, and was staring now with steady beast eye at this little huddle of wood and mortar, which the wilderness must one day repossess, devour, cover over. The seventh from the top was Troy, but Helen had lived there, and so the German dug it up. They turned from the railing with recovered wind and walked through the gap under Philip Roseberry's great arched bridge. To the left on the summit the rich Jew had his castle, his stables, his horses, his cows, and his daughters. As they went under the shadow of the bridge, Eugene lifted his head and shouted. His voice bounded against the arch like a stone. They passed under and stood on the other side of the gap, looking from the road's edge down into the cove. But they could not yet see the cove, save for green glimmers. The hillside was thickly wooded. The road wound down its side in a white perpetual corkscrew. But they could look across at the fair wild hills on the other side of the cove, cleared halfway up their flanks with ample field, and fenced meadow, and forested above with a billowing sea of greenery. The day was like gold and sapphires. There was a swift flash and sparkle, intangible and multifarious, like sunlight on roughened water, all over the land. A rich, warm wind was blowing, turning all the leaves back the same way, and making mellow music through all the lute strings of the flowers and grass and fruit. The wind moaned, not with the mad, fiend voice of winter in harsh bows, but like a fruitful woman, deep-breasted, great, full of love and wisdom, like the meter unseen and hunting through the world. A dog bayed faintly in the cove, his howl spent and broken by the wind. A cowbell tinkled gustily. In the thick wood below them, the rich notes of birds fell from their throats, straight down like nuggets. A woodpecker drummed on the dry, unbarked bole of a blasted chestnut tree. The blue gulf of the sky was spread with light, massy clouds. They cruised like swift galleons, tacking across the hills before the wind, and darkening the trees below with their floating shadows. The boy grew blind with love and desire. The cup of his heart was glutted with all this wonder. It overcame and weakened him. He grasped the girl's cool fingers. They stood, leg to leg, riven into each other's flesh. Then they left the road, cutting down across its loops, along steep wooded paths. The wood was a vast green church. The bird cries fell like plums. A great butterfly with wings of blue velvet, streaked with gold and scarlet markings, fluttered heavily before them in freckled sunlight, tottering to rest finally upon a spray of dogwood. There were light skimming noises in the dense undergrowth to either side, the swift bullet shadows of birds. A garter snake, greener than wet moss, as long as a shoelace and no thicker than a woman's little finger, shot across the path, its tiny eyes bright with terror, its small forked tongue playing from its mouth like an electric spark. Laura cried out, drawing back in sharp terror. At her cry, he snatched up a stone in a wild lust to kill the tiny creature that shot at them. Through its coils, the old snake fear, touching them with beauty, with horror, was something supernatural. But the snake glided away into the undergrowth, and with a feeling of strong shame, he threw the stone away. "They won't hurt you," he said. At length they came out above the cove, at a forking of the road. They turned left, to the north toward the upper and smaller end. To the south, the cove widened out into a rich little Eden of farm and pasture. Small houses dotted the land. There were green meadows and a glint of water. Fields of young green wheat bent rhythmically under the wind. A young corn stood waist-high, with light clashing blades. The chimneys of Reinhardt's house showed above its obscuring grove of maples. The fat dairy cows grazed slowly across the wide pastures. And, further below, half tree and shrub hidden, lay the rich acres of Judge Webster Tayloe. The road was thickly coated with white dust. It dipped down and ran through a little brook. They crossed over on white rocks strewn across its bed. Several ducks, scarcely disturbed by their crossing, waddled up out of the clear water and regarded them gravely, like little children in white choir aprons. A young country fellow clattered by them in a buggy filled with empty milk cans. He grinned with a cordial red face, saluting them with a slow gesture, and leaving behind an odor of milk and sweat and butter. A woman in a field above them stared curiously with shaded eyes. In another field, a man was mowing with a scythe, moving into the grass like a god upon his enemies, with a reaping hook of light. They left the road near the head of the cove, advancing over the fields on rising ground to the wooded cup of the hills. There was a powerful masculine stench of broad dock leaves, a hot, weedy odor. They moved over a pathless field knee-high in a dry, stubbly waste, gathering on their clothes clusters of brown cockleburs. All the field was sown with hot, odorous daisies. Then they entered the wood again, mounting until they came to an island of tender grass by a little brook that fell down from the green hill along a rocky, ferny bed in bright cascades. "Let's stop here," said Eugene. The grass was thick with dandelions. Their poignant and wordless odor studded the earth with yellow magic. They were like gnomes and elves and tiny witchcraft in flower and acorn. Laura and Eugene lay upon their backs, looking up through the high green shimmer of leaves at the Caribbean sky, with all its fleet of cloudy ships. The water of the brook made a noise like silence. The town behind the hill lay in another unthinkable world. They forgot its pain and conflict. "What time is it?" Eugene asked, for they had come to a place where no time was. Laura held up her exquisite wrist and looked at her watch. "Why," she exclaimed, surprised, "it's only 12:30. But he scarcely heard her. "What do I care what time it is?" he said huskily, and he seized the lovely hand bound with its silken watch cord and kissed it. Her long, cool fingers closed around his own, and she drew his face down to her mouth. They lay there, locked together upon that magic carpet, in that paradise. Her gray eyes were deeper and clearer than a pool of clear water. He kissed the little freckles on her rare skin. He gazed reverently at the snub tilt of her nose. He watched the mirrored dance of the sparkling water over her face. All of that magic world, flower and field and sky and hill, and all the sweet woodland cries, sound and sight and odor, grew into him, one voice in his heart, one tongue in his brain, harmonious, radiant, and whole, a single, passionate, lyrical noise. "My dear, darling, do you remember last night?" he asked fondly, as if recalling some event of her childhood. "Yes." She gathered her arms tightly about his neck. "Why do you think I could forget it?" "Do you remember what I said? What I asked you to do?" he insisted eagerly. "Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?" she moaned, turning her head to the side and flinging an arm across her eyes. "What is it? What's the matter? Dear." "Eugene, my dear, you're only a child. I'm so old, a grown woman." "You're only 21, he said. "There's only 5 years difference. That's nothing." "Oh," she said, "you don't know what you're saying. It's all the difference in the world." "When I'm 20, you'll be 25. When I'm 26, you'll be 31. When I'm 48, you'll be 53. What's that?" he said contemptuously. "Nothing." "Everything," she said. "Everything. If I were 16 and you 21, it would be nothing. But you're a boy and I'm a woman. When you're a young man, I'll be an old maid. When you grow old, I shall be dying. How do you know where you'll be, what you'll be doing 5 years from now?" she continued in a moment. "You're only a boy. You've just started college. You have no plans yet. You don't know what you're going to do." "Yes, I do," he yelled furiously. "I'm going to be a lawyer. That's what they're sending me for. I'm going to be a lawyer, and I'm going into politics. Perhaps," he added with gloomy pleasure, "you'll be sorry then, after I make a name for myself." With bitter joy he foresaw his lonely celebrity, the governor's mansion, 40 rooms, alone, alone. "You're going to be a lawyer," said Laura, "and you're going everywhere in the world, and I'm to wait for you and never get married. You poor kid." She laughed softly. "You don't know what you're going to do." He turned a face of misery on her. Brightness dropped from the sun. "You don't care," he choked. "You don't care?" He bent his head to hide his wet eyes. "Oh, my dear," she said, "I do care. But people don't live like that. It's like a story. Don't you know that I'm a grown woman? At my age, dear, most girls have begun to think of getting married. What if I had begun to think of it too?" "Married?" The word came from him in a huge gasp of horror, as if she had mentioned the abominable, proposed the unspeakable. Then, having heard the monstrous suggestion, he immediately accepted it as a fact. He was like that. "So, that's it," he said furiously. "You're going to get married, eh? You have fellows, have you? You go out with them, do you? You've known it all the time, and you've tried to fool me." Nakedly, with breast bare to horror, he scourged himself, knowing in the moment that the nightmare cruelty of life is not in the remote and fantastic, but in the probable, the horror of love, loss, marriage, the 90 seconds treason in the dark. "You have fellows? You let them feel you? They feel your legs. They play with your breasts. They—" His voice became inaudible through strangulation. No, my dear, I haven't said so." She rose swiftly to a sitting position, taking his hands. "But there's nothing unusual about getting married, you know. Most people do. Oh, my dear, don't look like that. Nothing has happened. Nothing. Nothing." He seized her fiercely, unable to speak. Then he buried his face in her neck. "Laura, my dear, my sweet, don't leave me alone. I've been alone. I've always been alone." "It's what you want, dear. It's what you'll always want. You couldn't stand anything else. You'd get so tired of me. You'll forget this ever happened. You'll forget me. You'll forget. Forget. Forget? I'll never forget. I won't live long enough. And I'll never love anyone else. I'll never leave you. I'll wait for you forever. Oh, my child, my child. They clung together in that bright moment of wonder, there on the magic island, where the world was quiet, believing all they said. And who shall say, whatever disenchantment follows, that we ever forget magic, or that we can ever betray on this leaden earth the apple tree, the singing, and the gold? Far out beyond that timeless valley, a train on the rails for the east wailed back its ghostly cry, life like a fume of painted smoke, a broken rack of cloud drifted away. Their world was a singing voice again. They were young, and they could never die. This would endure. He kissed her on her splendid eyes. He grew into her young maiden's body, his heart numbed deliciously against the pressure of her narrow breasts. She was as lithe and yielding to his sustaining hand as a willow rod. She was bird swift, more elusive in repose than the dancing water motes upon her face. He held her tightly, lest she grow into the tree again, or be gone amid the wood like smoke. Come up into the hills, O my young love, return. O lost and by the wind grieved ghost, come back again, as first I knew you in the timeless valley, where we shall feel ourselves anew, bedded on magic in the month of June. There was a place where all the sun went, glistering in your hair, and from the hill we could have put a finger on a star. Where is the day that melted into one rich noise? Where the music of your flesh, the rhyme of your teeth, the dainty languor of your legs, your small firm arms, your slender fingers to be bitten like an apple, and the little cherry teats of your white breasts? And where are all the tiny wires of fine spun maiden hair? Quick are the mouths of earth, and quick the teeth that fed upon this loveliness. You who were made for music will hear music no more. In your dark house the winds are silent. Ghost, ghost, come back from that marriage that we did not foresee. Return not into life, but into magic where we have never died, into the enchanted wood where we still lie, strewn on the grass. Come up into the hills, O my young love, return, O lost, and by the wind grieved, ghost, come back again. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 31. Part 1. One day when June was coming to its end, Laura James said to him, "I shall have to go home next week." Then, seeing his stricken face, she added, "But only for a few days, not more than a week." "But why? This summer's only started. You'll burn up down there." "Yes, it's silly, I know, but my people expect me for the 4th of July. You know, we have an enormous family, hundreds of aunts, cousins, and in-laws. We have a family reunion every year, a great barbecue and picnic. I hate it, but they'd never forgive me if I didn't come." Frightened, he looked at her for a moment. "Laura, you're coming back, aren't you?" he said quietly. "Yes, of course," she said. "Be quiet." He was trembling violently. He was afraid to question her more closely. "Be quiet," she whispered. "Quiet." She put her arms around him. He went with her to the station on a hot mid-afternoon. There was a smell of melted tar in the streets. She held his hand beside her in the rattling trolley, squeezing his fingers to give him comfort, and whispering from time to time, "In a week, only a week, dear." "I don't see the need," he muttered. "It's over 400 miles just for a few days." He passed the old one-legged gateman on the station platform very easily, carrying her baggage. Then he sat beside her in the close green heat of the Pullman until the train should go. A little electric fan droned uselessly above the aisle. A prim young lady whom he knew arranged herself amid the bright new leather of her bags. She returned his greeting elegantly, with a shade of refined hauteur, then looked out the window again, grimacing eloquently at her parents, who gazed at her raptly from the platform. Several prosperous merchants went down the aisle in expensive tan shoes that creaked under the fan's drone. "Not gonna leave us, are you, Mr. Morris?" "Hello, Jim. No, I'm running up to Richmond for a few days." But even the gray weather of their lives could not deaden the excitement of that hot chariot to the east. "Board!" He got up, trembling. "In a few days, dear." She looked up, taking his hand in her small gloved palms. "You'll write as soon as you get there, please?" "Yes, tomorrow at once." He bent down suddenly and whispered, "Laura, you will come back. You will come back." She turned her face away and wept bitterly. He sat beside her once more. She clasped him tightly, as if he had been a child. My dear, don't forget me ever. Never. Come back. Come back." The salt print of her kiss was on his mouth, his face, his eyes. It was, he knew, the guttering candle end of time. The train was in motion. He leaped blindly up the passage with a cry in his throat. "Come back again!" But he knew her cry followed him, as if he had torn something from her grasp. Within 3 days he had his letter. On 4 sheets of paper, bordered with victorious little American flags, this: "My dear, I got home at 1:30, just too tired to move. I couldn't sleep on the train at all last night. It seemed to get hotter all the way down. I was so blue when I got here, I almost cried. Little Richmond is too ghastly for words. Everything burned up and everyone gone away to the mountains or the sea. How can I ever stand it, even for a week? Good, he thought. If the weather holds, she'll come back all the sooner. It would be heaven now to get one breath of mountain air. Could you find your way back to our place in the valley again? Yes, even if I were blind, he thought. Will you promise to look after your hand until it gets well? I worried so after you had gone, because I forgot to change the bandage yesterday. Daddy was glad to see me. He said he was not going to let me go again. But don't worry, I'll have my own way in the end. I always do. I don't know anyone at home any more. All of the boys have enlisted or gone to work in the shipyards at Norfolk. Most of the girls I know are getting married, or married already. That leaves only the kids." He winced. "As old as I am, maybe older. Give my love to Mrs. Barton, and tell your mother I said she must not work so hard in that hot kitchen. And all the little cross marks at the bottom are for you. Try to guess what they are. Laura." He read her prosy letter with rigid face, devouring the words more hungrily than if they had been lyrical song. She would come back. She would come back. Soon. There was another page, weakened and relaxed from his excitement. He looked at it. There he found, almost illegibly written, but at last in her own speech, as if leaping out from the careful aimlessness of her letter, this note: July 4. Richard came yesterday. He is 25, works in Norfolk. I've been engaged to him almost a year. We're going off quietly to Norfolk tomorrow and get married. My dear, I couldn't tell you. I tried to, but couldn't. I didn't want to lie. Everything else was true. I meant all I said. If you hadn't been so young. But what's the use of saying that? Try to forgive me, but please don't forget me. Goodbye, and God bless you. Oh, my darling, it was heaven. I shall never forget you." When he had finished the letter, he reread it, slowly and carefully. Then he folded it, put it in his inner breast pocket, and, leaving Dixieland, walked for 40 minutes, until he came up in the gap over the town again. It was sunset. The sun's vast rim, blood red, rested upon the western earth, in a great field of murky pollen. It sank beyond the western ranges. The clear, sweet air was washed with gold and pearl. The vast hills melted into purple solitudes. They were like Canaan and rich grapes. The motors of Cove people toiled up around the horseshoe of the road. Dusk came. The bright, winking lights in the town went up. Darkness melted over the town like dew. It washed out all the day's distress, the harsh confusions. Low wailing sounds came faintly up from Niggertown, and above him the proud stars flashed into heaven. There was one so rich and low that he could have picked it if he had climbed the hill beyond the Jew's great house. One, like a lamp, hung low above the heads of men returning home. O Hesperus, you bring us all good things. One had flashed out the light that winked on him the night that Ruth lay at the feet of Boaz, and one on Queen Iseult, and one on Corinth, and on Troy. It was night, vast, brooding night, the mother of loneliness, that washes our stains away. He was washed in the great river of night, in the Ganges tides of redemption. His bitter wound was for the moment healed in him. He turned his face upward to the proud and tender stars, which made him a god and a grain of dust, the brother of eternal beauty and the son of death, alone, alone. "Ha, ha, 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 ha!" Helen laughed huskily, prodding him in the ribs. "Your girl went and got married, didn't she? She fooled you. You got left." "What?" said Eliza banteringly. "Has my boy been, as the fellow says?" She sniggered behind her hand. "Has my boy been a courtin'?" She puckered her lips in playful reproach. "Oh, for God's sake!" he muttered angrily. "What fellow says?" His scowl broke into an angry grin as he caught his sister's eye. They laughed. "Well, Gene," said the girl seriously, "forget about it. You're only a kid yet. Laura is a grown woman." "Why, son," said Eliza with a touch of malice, "that girl was fooling you all the time. She was just leading you on." "Oh, stop it, please." "Cheer up," said Helen heartily. "Your time's coming. You'll forget her in a week. There are plenty more, you know. This is puppy love. Show her that you're a good sport. You ought to write her a letter of congratulation." "Why, yes," said Eliza. "I'd make a big joke of it all. I wouldn't let on to her that it affected me. I'd write her just as big as you please, and laugh about the whole thing. I'd show them. That's what I'd—" "Oh, for God's sake!" he groaned, starting up. "Leave me alone, won't you?" He left the house. But he wrote the letter, and the moment after the lid of the mailbox clanged over it, he was writhen by shame. For it was a proud and boastful letter, salted with scatterings of Greek, Latin, and English verse, quotable scraps, wrenched into the text without propriety, without accuracy, without anything but his pitiful and obvious desire to show her his weight in the point of his wit, the depth of his learning. She would be sorry when she knew her loss, but for a moment at the end his fiercely beating heart stormed through. "And I hope he's worth having you. He can't deserve you, Laura, no one can. But if he knows what he has, that's something. How lucky he is. You're right about me. I'm too young. I'd cut off my hand now for 8 or 10 years more. God bless and keep you, my dear, dear Laura. Something in me wants to burst. It keeps trying to, but it won't. It never has. Oh, God, if it only would! I shall never forget you. I'm lost now, and I'll never find the way again. In God's name, write me a line when you get this. Tell me what your name is now. You never have. Tell me where you're going to live. Don't let me go entirely, I beg of you. Don't leave me alone." He sent the letter to the address she had given him, to her father's house. Week melted into week. His life mounted day by day in a terrible tension to the delivery of the mail. Morning and afternoon fell then into a miasmic swamp when no word came. July ended. The summer waned. She did not write. Upon the darkening porch, awaiting food, the boarders rocked, oh, rocked with laughter. The boarders said, "Eugene's lost his girl. He doesn't know what to do. He's lost his girl." Well, well, did the old boy lose his girl? The little fat girl, the daughter of one of the two fat sisters, whose husbands were hotel clerks in Charleston, skipped to and from him in slow May dance, with fat calves twinkling brownly above her socks. "Lost his girl, lost his girl. Eugene has lost his girl." The fat little girl skipped back to her fat mother for approbation. They regarded each other with complacent smiles loosely netted in their full-meated mouths. "Don't let them kid you, big boy. What's the matter? Did someone get your girl?" asked Mr. Hake, the flour salesman. He was a dapper young man of 26 years who smoked large cigars. He had a tapering face and a high, domy head, bald on top, fringed sparsely with fine blond hair. His mother, a large grass widow near 50, with the powerful, craggy face of an Indian, a large mass of dyed yellow hair, and a coarse smile, full of gold and heartiness, rocked mightily, laughing with hoarse compassion. "Get another girl, Eugene? Why, law, I'd not let it bother me 2 minutes." He always expected her to spit emphatically with gusto after speaking. "You should worry, boy, you should worry," said Mr. Farrell of Miami, the dancing instructor. "Women are like street cars. If you miss one, there's another along in 15 minutes. Ain't that right, lady?" he said pertly, turning to Miss Clark of Valdosta, Georgia, for whom it had been uttered. She answered with a throaty, confused twiddle-giggle of laughter. "Oh, aren't men the awfulest?" Leaning upon the porch rail in the thickening dusk, Mr. Jake Clapp, a well-to-do widower from Old Hominy, pursued his stealthy courtship of Miss Florrie Mangle, the trained nurse. Her limp face made a white blot in the darkness. She spoke in a tired whine. "I thought she was too old for him when I saw her. Gene's only a kid. He's taking it hard. You can tell by looking at him how miserable he is. He's going to get sick if he keeps on at this rate. He's thin as a bone. He hardly eats a bite. People get run down like that and catch the first disease that comes along." Her melancholy whine continued as Jake's stealthy thigh fumbled against her. She kept her arms carefully folded across her sagging breasts. In the gray darkness the boy turned his starved face on them. His dirty clothes lapped round his scarecrow body. His eyes burned like a cat's in the dark. His hair fell over his forehead in a matted net. "He'll get over it," said Jake Clapp, in a precise country drawl streaked with a note of bawdry. "Every boy has got to go through the calf love stage. When I was about Gene's age—" He pressed his hard thigh gently against Florrie, grinning widely and thinly with a few gold teeth. He was a tall, solid man, with a hard, precise face, lewdly decorous, and slanting Mongol eyes. His head was bald and knobby. "He'd better watch out," whined Florrie sadly. "I know what I'm talking about. That boy's not strong. He has no business to go prowling around to all hours the way he does. He's on the verge of—" Eugene rocked gently on his feet, staring at the boarders with a steady hate. Suddenly he snarled like a wild beast and started down the porch, unable to speak, reeling, but snarling again and again, his choking and insane fury. Miss Brown, meanwhile, sat primly at the end of the porch, a little apart from the others. From the dark sun parlor at the side came swiftly the tall, elegant figure of Miss Irene Mallard, XXVIII of Tampa, Florida. She caught him at the step edge and pulled him round sharply, gripping his arms lightly with her cool, long fingers. "Where are you going, Gene?" she said quietly. Her eyes of light violet were a little tired. There was a faint, exquisite perfume of rose water. "Leave me alone," he muttered. "You can't go on like this," she said in a low tone. "She is not worth it. None of them are. Pull yourself together." "Leave me alone," he said furiously. "I know what I'm doing." He wrenched away violently and leaped down into the yard, plunging around the house in a staggering run. "Ben!" said Irene Mallard sharply. Ben rose from the dark porch swing where he had been sitting with Mrs. Pert. "See if you can't do something to stop him," said Irene Mallard. "He's crazy," Ben muttered. "Which way did he go?" "By there, around the house. Go quick." Ben went swiftly down the shallow steps and loped back over the lawn. The yard sloped sharply down. The gaunt back of Dixieland was propped upon a dozen rotting columns of whitewashed brick, 14 feet high. In the dim light, by one of these slender piers, already mined with crumbling ruins of wet brick, the scarecrow crouched, toiling with the thin grapevine of his arms against the temple. "I will kill you, house!" he gasped. "Vile and accursed house, I will tear you down. I will bring you down upon the whores and boarders. I will wreck you, house." Another convulsion of his shoulders brought down a sprinkling rain of dust and rubble. "I will make you fall down on all the people in you, house," he said. "Fool!" cried Ben, leaping upon him. "What are you trying to do?" He caught the boy's arms from behind and dragged him back. "Do you think you can bring her back to you by wrecking the house? Are there no other women in the world, that you should let one get the best of you like this?" "Let me go! Let me go!" said Eugene. "What does it matter to you?" "Don't think, fool, that I care," said Ben fiercely. "You're hurting no one but yourself. Do you think you'll hurt the boarders by pulling the house down on your own head? Do you think, idiot, that anyone cares if you kill yourself?" He shook the boy. "No, no, I don't care what you do, you know. I simply want to save the family the trouble and expense of burying you." With a great cry of rage and bafflement, Eugene tried to free himself, but the older brother held on as desperately as the old man of the sea. Then, with a great effort of his hands and shoulders, the boy lifted his captor off the ground and dashed him back against the white brick wall of the cellar. Ben collapsed, releasing him with a fit of dry coughing, holding his hand against his thin breast. "Don't be a fool!" he gasped. "Did I hurt you?" said Eugene dully. "No. Go into the house and wash yourself. You ought to comb your hair once or twice a week, you know. You can't go around like a wild man. Get something to eat. Have you any money?" "Yes, I have enough." "Are you all right now?" "Yes. Don't talk about it, please." "I don't want to talk about it, fool. I want you to learn a little sense," said Ben. He straightened, brushing his whitened coat. In a moment he went on quietly. "To hell with them, Gene. To hell with them all. Don't let them worry you. Get all that you can. Don't give a damn for anything. Nothing gives a damn for you. To hell with it all. To hell with it. There are a lot of bad days. There are a lot of good ones. You'll forget. There are a lot of days. Let it go." "Yes," said Eugene wearily. "Let it go. It's all right now. I'm too tired." "When you get tired you don't care, do you?" "I'm too tired to care. I'll never care any more. I'm too tired. The men in France get tired and don't care. If a man came and pointed a gun at me now, I wouldn't be scared. I'm too tired." He began to laugh, loosely, with a sense of delicious relief. "I don't care for anyone or anything. I've always been afraid of everything. But when I got tired, I didn't care. That's how I shall get tired." Ben lighted a cigarette. "That's better," he said. "Let's get something to eat." He smiled thinly. "Come along, Samson." They walked out slowly around the house. He washed himself and ate a hearty meal. The boarders finished and wandered off into the darkness variously, some to the band concert on the square, some to the moving pictures, some for walks through the town. When he had fed, he went out on the porch. It was dark and almost empty, save where, at the side, Mrs. Selborne sat in the swing with a wealthy lumberman from Tennessee. Her low, rich laughter bubbled up softly from the vat of the dark. Miss Brown rocked quietly and decorously by herself. She was a heavily built and quietly dressed woman of 39 years, touched with that slightly comic primness, that careful gentility that marks the conduct of the prostitute incognito. She was being very refined. She was a perfect lady, and would, if aroused, assert the fact. Miss Brown lived, she said, in Indianapolis. She was not ugly. Her face was simply permeated with the implacable dullness of the Midwesterner. In spite of the lewdness of her wide, thin mouth, her look was smug. She had a fair mass of indifferent brown hair, rather small brown eyes, and a smooth, russet skin. "Pshaw!" said Eliza. "I don't believe her name's Miss Brown any more than mine is." There had been rain. The night was cool and black. The flower bed before the house was wet, with a smell of geraniums and drenched pansies. He lighted a cigarette, sitting upon the rail. Miss Brown rocked. "It's turned off cool," she said. "That little bit of rain has done a lot of good, hasn't it?" "Yes, it was hot," he said. "I hate hot weather." "I can't stand it either," she said. "That's why I go away every summer. Out my way we catch it. You folks here don't know what hot weather is. You're from Milwaukee, aren't you?" "Indianapolis." "I knew it was somewhere out there. Is it a big place?" he asked curiously. "Yes, you could put Altamont in one corner of it and never miss it." "How big is it?" he said eagerly. "How many people have you there?" "I don't know exactly. Over 300,000 with the suburbs." He reflected with greedy satisfaction. "Is it pretty? Are there a lot of pretty houses and fine buildings?" "Yes, I think so," she said reflectively. "It's a nice home-like place." "What are the people like? What do they do? Are they rich?" "Why, yes. It's a business and manufacturing place. There are a lot of rich people." "I suppose they live in big houses and ride around in big cars, hey?" he demanded. Then, without waiting for a reply, he went on, "Do they have good things to eat? What?" She laughed awkwardly, puzzled and confused. "Why, yes, there's a great deal of German cooking. Do you like German cooking?" "Beer," he muttered lusciously. "Beer, eh? You make it out there?" "Yes." She laughed with a voluptuous note in her voice. "I believe you're a bad boy, Eugene." "And what about the theaters and libraries? You have lots of shows, don't you?" "Yes, a lot of good shows come to Indianapolis. All the big hits in New York and Chicago." "And a library? You have a big one, eh?" "Yes, we have a nice library." "How many books has it?" "Oh, I can't say as to that, but it's a good big library." "Over 100,000 books, do you suppose? They wouldn't have 500,000, would they?" He did not wait for an answer. He was talking to himself. "No, of course not. How many books can you take out at a time?" "What?" The great shadow of his hunger bent over her. He rushed out of himself, devouring her with his questions. "What are the girls like? Are they blonde or brunette? What?" "Why, we have both kinds. More dark than fair, I should say." She looked through the darkness at him, grinning. "Are they pretty?" "Well, I can't say. You'll have to draw your own conclusions, Eugene. I'm one of them, you know." She looked at him with demure lewdness, offering herself for inspection. Then, with a laugh of teasing reproof, she said, "I believe you're a bad boy, Eugene. I believe you're a bad boy." He lighted another cigarette feverishly. "I'd give anything for a smoke," muttered Miss Brown. "I don't suppose I could hear." She looked round her. "Why not?" he said impatiently. "There's no one to see you. It's dark. What does it matter, anyway?" Little electric currents of excitement played up his spine. "I believe I will," she whispered. "Have you got a cigarette?" He gave her his package. She stood up to receive the flame he nursed in his cupped hands. She leaned her heavy body against him as, with puckered face and closed eyes, she held her cigarette to the fire. She grasped his shaking hands to steady the light, holding them for a moment after. "What?" said Miss Brown with a cunning smile. "What if your mother should see us? You'd catch it." "She'll not see us," he said. "Besides," he added generously, "why shouldn't women smoke the same as men? There's no harm in it." "Yes," said Miss Brown, "I believe in being broad-minded about these things, too." But he grinned in the dark because the woman had revealed herself with a cigarette. It was a sign, the sign of the province, the sign unmistakable of debauchery. Then, when he laid his hands upon her, she came very passively into his embrace as he sat before her on the rail. "Eugene, Eugene!" she said in mocking reproof. "Where is your room?" he said. She told him. Later, Eliza came suddenly and silently out upon them on one of her swift raids from the kitchen. "Who's there? Who's there?" she said, peering into the gloom suspiciously. "Huh? Huh? Where's Eugene? Has anyone seen Eugene?" She knew very well he was there. "Yes, here I am," he said. "What do you want?" "Oh, who's that with you, huh?" "Miss Brown is with me." "Won't you come out and sit down, Mrs. Gant?" said Miss Brown. "You must be tired and hot." "Oh," said Eliza awkwardly. "Is that you, Miss Brown? I couldn't see who it was." She switched on the dim porch light. "It's mighty dark out here. Someone coming up those stairs might fall and break a leg. I tell you what," she continued conversationally, "this air feels good. I wish I could let everything go and just enjoy myself." She continued in amiable monologue for another half hour, her eyes probing about swiftly all the time at the two dark figures before her. Then hesitantly, by awkward, talkative stages, she went into the house again. "Son," she said before she went, troubled, "it's getting late. You'd better go to bed. That's where we all ought to be." Miss Brown assented gracefully and moved toward the door. "I'm going now. I feel tired. Good night, all." He sat quietly on the rail, smoking, listening to the noises in the house. It went to sleep. He went back and found Eliza preparing to retire to her little cell. "Son," she said in a low voice, after shaking her puckered face reproachfully for a moment, "I tell you what, I don't like it. It doesn't look right. You're sitting out alone with that woman. She's old enough to be your mother." "She's your boarder, isn't she?" he said roughly. "Not mine. I didn't bring her here." "There's one thing sure," said Eliza, wounded. "You don't catch me associating with them. I hold up my head as high as anyone." She smiled at him bitterly. "Well, good night, Mama," he said, ashamed and hurt. "Let's forget about them for a while. What does it matter?" "Be a good boy," said Eliza timidly. "I want you to be a good boy, son." There was a sense of guilt in her manner, a note of regret and contrition. "Don't worry," he said, turning away suddenly, wrenched bitterly, as he always was, by a sense of the childlike innocence and steadfastness that lay at the bottom of her life. "It's not your fault if I'm not. I shan't blame you. Good night." The kitchen light went out. He heard his mother's door click gently. Through the dark house a shaft of air blew coolly. Slowly, with thudding heart, he began to mount the stairs. But on that dark stair, his footfalls numbed in the heavy carpet, he came squarely upon a woman's body that, by its fragrance, like magnolia, he knew was that of Mrs. Selborne. They held each other sharply by the arms, discovered with caught breath. She bent toward him. A few strands of her blonde hair brushed his face, leaving it aflame. "Hush!" she whispered. So they paused there, holding each other breast to breast, the only time that they had ever touched. Then, with their dark wisdom of each other confirmed, they parted, each a sharer in the other's life, to meet thereafter before the world with calm, untelling eyes. He groped softly back along the dark corridor until he came to the door of Miss Brown's room. It was slightly ajar. He went in. She took all his medals, all that he had won at Leonard's school, the one for debating, the one for declaiming, the one in bronze for William Shakespeare, W.S. 1616 to 1916, done for a ducat. He had no money to give her. She did not want much, a coin or two at a time. It was, she said, not the money, it was the principle of the thing. He saw the justice of her argument. For, said she, if I wanted money, I wouldn't fool with you. Somebody tries to get me to go out every day. One of the richest men in this town, old man Tyson, has been after me ever since I came. He's offered me $10 if I'll go out in his car with him. I don't need your money, but you've got to give me something. I don't care how little it is. I wouldn't feel decent unless you did. I'm not one of your little society chippies that you see every day uptown. I've too much self-respect for that. So, in lieu of money, he gave her his medals as pledges. If you don't redeem them, said Miss Brown, I'll give them to my own son when I go home. Have you a son? Yes, he's 18 years old. He's almost as tall as you are and twice as broad. All the girls are mad about him. He turned his head away sharply, whitening with a sense of nausea and horror, feeling in him an incestuous pollution. That's enough now, said Miss Brown with authority. Go to your room and get some sleep. But unlike the first one in the tobacco town, she never called him son. End of section 39. Section 40 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 31, Part 2. Poor butterfly, for her heart was breaking. Poor butterfly, for she loved him so. Miss Irene Mallard changed the needle of the little phonograph in the sun parlor, and reversed the well-worn record. Then, as with stately emphasis, the opening measure of Katinka paced out, she waited for him, erect, smiling, slender, beautiful, with long, lovely hands held up like wings to his embrace. She was teaching him to dance. Laura James had danced beautifully. It had maddened him to see her poised in the arms of a young man dancing. Now, clumsily, he moved off on a conscientious left foot, counting to himself 1, 2, 3, 4. Irene Mallard slipped and veered to his awkward pressure, as bodiless as a fume of smoke. Her left hand rested on his bony shoulder lightly as a bird. Her cool fingers were threaded into his hot, sawing palm. She had thick hair of an oaken color, evenly parted in the middle. Her skin was pearl pale and transparently delicate. Her jaw was long, full, and sensuous. Her face was like that of one of the pre-Raphaelite women. She carried her tall, graceful body with beautiful erectness, but with the slightly worn sensuousness of fragility and weariness. Her lovely eyes were violet, always a little tired, but full of slow surprise and tenderness. She was like a Luini Madonna, mixed of holiness and seduction, the world and heaven. He held her with reverent care, as one who would not come too near, who would not break a sacred image. Her exquisite and subtle perfume stole through him like a strange whisper, pagan and divine. He was afraid to touch her, and his hot palm sweated to her fingers. Sometimes she coughed gently, smiling, holding a small crumpled handkerchief edged with blue before her mouth. She had come to the hills not because of her own health, but because of her mother's, a woman of 65, rustily dressed, with the petulant hang-dog face of age and sickness. The old woman suffered from asthma and heart disease. They had come from Florida. Irene Mallard was a very capable business woman. She was the chief bookkeeper of one of the Altamont banks. Every evening Randolph Gudger, the bank president, telephoned her. Irene Mallard pressed her palm across the mouthpiece of the telephone, smiling at Eugene ironically and rolling her eyes entreatingly aloft. Sometimes Randolph Gudger drove by and asked her to go with him. The boy went sulkily away until the rich man should leave. The banker looked bitterly after him. "He wants me to marry him, Gene," said Irene Mallard. "What am I going to do?" "He's old enough to be your grandfather," said Eugene. "He has no hair on the top of his head. His teeth are false, and I don't know what all," he said resentfully. "He's a rich man, Gene," said Irene, smiling. "Don't forget that." "Go on, then. Go on," he cried furiously. "Yes, go ahead. Marry him. It's the right thing for you. Sell yourself." "He's an old man," he said melodramatically. Randolph Gudger was almost 45. But they danced there slowly in a gray light of dusk that was like pain and beauty, like the lost light under sea in which his life, a lost merman, swam, remembering exile. And as they danced, she, whom he dared not touch, yielded her body unto him, whispering softly to his ear, pressing with slender fingers his hot hand. And she, whom he would not touch, lay there like a sheaf of grain in the crook of his arm, token of the world's remedy, the refuge from the one lost face out of all the faces, the anodyne against the wound named Laura. 1,000 flitting shapes of beauty to bring him comfort and delight. The great pageantry of pain and pride and death hung through the dusk its awful vision, touching his sorrow with a lonely joy. He had lost, but all pilgrimage across the world was loss. A moment of cleaving, a moment of taking away, the 1,000 phantom shapes that beaconed, and the high impassionate grief of stars. It was dark. Irene Mallard took him by the hand and led him out on the porch. "Sit down here a moment, Gene. I want to talk to you." Her voice was serious, low-pitched. He sat beside her in the swing, obediently, with the sense of an impending lecture. "I've been watching you these last few days," said Irene Mallard. "I know what's been going on." "What do you mean?" he said thickly, with thudding pulses. "You know what I mean," said Irene Mallard sternly. "Now, you're too fine a boy, Gene, to waste yourself on that woman. Anyone can see what she is. Mother and I have both talked about it. A woman like that can ruin a young boy like you. You've got to stop it." "How did you know about it?" he muttered. He was frightened and ashamed. She took his trembling hand and held it between her cool palms until he grew quieter. But he drew no closer to her. He halted, afraid, before her loveliness. As with Laura James, she seemed too high for his passion. He was afraid of her flesh. He was not afraid of Miss Brown's. But now he was tired of the woman and didn't know how he could pay her. She had all his medals. All through the waning summer he walked with Irene Mallard. They walked at night through the cool streets filled with the rustle of tired leaves. They went together to the hotel roof and danced. Later, Pap Reinhardt, kind and awkward and shy, and smelling of his horse, came to their little table, sitting and drinking with them. He had spent the years since Leonard's at a military school, trying to straighten the wry twist of his neck. But he remained the same as ever, quizzical, dry, and humorous. Eugene looked at that good, shy face, remembering the lost years, the lost faces, and there was sorrow in his heart for what would come no more. August ended. September came, full of departing wings. The world was full of departures. It had heard the drums. The young men were going to the war. Ben had been rejected again in the draft. Now he was preparing to drift off in search of employment in other towns. Luke had given up his employment in a war munitions factory at Dayton, Ohio, and had enlisted in the Navy. He had come home on a short leave before his departure for the training school at Newport, Rhode Island. The street roared as he came down at his vulgar wide-legged stride in flapping blues, his face all on the grin, thick curls of his unruly hair coiling below the band of his hat. He was the cartoon of a gob. "Luke!" shouted Mr. Fawcett, the land auctioneer, pulling him in from the street to Wood's Pharmacy. "By God, son, you've done your bit. I'm going to set you up. What are you going to have?" "Make it a dope," said Luke. "Colonel, yours truly." He lifted the frosty glass in a violently palsied hand and stood posed before the grinning counter. For 40 years ago," he began in a hoarse voice, "I might have refused, but now I can't. God help me, I can't." Gant's sickness had returned on him with increased virulence. His face was haggard and yellow. A tottering weakness crept into his limbs. It was decided that he must go again to Baltimore. Helen would go with him. "Mr. Gant," said Eliza persuasively, "why don't you just give up everything and settle down to take things easy the rest of your days? You don't feel good enough to tend to business any more. If I were you, I'd retire. We could get $20,000 for your shop without any trouble. If I had that much money to work with, I'd show them a thing or two." She nodded pertly with a smart wink. "I could turn it over 2 or 3 times within 2 years' time. You've got to trade quick to keep the ball a-rolling. That's the way it's done." "Merciful God!" he groaned. "That's my last refuge on earth. Woman, have you no mercy? I beg of you, leave me to die in peace. It won't be long now. You can do what you please with it after I'm gone, but give me a little peace now. In the name of Jesus, I ask it." He sniffled affectedly. "Pshaw!" said Eliza, thinking no doubt to encourage him. "There's nothing wrong with you. Half of it's only imagination." He groaned, turning his head away. Summer died upon the hills. There was a hue barely guessed upon the foliage of red rust. The streets at night were filled with sad lispings. All through the night upon his porch, as in a coma, he heard the strange noise of autumn. And all the people who had given the town its light, thronging gaiety, were vanished strangely overnight. They had gone back into the vast South again. The solemn tension of the war gathered about the nation. A twilight of grim effort hovered around him, above him. He felt the death of joy, but the groping within him of wonder, of glory. Out of the huge sprawl of its first delirium, the nation was beginning to articulate the engines of war, engines to mill and print out hatred and falsehood, engines to pump up glory, engines to manacle and crush opposition, engines to drill and regiment men. But something of true wonder had come upon the land. The flares and rockets of the battlefields cast their light across the plains as well. Young men from Kansas were going to die in Picardy. In some foreign earth lay the iron, as yet unmolded, that was to slay them. The strangeness of death and destiny was legible upon lives and faces which held no strangeness of their own. For it is the union of the ordinary and the miraculous that makes wonder. Luke had gone away to the training school at Newport. Ben went to Baltimore with Helen and Gant, who, before entering the hospital again for radium treatment, had gone on a violent and unruly spree which had compelled their rapid transference from one hotel to another, and had finally brought Gant moaning to his bed, hurling against God the anathemas that should have been saved for huge riotings in raw oysters washed down chaotically with beer and whiskey. They all drank a great deal. Gant's excesses, however, reduced the girl to a state of angry frenzy, and Ben to one of scowling and cursing disgust. "You damned old man!" cried Helen, seizing and shaking his passive shoulders as he lay reeking and sodden on an untidy bed. I could wear you out. You're not sick. I've wasted my life nursing you, and you're not as sick as I am. You'll be here long after I'm gone, you selfish old man. It makes me furious. Why, baby, he roared, with a vast gesture of his arms, God bless you, I couldn't do without you. Don't baby me, she cried. But she held his hand next day as they rode out to the hospital, held it as, quaking, he turned for an instant and looked sadly at the city stretched behind and below him. I was a boy here, he muttered. Don't worry, she said. We're going to make you well again. Why, you'll be a boy again. Hand in hand, they entered the lobby, where, flanked with death and terror and the busy matter-of-factness of the nurses, and the hundred flitting shapes of the quiet men with the gray faces and gimlet eyes, who walk so surely in among the broken lives, with arms proposed in an attitude of enormous mercy, many times bigger than Gant's largest angel, is an image of gentle Jesus. Eugene went to see the Leonards several times. Margaret looked thin and ill, but the great light in her seemed on this account to burn more brightly. Never before had he been so aware of her enormous tranquil patience, the great health of her spirit. All of his sin, all of his pain, all the vexed weariness of his soul were washed away in that deep radiance. The tumult and evil of life dropped from him its foul and ragged cloak. He seemed to be clothed anew in garments of seamless light. But he could confess little that lay in his heart. He talked freely of his work at the university. He talked of little else. His heart was packed with its burden for confessional. But he knew he could not speak, that she would not understand. She was too wise for anything but faith. Once, desperately, he tried to tell her of Laura. He blurted out a confession awkwardly in a few words. Before he had finished, she began to laugh. Mr. Leonard, she called, imagine this rascal with a girl. Pshaw, boy, you don't know what love is. Get along with you. There'll be time enough to think of that 10 years from now. She laughed tenderly to herself, with absent, misty gaze. Oh, Gene with a girl. Pity the poor girl. Ah, Lord, boy, that's a long way off for you. Thank your stars. He bent his head sharply and closed his eyes. Oh, my lovely saint, he thought, how close you have been to me, if anyone. How I have cut my brain open for you to see. And would my heart, if I had dared. And how alone I am, and always have been. He walked through the streets at night with Irene Mallard. The town was thinned and saddened by departures. A few people hurried past, as if driven along by the brief pouncing gusts of wind. He was held in the lure of her subtle weariness. She gave him comfort, and he never touched her. But he unpacked the burden of his heart, trembling and passionate. She sat beside him and stroked his hand. It seemed to him that he never knew her until he remembered her years later. The house was almost empty. At night Eliza packed his trunk carefully, counting the ironed shirts and mended socks with satisfaction. Now you have plenty of good warm clothes, son. Try to take care of them. She put Gant's check in his inner pocket and fastened it with a safety pin. Keep a sharp eye on your money, boy. You never know who you'll run up with on a train. He dawdled nervously toward the door, wishing to melt away, not end in leave-taking. It does seem you might spend one night at home with your mother, she said querulously. Her eyes grew misty at once. Her lips began to work tremulously in a bitter, self-pitying smile. I tell you what, it looks mighty funny, doesn't it? You can't stay with me 5 minutes any more without wanting to be up and off with the first woman that comes along. It's all right, I'm not complaining. It seems as if all I was fit for is to cook and sew and get you ready to go off. She burst volubly into tears. It seems that that's the only use you have for me. I've hardly laid eyes on you all summer. No, he said bitterly. You've been too busy looking after the boarders. "Don't think, Mamma, that you can work on my feelings here at the last minute," he cried, already deeply worked on. "It's easy to cry, but I was here all the time if you had had time for me. Oh, for God's sake, let's make an end to this. Aren't things bad enough without it? Why must you act this way whenever I go off? Do you want to make me as miserable as you can?" "Well, I tell you," said Eliza hopefully, becoming dry-eyed at once, "if I make a couple of deals and everything goes well, you may find me waiting for you in a big fine house when you come back next spring. I've got the lot picked out. I was thinking about it the other day," she went on, giving him a bright and knowing nod. He made a strangling noise in his throat and tore at his collar. "In God's name, please." There was a silence. "Well," said Eliza gravely, plucking at her chin, "I want you to be a good boy and study hard, son. Take care of your money. I want you to have plenty of good food and warm clothes. But you mustn't be extravagant, boy. This sickness of your papa's has cost a lot of money. Everything is going out and nothing's coming in. Nobody knows where the next dollar's coming from, so you've got to watch out." Again silence fell. She had said her say. She had come as close as she could. But suddenly she felt speechless, shut out, barred from the bitter and lonely secrecy of his life. "I hate to see you go, son," she said quietly, with a deep and indefinable sadness. He cast his arms up suddenly in a tortured, incomplete gesture. "What does it matter? Oh, God, what does it matter?" Eliza's eyes filled with tears of real pain. She grasped his hand and held it. "Try to be happy, son," she wept. "Try to be a little more happy. Poor child, poor child. Nobody ever knew you before you were born." She shook her head slowly, speaking in a voice that was drowned and husky with her tears. Then huskily clearing her throat, she repeated, "Before you were born." End of section 40.
Section 41 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Polam. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 32, Part 1. When he returned to the university for his second year, he found the place adjusted soberly to war. It seemed quieter, sadder. The number of students was smaller, and they were younger. The older ones had gone to war. The others were in a state of wild but subdued restlessness. They were careless of colleges, careers, successes. The war had thrilled them with its triumphing now. Of what use tomorrow? Of what use all labor for tomorrow? The big guns had blown all spun schemes to fragments. They hailed the end of all planned work with a fierce, a secret joy. The business of education went on half-heartedly, with an abstracted look. In the classroom their eyes were vague upon the book, but their ears cocked attentively for alarms and excursions without. Eugene began the year earnestly as roommate of a young man who had been the best student in the Altamont High School. His name was Bob Sterling. Bob Sterling was 19 years old, the son of a widow. He was of middling height, always very neatly and soberly dressed. There was nothing conspicuous about him. For this reason he could laugh good-naturedly, a little smugly, at whatever was conspicuous. He had a good mind, bright, attentive, studious, unmarked by originality or inventiveness. He had a time for everything. He apportioned a certain time for the preparation of each lesson, and went over it 3 times, mumbling rapidly to himself. He sent his laundry out every Monday. When in merry company, he laughed heartily and enjoyed himself, but he always kept track of the time. Presently he would look at his watch, saying, "Well, this is all very nice, but it's getting no work done," and he would go. Every one said he had a bright future. He remonstrated with Eugene with good-natured seriousness about his habits. He ought not to throw his clothes around. He ought not to let his shirts and drawers accumulate in a dirty pile. He ought not to have a regular time for doing each lesson. He ought to live by regular hours. They lived in a private dwelling on the edge of the campus, in a large, bright room decorated with a great number of college pennants, all of which belonged to Bob Sterling. Bob Sterling had heart disease. He stood on the landing gasping when he had climbed the stairs. Eugene opened the door for him. Bob Sterling's pleasant face was dead white, spotted by pale freckles. His lips chattered and turned blue. "What is it, Bob? How do you feel?" asked Eugene. "Come here," said Bob Sterling with a grin. "Put your head down here." He took Eugene's head and placed it against his heart. The great pump beat slowly and irregularly, with a hissing respiration. "Good God!" cried Eugene. "Do you hear it?" said Bob Sterling, beginning to laugh. Then he went into the room, chafing his dry hands briskly. But he fell sick and could not attend classes. He was taken to the college infirmary, where he lay for several weeks, apparently not very ill, but with lips constantly blue, a slow pulse, and a subnormal temperature. Nothing could be done about it. His mother came and took him home. Eugene wrote him regularly, twice a week, getting in return short but cheerful messages. Then one day he died. 2 weeks later, the widow returned to gather together the boy's belongings. Silently, she collected the clothing that no one would ever wear. She was a stout woman in her 40s. Eugene took all the pennants from the wall and folded them. She packed them in a valise and turned to go. "Here's another," said Eugene. She burst suddenly into tears and seized his hand. "He was so brave," she said, "so brave. Those last days I had not meant to. Your letters made him so happy." She's alone now, Eugene thought. I cannot stay here, he thought, where he has been. We were here together. Always I should see him on the landing, with the hissing valve and the blue lips, or hear him mumbling his lessons. Then at night the other cot would be empty. I think I shall room alone hereafter. But he roomed the remainder of the term in one of the dormitories. He had 2 roommates, one an Altamont young man who answered to the name of L.K. Duncan. The L stood for Lawrence, but everyone called him Elk. And the other, the son of an Episcopal minister, Harold Gay. Both were several years older than Eugene. Elk Duncan was 24, and Harold Gay 22. But it is doubtful whether a more precious congress of freaks had ever before gathered in 2 small rooms, one of which they used as a study. Elk Duncan was the son of an Altamont attorney, a small Democratic politician mighty in county affairs. Elk Duncan was tall, an inch or 2 over 6 feet, and incredibly thin, or rather narrow. He was already a little bald. He had a high, prominent forehead and large, pale, bulging eyes. From that point his long, pale face sloped backward to his chin. His shoulders were a trifle bowed and very narrow. The rest of his body had the symmetry of a lead pencil. He was always dressed very foppishly, in tight suits of blue flannel, with high, stiff collars, fat silken cravats, and colored silk handkerchiefs. He was a student in the law school, but he spent a large part of his time, industriously, in avoiding study. The younger students, particularly the freshmen, gathered round him after meals, with mouths slightly ajar, feeding upon his words like manna, and hungrily demanding more, the wilder his fable became. His posture toward life was very much that of the barker of a carnival sideshow, loquacious, patronizing, and cynical. The other roommate, Harold Gay, was a good soul, no older than a child. He wore spectacles, which gave the only glister to the dull grayness of his face. He was plain and ugly without any distinction. He had been puzzled so long by at least 4/5 of the phenomena of existence that he no longer made any effort to comprehend them. Instead, he concealed his shyness and bewilderment under a braying laugh that echoed at all the wrong places, and a silly grin full of an absurd and devilish knowingness. His association with Elk Duncan was one of the proud summits of his life. He weltered in the purple calcium which bathed that worthy. He smoked cigarettes with a debauched leer, and cursed loudly and uneasily at the accent of a depraved clergyman. "Harold, Harold," said Elk Duncan reprovingly, "damn, son, you're getting hard. If you go on like this, you'll begin to chew gum and fritter away your Sunday school money at the movies. Think of the rest of us, please. Gene here's only a young boy, as pure as a barnyard privy, and as for me, I've always moved in the best circles and associated with only the highest class of bartenders and ladylike street walkers. What would your father say if he could hear you? Don't you know he'd be shocked? He'd cut off your cigarette money, son." "I don't give a damn what he'd do, Elk, nor you either," said Harold toughly, grinning. "So what the hell?" he roared as loudly as he could. There was an answering howl from the windows of the whole dormitory, cries of "Go to hell," "Cut it out," and ironical cheers, at which he was pleased. The scattered family drew together again at Christmas. A sense of impending dissolution, of loss and death brought them back. The surgeon at Baltimore had given no hope. He had, rather, confirmed Gant's death warrant. "Then how long can he live?" asked Helen. He shrugged his shoulders. "My dear girl," he said, "I have no idea. The man's a miracle. Do you know that he's Exhibit A here? Every surgeon in the place has had a look. How long can he last? I'll swear to nothing. I no longer have any idea. When your father left here the first time, after his operation, I never expected to see him again. I doubted if he would last the winter through. But he's back again. He may be back many times." "Can you help him at all? Do you think the radium does any good?" "I can give him a relief for a time. I can even check the growth of the disease for a time. Beyond that, I can do nothing. But his vitality is enormous. He's a creaking gate which hangs by one hinge, but which hangs nevertheless." Thus she had brought him home, the shadow of his death suspended over them like a Damocles sword. Fear prowled softly through their brains on leopard feet. The girl lived in a condition of repressed hysteria. It had its outbursts daily at Blizza's or in her own home. Hugh Barton had purchased a house to which he had taken her. "You'll get no peace," he said, "as long as you're near them. That's what's wrong with you now." She had frequent periods of sickness. She went constantly to the doctors for treatment and advice. Sometimes she went to the hospital for several days. Her illness manifested itself in various ways, sometimes in a terrible mastoid pain, sometimes in nervous exhaustion, sometimes in a hysterical collapse in which she laughed and wept by turns, and which was governed partly by Gant's illness and a morbid despair over her failure to bear a child. She drank stealthily at all times. She drank in nibbling drops for stimulus, never enough for drunkenness. She drank vile liquids, seeking only the effect of alcohol and getting at it in strange ways, through a dozen abominations called tonics and extracts. Almost deliberately, she ruined her taste for the better sort of potable liquors, concealing from herself, under the convenient labelings of physic, the ugly crawling hunger in her blood. This self-deception was characteristic of her. Her life expressed itself through a series of deceptions, of symbols, her dislikes, affections, grievances, brandishing every cause but the real one. but unless actually bedridden, she was never absent from her father for many hours. The shadow of his death lay over their lives. They shuddered below its horror, its protracted menace, its unsearchable enigma, deprived them of dignity and courage. They were dominated by the weary and degrading egotism of life, which is blandly philosophical over the death of the alien, but sees in its own the corruption of natural law. It was hard for them to think of Gant's death as of God's death. It was a great deal harder, because he was more real to them than God. He was more immortal than God. He was God. This hideous twilight into which their lives had passed froze Eugene with its terror and choked him with fury. He would grow enraged after reading a letter from home and pound the grain plaster of the dormitory wall until his knuckles were bloody. They have taken his courage away, he thought. They have made a whining coward out of him. No, and if I die, no damn family about, blowing their messy breaths in your face, snuffling down their messy noses at you, gathering around till you can't breathe, telling you how well you're looking with hearty smiles and boo-hooing behind your back. Oh, messy, messy, messy death. Shall we never be alone? Shall we never live alone, think alone, live in our house by ourselves alone? Ah, but I shall. I shall. Alone, alone, and far away with falling rain. Then, bursting suddenly into the study, he found Elk Duncan, with an unaccustomed eye bent dully on a page of Torts, a bright bird held by the stare of that hypnotic snake, the law. Are we to die like rats, he said? Are we to smother in a hole? Damn, said Elk Duncan, folding the big calfskin and cowering defensively behind it. Yes, that's right. Calm yourself. You are Napoleon Bonaparte, and I'm your old friend Oliver Cromwell. Harold, he called. Help, he killed the keeper and got out. Gene, yelled Harold Gay, hurtling a thick volume from him under the spell of Elk's great names. What do you know about history? Who signed the Magna Carta, hey? It wasn't signed, said Eugene. The king didn't know how to write, so they mimeographed it. Correct, roared Harold Gay. Who was Ethelred the Unready? He was the son of Cinewulf the Silly and Undine the Unwashed, said Eugene. On his Uncle Jasper's side, said Elk Duncan, he was related to Paul the Poxy and Genevieve the Ungenerous. He was excommunicated by the Pope in the bull of the year 903, but he refused to be cowed, said Eugene. Instead, he called together all the local clergy, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Gay, who was elected Pope, said Elk Duncan. This caused a great schism in the church. But as usual, God was on the side of the greatest number of canons, said Eugene. Later on, the family migrated to California and made its fortune in the gold rush of 749. You boys are too good for me, yelled Harold Gay, getting up abruptly. Come on, who's going to the Pic? The Pic was the only purchasable entertainment that the village afforded steadily. It was a moving picture theater inhabited nightly by a howling tribe of students who rushed down aisles paved with peanut shells through a shrapnel fire of flying goobers, devoting themselves studiously for the remainder of the evening to the unhappy heads and necks of freshmen, and less attentively, but with roars of applause, indignation, or advice, to the poor flicker dance of puppets that wavered its way illegibly across the worn and pleated screen. A weary but industrious young woman with a scrawny neck thumped almost constantly at a battered piano. If she was idle for 5 minutes, the whole pack howled ironically, demanding, "Music, Myrtle, music!" It was necessary to speak to everyone. If one spoke to everyone, one was democratic. If one did not, one was a snob and got few votes. The appraisal of personality like all other appraisal with them, was coarse and blunt. They were suspicious of all eminence. They had a hard peasant hostility to the unusual. A man was brilliant? Was there a bright sparkle to him? Bad, bad. He was not safe. He was not sound. The place was a democratic microcosmos seething with political interests, national, regional, collegiate. The campus had its candidates, its managers, its bosses, its machines, as had the state. A youngster developed in college the political craft he was later to exert in party affairs. The son of a politician was schooled by his crafty sire before the down was off his cheeks. At 16, his life had been plotted ahead to the governorship, or to the proud dignities of a congressman. The boy came deliberately to the university to bait and set his first traps. Deliberately he made those friendships that were most likely to benefit him later. By his junior year, if he was successful, he had a political manager who engineered his campus ambitions. He moved with circumspection and spoke with a trace of pomp nicely weighed with cordiality. "Ah, there, gentlemen. Gentlemen, how are you? A nice day, gentlemen." The vast champaign of the world stretched out its limitless wonder, but few were seduced away from the fortress of the state. Few ever heard the distant reverberation of an idea. They could get no greater glory for themselves than a seat in the Senate, and the way to glory, the way to all power, highness, and distinction whatsoever was through the law, a string tick, and a hat. Hence politics, law schools, debating societies, and speech-making, the applause of listening senates to command. The yokels, of course, were in the saddle. They composed 9/10 of the student body. The proud titles were in their gift, and they took care that their world should be kept safe for yokelry and the homespun virtues. Usually these dignities, the presidencies of student bodies, classes, YMCAs, and the managerships of athletic teams, were given to some honest serf who had established his greatness behind a plow before working in the college commons, or to some industrious hack who had shown a satisfactory mediocrity in all directions. Such an industrious hack was called an all-round man. He was safe, sound, and reliable. He would never get notions. He was the fine flower of university training. He was a football scrub and a respectable scholar in all subjects. He was a universal two-man. He always got two on everything except moral character, where he shone with a superlative oneness. If he did not go into the law or the ministry, he was appointed a Rhodes Scholar. In this strange place, Eugene flourished amazingly. He was outside the pale of popular jealousies. It was quite obvious that he was not safe, that he was not sound, that decidedly he was an irregular person. He could never be an all-round man. Obviously, he would never be governor. Obviously, he would never be a politician because he said funny things. He was not the man to lead a class or say a prayer. He was a man for curious enterprise. Well, thought they benevolently, we need some such. We are not all made for weighty business. He was happier than he had ever been in his life and more careless. His physical loneliness was more complete and more delightful. His escape from the bleak horror of disease and hysteria and death impending that hung above his crouched family left him with a sense of aerial buoyancy, drunken freedom. He had come to the place alone, without companions. He had no connections. He had, even now, not one close friend. And this isolation was in his favor. Everyone knew him at sight. Everyone called him by name and spoke to him kindly. He was not disliked. He was happy, full of expansive joy. He greeted every one with enthusiastic gusto. He had a vast tenderness and affection for the whole marvelous and unvisited earth that blinded his eyes. He was closer to a feeling of brotherhood than he had ever been, and more alone. He was filled with a divine indifference for all appearance. Joy ran like a great wine through his young, expanding limbs. He bounded down the path with wild cries in his throat, leaping for life like an apple, trying to focus the blind desire that swept him apart, to melt down to a bullet all of his formless passion, and so slay death, slay love. He began to join. He joined everything. He had never belonged to any group before. But now all groups were beckoning him. He had, without much trouble, won a place for himself on the staff of the college paper and the magazine. The small beginning trickle of distinctions widened into a gushet. It began to sprinkle, then it rained. He was initiated into literary fraternities, dramatic fraternities, theatrical fraternities, speaking fraternities, journalistic fraternities, and in the spring, into a social fraternity. He joined enthusiastically, submitted with fanatical glee to the hard mauling of the initiations, and went about lame and sore, more pleased than a child or a savage, with colored ribbons on his coat lapel, and a waistcoat plastered with pins, badges, symbols, and Greek letterings. But not without labor had his titles come. The early autumn was lusterless and slack. He could not come from the shadow of Laura. She haunted him. When he went home at Christmas, he found the hills bleak and close, and the town mean and cramped in the grim stinginess of winter. There was a ludicrous, a desperate gaiety in the family. "Well," said Eliza sorrowfully as she peered above the stove, "let's all try to be happy this time and enjoy a quiet Christmas. You never know, you never know." She shook her head, unable to continue. Her eyes were wet. "It may be the last time we're all together." The old trouble," she said hoarsely, turning to him. "What old trouble?" he said angrily. "Good God, why are you so mysterious?" "My heart," she whispered with a brave smile. "I've said nothing to anyone, but last week I thought I was gone." This was delivered in a boding whisper. "Oh, my God," he groaned. "You'll be here when the rest of us are rotten." Helen burst into a raucous, angry laugh, looking at his sullen face and prodding him roughly with her big fingers. "Kate, do you ever know it to fail? Did you? If you come to her with one of your kidneys gone, she's always got something worse the matter with her. No, sir, I've never known it to fail." You may laugh," said Eliza with a smile of watery bitterness, "but I may not be here to laugh at much longer." "Good heavens, Mama," the girl cried irritably. "There's nothing wrong with you. You're not the sick one. Papa's the sick one. He's the one that needs attention. Can't you realize that? He's dying. He may not last the winter out. I'm the sick one. You'll be here long after we're both gone." "You never know," said Eliza mysteriously. "You never know who'll be the first one to go. Only last week there was Mr. Cosgrave, as fine a looking man as a—" "They're off!" Eugene screamed with a crazy laugh, stomping up and down the kitchen in a frenzy. "By God, they're off!" At this moment one of the aged harpies, of whom the house always sheltered 2 or 3 during the grim winter, lurched from the hall back into the door space. She was a large, raw-boned hag, a confirmed drug-eater, who moved by a violent and dissonant jerking of her gaunt limbs, pawing abruptly at the air with a gnarled hand. "Mrs. Gant," said she, writhing her loose gray lips horribly before she could speak, "did I get a letter? Have you seen him?" "Seen who? Goon," said Eliza fretfully. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't believe you do either." Smiling hideously at them all and pawing the air, the monster got under way again, disappearing like an old wagon with loose wheels. Helen began to laugh hoarsely as Eugene's face hung forward with mouth half open in an expression of sullen stupefaction. Eliza laughed too, slyly, rubbing her nose-wing with a finger. "I'll vow," she said, "I believe she's crazy. She takes dope of some sort, that's certain. Makes my flesh crawl when she comes around." "Then why do you keep her in the house?" said Helen resentfully. "Good heavens, Mama, you could get rid of her if you wanted to." "Poor old Jean," she said, beginning to laugh again. "You always catch it, don't you?" "The time draws near the birth of Christ," he said piously. She laughed then, with abstracted eyes, plucked vaguely at her large chin. Her father spent most of the day staring vacantly into the parlor fire. Miss Florrie Mangle, the nurse, gave him the morbid comfort of her silence. She rocked incessantly before the fire, 30 heel taps to the minute, with arms tight folded on her limp breasts. Occasionally she talked of death and disease. Gant had aged and wasted shockingly. His heavy clothes wound round his feeble shanks. His face was waxen and transparent. It looked like a great beak. He looked clean and fragile. The cancer, Eugene thought, flowered in him like some terrible but beautiful plant. His mind was very clear, not doting, but sad and old. He spoke little, with almost comical gentleness, but he ceased to listen almost as soon as one answered. "How have you been, son?" he asked. "Are you getting along all right?" "Yes, I'm a reporter on the paper now. I may be managing editor next year. I've been elected to several organizations," he went on eagerly, glad of the rare chance to speak to one of them about his life. But when he looked up again, his father's stare was fixed sadly in the fire. The boy stopped in confusion, pierced with a bitter pain. "That's good," said Gant, hearing him speak no more. "Be a good boy, son. We're proud of you." Ben came home 2 days before Christmas. He prowled through the house like a familiar ghost. He had left the town early in the autumn, after his return from Baltimore. For 3 months he had wandered alone through the South, selling to the merchants in small towns space for advertisements upon laundry cards. How well this curious business succeeded he did not say. He was scrupulously neat, but threadbare and haggard, and more fiercely secretive than ever. He found employment at length upon a newspaper in a rich tobacco town of the Piedmont. He was going there after Christmas. He had come to them, as always, bearing gifts. Luke came in from the Naval School at Newport on Christmas Eve. They heard his sonorous tenor shouting greetings to the people in the street. He entered the house upon a blast of air. Everyone began to grin. "Well, here we are. The Admiral's back. Papa, how's the boy?" "Well, for God's sake," he cried, embracing Gant and slapping his back. "I thought I was coming to see a sick man. You're looking like the flowers that bloom in the spring." "Pretty well, my boy. How are you?" said Gant, with a pleased grin. "Couldn't be better, Colonel." "Gene, how are you? Old Scout good?" he said without waiting for an answer. Well, well, if it isn't old Baldy," he cried, pumping Ben's hand. "I don't know whether you'd be here or not. Mama, old girl," he said as he embraced her, "how are they going? Still hitting on all 6? Fine," he yelled, before anyone could reply to anything. "Why, son, what on earth?" cried Eliza, stepping back to look at him. "What have you done to yourself? You walk as if you are lame." He laughed idiotically at the sight of her troubled face and prodded her. Wah, I got torpedoed by a submarine," he said. "Oh, it's nothing," he added modestly. "I gave a little skin to help out a fellow in the electrical school." "What?" Eliza screamed. "How much did you give?" "Oh, only a little 6-inch strip," he said carelessly. The boy was badly burned. A bunch of us got together and chipped in with a little hide. "Mercy," said Eliza, "you'll be lame for life. It's a wonder you can walk." "He always thinks of others, that boy," said Gant proudly. "He'd give you his heart's blood." End of section 41. Section 42 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Pullum. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 32, Part 2. The sailor had secured an extra valise and stocked it on the way home with a great variety of beverages for his father. There were several bottles of Scotch and rye whiskies, 2 of gin, 1 of rum, and 1 each of port and sherry wine. Everyone grew mildly convivial before the evening meal. "Let's give the poor kid a drink," said Helen. "It won't hurt him." "What, my baby? Why, son, you wouldn't drink, would you?" Eliza said playfully. "Wouldn't he?" said Helen, prodding him. "Ho, ho, ho!" She poured him out a stiff draught of Scotch whiskey. "There," she said cheerfully, "that's not going to hurt him." "Son," said Eliza gravely, balancing her wine glass, "I don't want you ever to acquire a taste for it." She was still loyal to the doctrine of the good major. "No," said Gant, "it'll ruin you quicker than anything in the world if you do." "You're a goner, boy, if that stuff ever gets you," said Luke. "Take a fool's advice." They lavished fair warnings on him as he lifted his glass. He choked as the fiery stuff caught in his young throat, stopping his breath for a moment and making him tearful. He had drunk a few times before, minute quantities that his sister had given him at Woodson Street. Once with Jim Trevett he had fancied himself tipsy. When they had eaten, they drank again. He was allowed a small one. Then they all departed for town to complete their belated shopping. He was left alone in the house. What he had drunk beat pleasantly through his veins in warm pulses, bathing the tips of ragged nerves, giving to him a feeling of power and tranquility he had never known. Presently he went to the pantry where the liquor was stored. He took a water tumbler and filled it experimentally with equal portions of whiskey, gin, and rum. Then, seating himself at the kitchen table, he began to drink the mixture slowly. The terrible draught smote him with the speed and power of a man's fist. He was made instantly drunken, and he knew instantly why men drink. It was, he knew, one of the great moments in his life. He lay, greedily watching the mastery of the grape over his virgin flesh, like a girl for the first time in the embrace of her lover. And suddenly he knew how completely he was his father's son, how completely and with what added power and exquisite refinement of sensation was he Gantian. He exulted in the great length of his limbs and his body, through which the mighty liquor could better work its wizardry. In all the earth there was no other like him, no other fitted to be so sublimely and magnificently drunken. It was greater than all the music he had ever heard. It was as great as the highest poetry. Why had he never been told? Why had no one ever written adequately about it? Why, when it was possible to buy God in a bottle and drink him off and become a god oneself, were men not forever drunken? He had a moment of great wonder, the magnificent wonder with which we discover the simple and unspeakable things that lie buried and known, but unconfessed in us. So might a man feel if he wakened after death and found himself in heaven. Then a divine paralysis crept through his flesh. His limbs were numb, his tongue thickened until he could not bend it to the cunning sounds of words. He spoke aloud, repeating difficult phrases over and over, filled with wild laughter and delight at his effort. Behind his drunken body, his brain hung poised like a falcon, looking on him with scorn, with tenderness, but looking on all laughter with grief and pity. There lay in him something that could not be seen and could not be touched, which was above and beyond him, an eye within an eye, a brain above a brain, the stranger that dwelt in him and regarded him and was him, and that he did not know. But, thought he, I am alone now in this house. If I can come to know him, I will. He got up and reeled out of the alien presence of light and warmth in the kitchen. He went out into the hall where a dim light burned, and the high walls gave back their grave dame chill. This, he thought, is the house. He sat down upon the hard mission settle and listened to the cold drip of silence. This is the house in which I have been in exile. There is a stranger in the house, and there's a stranger in me. O house of Admetus, in whom, although I was a god, I have endured so many things. Now, house, I am not afraid. No ghost need fear come by me. If there is a door in silence, let it open. My silence can be greater than your own. And you, who are in me and who I am, come forth beyond this quiet shell of flesh that makes no posture to deny you. There is none to look at us. O come, my brother and my lord, with unbent face. If I had 40,000 years, I should give all but the 90 last to silence. I should grow to the earth like a hill or a rock. Unweave the fabric of nights and days. Unwind my life back to my birth. Subtract me into nakedness again, and build me back with all the sums I have not counted. Or let me look upon the living face of darkness. Let me hear the terrible sentence of your voice. There was nothing but the living silence of the house. No doors were opened. Presently he got up and left the house. He wore no hat or coat. He could not find them. The night was blanketed in a thick steam of mist. Sounds came faintly and cheerfully. Already the earth was full of Christmas. He remembered that he had bought no gifts. He had a few dollars in his pocket. Before the shops closed, he must get presents for the family. Bareheaded, he set off for the town. He knew that he was drunk and that he staggered, but he believed that with care and control he could hide his state from anyone who saw him. He straddled the line that ran down the middle of the concrete sidewalk, keeping his eyes fixed on it, and coming back to it quickly when he lurched away from it. When he got into the town, the streets were thronged with late shoppers. An air of completion was on everything. The people were streaming home to Christmas. He plunged down from the square into the narrow avenue, going in among the staring passers-by. He kept his eye hotly on the line before him. He did not know where to go. He did not know what to buy. As he reached the entrance to Wood's Pharmacy, a shout of laughter went up from the lounging beau. The next instant he was staring into the friendly, grinning faces of Julius Arthur and Van Yeats. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" said Julius Arthur. He tried to explain. A thick jargon broke from his lips. "He's cockeyed drunk," said Van Yeats. "You look out for him, Van," said Julius. "Get him into a doorway so none of his folks will see him. I'll get the car." Van Yeats propped him carefully against the wall. Julius Arthur ran swiftly into Church Street and drew up in a moment at the curb. Eugene had a vast inclination to slump carelessly upon the nearest support. He placed his arms around their shoulders and collapsed. They wedged him between them on the front seat. Somewhere bells were ringing. "Ding dong," he said very cheerfully. "Christmas." They answered with a wild yell of laughter. The house was still empty when they came to it. They got him out of the car and staggered up the steps with him. He was sorry enough that their fellowship was broken. "Where's your room, Gene?" said Julius Arthur, panting, as they entered the hall. "This one's as good as any," said Van Yeats. The door of the front bedroom opposite the parlor was open. They took him in and put him on the bed. "Let's take off his shoes," said Julius Arthur. They unlaced them and pulled them off. "Is there anything else you want, son?" said Julius. He tried to tell them to undress him and put him below the covers and close the door, in order to conceal his defection from his family, but he had lost the power of speech. After looking and grinning at him for a moment, they went out without closing the door. When they had gone, he lay upon the bed, unable to move. He had no sense of time, but his mind worked very clearly. He knew that he should rise, fasten the door, and undress. But he was paralyzed. Presently the Gants came home. Eliza alone was still in town, pondering over gifts. It was after 11 o'clock. Gant, his daughter, and his 2 sons came into the room and stared at him. When they spoke to him, he burred helplessly. "Speak, speak!" yelled Luke, rushing at him and choking him vigorously. "Are you dumb, idiot?" "I shall remember that," he thought. "Have you no pride? Have you no honor? Has it come to this?" the sailor roared dramatically, striding around the room. Doesn't he think he's hell, though? Eugene thought. He could not fashion words, but he could make sounds, ironically in the rhythm of his brother's moralizing. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, he said with accurate mimicry. Helen, loosening his collar, bent over him laughing, Ben grinning swiftly under a cleft scowl. "Have you know this? Have you know that? Have you know this? Have you know that?" He was cradled in their rhythm. "No, man, we've run out of honor today, but we have a nice fresh lot of self-respect." "Ah, be quiet," Ben muttered. "No one's dead, you know." "Go heat some water," said Gant professionally. "He's got to get it off his stomach." He no longer seemed old. His life, in a marvelous instant, came from its wasting shadow. It took on a hale sinew of health and action. "Save the fireworks," said Helen to Luke as she left the room. "Close the door. For heaven's sake, try to keep it from Mama if you can." This is a great moral issue, thought Eugene. He began to feel sick. Helen returned in a very few minutes with a kettle of hot water, a glass, and a box of soda. Gant fed him the solution mercilessly until he began to vomit. At the summit of his convulsion, Eliza appeared. He lifted his sick head dumbly from the bowl and saw her white face at the door, and her weak brown eyes, that could take on so much sharpness and sparkle when her suspicion was awakened. Huh? What is it?" said Eliza. But she knew, of course, instantly what it was. "What say?" she asked sharply. No one had said anything. He grinned feebly at her, tickled above his nausea and grief at the palpable assumption of blind innocence which always heralded her discoveries. Seeing her thus, they all laughed. "Oh, my Lord," said Helen, "here she is. We were hoping you wouldn't get here till it was over. Come and look at your baby," she said, with a good-humored snicker, keeping his head comfortably supported on the palm of her hand. "How do you feel now, son?" Gant asked kindly. "Better," he mumbled, discovering with some elation that his vocal paralysis was not permanent. "Well, you see," Helen began, kindly enough, but with a brooding satisfaction, "it only goes to show we're all alike. We all like it. It's in our blood." "That awful curse," Eliza said. "I had hoped that I might have one son who might escape it. It seems," she said, bursting into tears, "as if a judgment were on us. The sins of the fathers." "Oh, for heaven's sake," Helen cried angrily. "Stop it. It's not going to kill him. He'll learn a lesson from it." Gant gnawed his thin lip and wetted his great thumb in the old manner. "You might know," he said, "that I'd get the blame for it. Yes, if one of them broke a leg, it would be the same." "There's one thing sure," said Eliza. "None of them ever got it from my side of the house. Say what you will, his grandfather, Major Pentland, never in his life allowed a drop in his house." "Major Pentland be damned," said Gant. "If you depended on him for anything, you'd have gone hungry." Certainly, thought Eugene, you'd have gone thirsty. "Forget it," said Helen. "It's Christmas. Let's try to have a little peace and quiet once a year." When they had left him, the boy tried to picture them lulled in the dulcet tranquility they so often invoked. Its effects, he thought, would be more disastrous than any amount of warfare. In the darkness, everything around and within him swam hideously, but presently he slid down into a pit of distressed sleep. Every one had agreed on a studious forgiveness. They stepped with obtrusive care round his fault, filled pleasantly with Christmas and mercy. Ben scowled at him quite naturally. Helen grinned and prodded him. Eliza and Luke surrendered themselves to sweetness, sorrow, and silence. Their forgiveness made a loud noise in his ears. During the morning, his father asked him to come for a walk. Gant was embarrassed and hangdog. A duty of gentle admonishment devolved upon him. He had been counseled to it by Helen and Eliza. Now, no man in his time could carry on in the big bow-wow style better than Gant, but none was less fitted to scatter the blossoms of sweetness and light. His wrath was sudden. His invective sprang from the moment, but he had for this occasion no thunderbolts in his quiver, and no relish for the business before him. He had a feeling of personal guilt. He felt like a magistrate finding for intoxication a culprit with whom he has been on a spree the night before. Besides, what if the Bacchic strain in him had been passed on to his son? They walked on in silence across the square by the rim fountain. Gant cleared his throat nervously several times. "Son," he said presently, "I hope you'll take last night as a warning. It would be a terrible thing if you let whiskey get the best of you. I am not going to speak harshly to you about it. I hope you'll learn a lesson by it. You had better be dead than become a drunkard." There, he was glad it was over. "I will," Eugene said. He was filled with gratitude and relief. How good everyone was. He wanted to make passionate avowals, great promises. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. There is too much to be said. But they had their Christmas, beginning thus with parental advice and continuing through all the acts of contrition, love, and decorum. They put on over their savage lives the raiment of society, going diligently through the forms and conventions and thinking, now we're like all other families. But they were timid and shy and stiff, like rustics dressed in evening clothes. But they could not keep silence. They were not ungenerous or mean. They were simply not bred to any restraint. Helen veered in the wind of hysteria, the strong, uncertain tides of her temperament. At times when, before her own fire, her vitality sank, and she heard the long howl of the wind outside, she almost hated Eugene. "It's ridiculous," she said to Luke, "his behaving like this. He's only a kid. He's had everything. We've had nothing. You'll see what it's come to, don't you?" "His college education has ruined him," said the sailor, not unhappy that his candle might burn more brightly in a naughty world. "Why don't you speak to her?" she said irritably. "She may listen to you. She won't to me. Tell her so. You've seen how she's rubbed it in to old poor Papa, haven't you? Do you think that old man, sick as he is to blame? Gene's not a Gant anyway. He takes after her side of the house. He's queer, like all of them." "We're Gants," she said, with a bitter emphasis. "There was always some excuse for Papa," said the sailor. "He's had a lot to put up with. All his convictions and family affairs have been previously signed with her approval. I'd wish you'd tell her that. With all his moping into books, he's no better than we are. If he thinks he's going to lord it over me, he's mistaken. I'd like to see him try it when I'm around," said Luke grimly. The boy was doing a multiple penance. He had committed his first great wrong in being at once so remote from them and so near to them. His present trouble was aggravated by the cross complication of Eliza's thrusts at his father, and the latent but constantly awaking antagonism of mother and daughter. In addition, he bore directly Eliza's nagging and carping attack. All this he was prepared for. It was the weather of his mother's nature. She was as fond of him as any of them, he thought. And the hostility of Helen and Luke was something implacable, unconscious, fundamental, that grew out of the structure of their lives. He was of them. He was recognizably marked, but he was not with them, nor like them. He had been baffled for years by the passionate enigma of their dislike. Their tenders of warmth and affection, when they came, were strange to him. He accepted them gratefully, and with a surprise he did not wholly conceal. Otherwise he had grown into a shell of sullenness and quiet. He spoke little in the house. He was wearing ragged from the affair and its consequences. He felt that he was being unfairly dealt with. But as the hammering went on, he drew his head bullishly down and held his tongue, counting the hours until his holiday should end. He turned silently to Ben. He should have turned nowhere. But the trusted brother, frayed and bitter on his own accord, scowled bitterly and gave him the harsh weight of his tongue. This finally was unendurable. He felt betrayed, utterly turned against, and set upon. The outbreak came 3 nights before his departure as he stood, tense and stolid, in the parlor. For almost an hour, in a savage monotone, Ben had tried, deliberately it seemed, to goad him to an attack. He had listened without a word, smothering in pain and fury, and enraging by his silence the older brother, who was finding a vent for his own alien frustration. "And don't stand there scowling at me, you little thug. I'm telling you for your own good. I'm only trying to keep you from being a jailbird, you know." "The trouble with you," said Luke, "is that you have no appreciation for what's been done for you. Everything's been done for you, and you haven't sense enough to appreciate it. Your college education has ruined you." The boy turned slowly on Ben. "All right, Ben," he muttered, "that's enough now. I don't care what he says, but I've had enough of it from you." This was the admission the older one had wanted. They were all in, very chafed and ugly temper. "Don't talk back to me, you little fool, or I'll bat your brains out." The boy sprang at his brother like a cat with a snarling cry. He bore him backward to the floor as if he were a child, laying him down gently and kneeling above him because he had been instantly shocked by the fragility of his opponent and the ease of his advantage. He struggled with such mixed rage and shame as those who try quietly to endure the tantrum of a trying brat. As he knelt above Ben, holding his arms pinned, Luke fell heavily on his back, uttering excited cries, strangling him with one arm and cuffing awkwardly with the other. "All right, Ben," he chattered, "you grab his legs." A free scrimmage upon the floor followed, with such a clatter of upset scuttles, fire irons, and chairs that Eliza was brought at a fast gallop from the kitchen. "Mercy!" she screamed as she reached the door. "They'll kill him." Although being subdued, in the proud language of an older South, defeated, sir, but never beaten, Eugene was doing very well for his age, and continued to chill the spines of his enemies with strange noises in his larynx, even after they all clambered, panting, to their feet. "I think he's gone crazy," said Luke. "He jumped on us without a word of warning." The hero replied to this with a drunken roll of the head, a furious dilation of the nostrils, and another horrible noise in his throat. "What's to become of us?" wept Eliza. "When brother strikes brother, it seems that the smash-up has come." She lifted the padded armchair and placed it on its legs again. When he could speak, Eugene said quietly, to control the trembling in his voice, "I'm sorry I jumped on you, Ben. You," he said to the excited sailor, "jumped on my back like a coward. But I'm sorry for what's happened. I'm sorry for what I did the other night and now. I said so, and you wouldn't leave me alone. You tried to drive me crazy with your talk, and I didn't," he choked. "But I didn't think you'd turn against me as you have. I know what the others are like. They hate me." "Hate you?" cried Luke excitedly. "For God's sake, you talk like a fool. We're only trying to help you, for your own good. Why should we hate you?" "Yes, you hate me," Eugene said, "and you're ashamed to admit it. I don't know why you should, but you do. You wouldn't ever admit anything like that, but it's the truth. You're afraid of the right words. But it's been different with you," he said, turning to Ben. "We've been like brothers, and now you've gone over against me." "Ah," Ben muttered, turning away nervously. "You're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about." He lighted a cigarette, holding the match in a hand that trembled. But although the boy had used a child's speech of woe and resentment, they knew there was a core of truth in what he had said. Children, said Eliza sadly, we must try to love another. Let's try to get along together this Christmas. What time's left? It may be the last one we'll ever have together. She began to weep. I've had such a hard life, she said. It's been strife and turmoil all the way. It does seem I deserve a little peace and happiness now. They were touched with the old bitter shame. They dared not look at one another, but they were awed and made quiet by the vast riddle of pain and confusion that scarred their lives. No one, Jean, Luke began quietly, has turned against you. We want to help you, to see you amount to something. You're the last chance. If booze gets you the way it has the rest of us, you're done for. The boy felt very tired. His voice was flat and low. He began to speak with the bluntness of despair. What he said had undebatable finality. And how are you going to keep booze from getting me, Luke? He said. By jumping on my back and trying to strangle me? That's on a level with every other effort you've made to know me. Oh, said Luke ironically, you don't think we understand you? No, Eugene said quietly, I don't think you do. You know nothing whatever about me. I know nothing about you or any of you. I have lived here with you for 17 years, and I'm a stranger. In all that time, have you ever talked to me like a brother? Have you ever told me anything of yourself? Have you ever tried to be a friend or a companion to me? I don't know what you want, Luke answered, but I thought I was acting for the best. As to telling you about myself, what do you want to know? Well, said Eugene slowly, you're 6 years older than I am. You've been away to school, you've worked in big cities, and you are now enlisted in the United States Navy. Why do you always act like God Almighty? He continued with rankling bitterness. I know what sailors do. You're no better than I am. What about liquor? What about women? That's no way to talk before your mother, said Luke sternly. No, son, said Eliza in a troubled voice. I don't like that way of talking. Then I won't talk like that, Eugene said, but I had expected you to say that. We do not want to be told what we know. We do not want to call things by their names, although we're willing to call one another bad ones. We call meanness, nobility, and hatred honor. The way to make yourself a hero is to make me out a scoundrel. You won't admit that either, but it's true. Well then, Luke, we won't talk of the ladies, black or white. You may or may not know, because it would make you uncomfortable. Instead, you can keep on being God, and I'll listen to your advice like a little boy in Sunday school. But I'd rather read the 10 Commandments where it's written down shorter and better. Son, said Eliza again, with her ancient look of trouble and frustration, we must try to get on together. No, he said, alone. I have done an apprenticeship here with you for 17 years, but it's coming to an end. I know now that I shall escape. I know that I have been guilty of no great crime against you, and I am no longer afraid of you. Why, boy, said Eliza, we have done all we could for you. What crime have we accused you of? Of breathing your air, of eating your food, of living under your roof, of having your life and your blood in my veins, of accepting your sacrifice and privation, and of being ungrateful for it all. We should all be thankful for what we have, said Luke sententiously. Many a fellow would give his right eye for the chance you've been given. I've been giving nothing, said Eugene, his voice mounting with a husky flame of passion. I'll go bent over no longer in this house. What chance I have I've made for myself in spite of you all and over your opposition. You sent me away to the university where you could do nothing else, when it would have been a crying disgrace to you among the people in this town if you hadn't. You sent me off after the Leonards had cried me up for 3 years, and then you sent me a year too soon, before I was 16, with a box of sandwiches, 2 suits of clothes, and instructions to be a good boy. They sent you some money too, said Luke. Don't forget that. I'd be the only one who would if I did, the boy answered. For that is really what is behind everything, isn't it? My crime the other night was not in getting drunk, but in getting drunk without any money of my own. If I did badly at the university with money of my own, you dare say nothing. But if I do well on the money you gave me, I must be still reminded of your goodness and my unworthiness. Why, son, said Eliza diplomatically, no one has a word to say against the way you've done your work. We're very proud of you. You needn't be, he said sullenly. I've wasted a great deal of time and some money, but I've had something out of it, more than most. I've done as much work for my wages as you deserve. I've given you a fair value for your money. I thank you for nothing. What's that? What's that? Said Eliza sharply. I said, I thank you for nothing, but I take that back. That's better, said Luke. Yes, I have a great deal to give thanks for, said Eugene. I give thanks for every dirty lust and hunger that crawled through the polluted blood of my noble ancestors. I give thanks for every scrofulous token that may ever come upon me. I give thanks for the love and mercy that kneaded me over the washtub the day before my birth. I give thanks for the country slut who nursed me and let my dirty bandage fester across my navel. I give thanks for every blow and curse I had from any of you during my childhood, for every dirty cell you ever gave me to sleep in, for the 10 million hours of cruelty or indifference and the 30 minutes of cheap advice. Unnatural, Eliza whispered. Unnatural, son. You'll be punished if there's a just God in heaven. Oh, there is, I'm sure there is, cried Eugene, because I have been punished. By God, I shall spend the rest of my life getting my heart back, healing and forgetting every scar you put upon me when I was a child. The first move I ever made after the cradle was to crawl for the door, and every move I have made since has been an effort to escape. And now, at last I am free from you all, although you may hold me for a few years more. If I am not free, I am at least locked up in my own prison, but I shall get me some beauty. I shall get me some order out of this jungle of my life. I shall find my way out of it yet, though it take me 20 years more alone. Alone? Said Eliza with the old suspicion. Where are you going? Ah, he said, you were not looking, were you? I've gone. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Frank. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe, Chapter 33, Part 1. During the few remaining days of his holiday, he stayed almost entirely away from the house, coming for a brief and mumbled meal, and late at night for bed. He waited for departure as a prisoner for release. The dolorous prelude to a journey, the wet platform eyes, the sudden radiation of hectic warmth, the declarations of love at sound of the whistle, left him this time unmoved. The tear ducts, he was beginning to discover, had, like sweat glands, dermic foundations, and were easily brought to a salty sparkle at mere sight of a locomotive. He had, therefore, the somewhat detached composure of a gentleman on his way to a comfortable week-end, who stands in a noisy crowd, waiting for the ferry. He gave benediction to the words in which he had so happily defined his position as wage-earner. They stated and confirmed an attitude, and in some measure protected him against the constant betrayals of sentiment. During the spring he worked stupendously at joining activities. knowing that here was coin whose ring they could hear. He wrote conscientiously each item of his distinctions. His name found its way back more than once to the indulgent Altamont papers. Gant kept the clippings proudly and gave public readings when he could. The boy had 2 short, awkward letters from Ben, who was now stationed 100 miles away in the tobacco town. At Easter, Eugene visited him, staying at his lodgings, where again his unerring destiny had thrown him into the welcoming arms of a gray-haired widow. She was under 50, a handsome, silly woman, who prodded and teased him as she would an adored child. She addressed him with a loose giggle as Old Curly Head, at which he fetched out his usual disgusted plea to his Maker. "Oh, my God, listen to this." She had reverted to an astonishing romping girlhood, and would exercise her playfulness by leaping suddenly upon Old Curly Head, dealing him a stiff dig in the ribs, and skipping away with the triumphant, "Ha! Gotcha that time!" There was forever in that town a smell of raw tobacco, biting the nostrils with its acrid pungency. It smote the stranger coming from the train, but all the people in the town denied it, saying, "No, there is no smell at all." And within a day the stranger, too, could smell it no more. On Easter morning he arose in the blue light and went with the other pilgrims to the Moravian cemetery. "You ought to see it," Ben said. "It's a famous custom. People come from everywhere." But the older brother did not go. Behind massed bands of horns, the trumpeting blare of trombones, the big crowds moved into the strange burial ground where all the stones lay flat upon the graves, symbol, it was said, of all leveling death. But as the horns blared, the old ghoul fantasy of death returned. The grave slabs made him think of tablecloths. He felt as if he were taking part in some obscene feast. Spring was coming on again across the earth like a light sparkle of water spray. All of the men who had died were making their strange and lovely return in blossom and flower. Ben walked along the streets of the tobacco town, looking like Asphodel. It was strange to find a ghost there in that place. His ancient soul prowled wearily by the cheap, familiar brick and all the young facades. There was a square on high ground. In the center, a courthouse. Cars were parked in close lines. Young men loitered in the drugstore. How real it is, Eugene thought. It is like something we have always known about and do not need to see. The town would not have seemed strange to Thomas Aquinas, but he to the town. Ben prowled along, greeting the merchants with a grave scowl, leaning his skull against their round skulls of practicality across their counters, a phantom soliciting advertisement in a quiet monotone. "This is my kid brother, Mr. Fulton." "Hello, son. Dogged if they don't grow tall uns up there, Ben. Well, if you're like old Ben, young fella, we won't kick. We think a lot of him here." That's like thinking well of Balder in Connecticut, Eugene thought. "I have only been here 3 months," said Ben, resting in bed on his elbow and smoking a cigarette. "But I know all the leading business men already. I'm well thought of here." He glanced at his brother quickly and grinned with the shy charm of rare confession, but his fierce eyes were desperate and lonely, hill-haunted. For home? He smoked. You see, they think well of you once you get away from your people. You'll never have a chance at home, Jean. They'll ruin everything for you. For heaven's sake, get away when you can. What's the matter with you? Why are you looking at me like that? He said sharply, alarmed at the set stare of the boy's face. In a moment he said, They'll spoil your life. Can't you forget about her? No, said Eugene. In a moment he added, She's kept coming back all spring. He twisted his throat with a wild cry. The spring advanced with a mounting hum of war. The older students fell out quietly and drifted away to enlistments. The younger strained tensely, waiting. The war brought them no sorrow. It was a pageant which might, they felt, pluck them instantly into glory. The country flowed with milk and honey. There were strange rumors of a land of El Dorado to the north, amid the war industry of the Virginia coast. Some of the students had been there the year before. They brought back stories of princely wages. One could earn $12 a day with no experience. One could assume the duties of a carpenter with only a hammer, a saw, and a square. No questions were asked. War is not death to young men. War is life. The earth had never worn raiment of such color as it did that year. The war seemed to unearth pockets of ore that had never been known in the nation. There was a vast unfolding and exposure of wealth and power. And somehow this imperial wealth, this display of power in men and money, was blended into a lyrical music. In Eugene's mind, wealth and love and glory melted into a symphonic noise. The age of myth and miracle had come upon the world again. All things were possible. He went home, stretched like a bowstring, and announced his intention of going away into Virginia. There was protest, but not loud enough to impede him. Eliza's mind was fastened on real estate and the summer trade. Gant stared into the darkness at his life. Helen laughed at him and scolded him, then fell to plucking at her chin absently. Can't do without her. You can't fool me. No, sir. I know why you want to go, she said jocularly. She's a married woman now. She may have a baby for all you know. You've no right to go after her. Then abruptly she said, Well, let him go if he wants to. It looks silly to me, but he's got to decide for himself. He got $25 from his father, enough to pay his railway fare to Norfolk and leave him a few dollars. Mark my words, said Gant. You'll be back in a week's time. It's a wild goose chase you're going on. He went. All through the night he drew toward her across Virginia, propped on his elbow in the berth and staring bewitched upon the great romantic country clumped with dreaming woodlands and white as a weird dawn beneath the blazing moonlight. Early in the morning he came to Richmond. He had to change trains. There was a wait. He went out from the station and walked up the hill toward the fine old State House, drenched cleanly in the young morning light. He ate breakfast at a lunchroom on Broad Street, filled already with men going to their work. This casual and brief contact with their lives, achieved after his lonely and magnificent approach through the night, thrilled him by its very casualness. All the little ticking sounds of a city beginning its day, the strange familiarity of voices in an alien place, heard curiously after the thunder of the wheels, seemed magical and unreal. The city had no existence save that which he conferred on it. He wondered how it had lived before he came, how it would live after he left. He looked at all the men, feeding with eyes that held yet the vast moon meadows of the night and the cool green width of the earth. They were like men in a zoo. He gazed at them, looking for all the little particular markings of the town, the fine mapping upon their limbs and faces of their own little cosmos. And the great hunger for voyages rose up in him, to come always as now at dawn into strange cities, striding in among them and sitting with them unknown, like a god in exile, stored with the enormous vision of the earth. The counterman yawned and turned the crackling pages of a morning paper. That was strange. Cars clanked by, beginning to work through the town. Merchants lowered their awnings. He left them as their day began. An hour later he was riding for the sea. 80 miles away lay the sea and Laura. She slept unwitting of the devouring wheels that brought him to her. He looked at the aqueous blue sky, whitened with little clouds, and at the land wooded with pines and indefinable tokens of the marshes and bright salt. The train drew under the boat shed at Newport News. The terrific locomotive, as beautiful as any ship, breathed with unlaborious fatigue at the railhead. There, by lapping water, she came to rest like a completed destiny. The little boat lay waiting at the dock. Within a few minutes he had left the hot, murky smell of the shed and was cruising out into the blue water of the roads. A great light wind swept over the water, making a singing noise through the tackle of the little boat, making a music and a glory in his heart. He drove along the little decks at a bounding stride, lunging past the staring people with wild noises in his throat, the lean destroyers, the bright, mad camouflage of the freighters and the transports, the lazy red whirl of a propeller half submerged, and the light, whiny sparkle of the waves fused to a single radiance and filled him with glory. He cried back into the throat of the enormous wind, and his eyes were wet. Upon the decks of the boats, clean little figures in white moved about. Under the bulging counter of a huge Frenchman, young naked men were swimming. They come from France, he thought, and it is strange that they should be here. Oh, the wonder, the magic, and the loss. His life was like a great wave breaking in the lonely sea. His hungry shoulder found no barriers. He smote its strength at nothing, and was lost and scattered like a rack of mist. But he believed that this supreme ecstasy, which mastered him and made him drunken, might some day fuse its enormous light into a single articulation. He was Phaeton with the terrible horses of the sun. He believed that his life might pulse constantly at its longest stroke, achieve an eternal summit. The hot Virginias broiled under the fierce blue oven of the sky, but in the roads the ships rocked in the freshening breeze of war and glory. Eugene remained in the furnace of Norfolk for 4 days until his money was gone. He watched it go without fear, with a sharp quickening of his pulses, tasting the keen pleasure of his loneliness and the unknown turnings of his life. He sensed the throbbing antennae of the world. Life purred like a hidden dynamo, with the vast excitement of 10,000 glorious threats. He might do all, dare all, become all. The far and the mighty was near him, around him, above him. There was no great bridge to span, no hard summit to win. From obscurity, hunger, loneliness, he might be lifted in a moment into power, glory, love. The transport loading at the docks might bear him warward, loveward, fameward, Wednesday night. He walked by lapping water through the dark. He heard its green wet slap against the crusted pier piles. He drank its strong cod scent and watched the loading of great boats drenched in blazing light as they weltered slowly down into the water. And the night was loud with the rumble of huge cranes, the sudden loose rattle of the donkey engines, the cries of the overseers, and the incessant rambling trucks of stevedores within the pier. His imperial country, for the first time, was gathering the huge thrust of her might. The air was charged with murderous exuberance, rioting, and corrupt extravagance. Through the hot streets of that town seethed the toughs, the crooks, the vagabonds of a nation, Chicago gunmen, bad niggers from Texas, Bowery bums, pale Jews with soft palms from the shops of the city, Swedes from the Middle West, Irish from New England, mountaineers from Tennessee and North Carolina, whores in shoals and droves from everywhere. For these the war was a fat, enormous goose raining its golden eggs upon them. There was no thought or belief in any future. There was only the triumphant now. There was no life beyond the moment. There was only an insane flux and reflux of getting and spending. Young men from Georgia farms came in the evenings, from their work on piers and camps and shipyards, to dress up in their peacock plumage. And at night, hard and brown and lean of hand and face, they stood along the curbing in $18 tan leathers, $80 suits, and $8 silk shirts striped with broad alternating bands of red and blue. They were carpenters, masons, gang overseers, or said they were. They were paid $10, $12, $14, $18 a day. They shifted, veered from camp to camp, worked for a month, loafed opulently for a week, enjoying the brief bought loves of girls they met upon the ocean beach or in a brothel. Strapping black buck niggers with gorilla arms and the black paws of panthers earned $60 a week as stevedores, and spent it on a mulatto girl in a single evening of red riot. And more quietly, soberly in this crowd, moved the older, thriftier workmen, the true carpenters, the true masons, the true mechanics, the canny Scotch-Irish of North Carolina, the fishermen of the Virginia coast, the careful peasantry of the Middle West, who had come to earn, to save, to profit from the war. Everywhere amid this swarming crowd gleamed the bright raiment of blood and glory. The sailors thronged the streets in flapping blues and spotless whites, brown, tough, and clean. The Marines strode by in arrogant twos, stiff as rods in the loud pomp of chevrons and striped trousers. Commanders, gray and grim, hard-handed CPOs, and elegant young ensigns out of college, with something blonde and fluffy at their side, went by among the red cap buttons of French matelots, or the swagger's sea-wise port of the Englishman. Through this crowd, with matted, uncut hair that fell into his eyes, that shot its spirals through the rents of his old green hat, that curled a thick scroll up his dirty neck, Eugene plunged with hot, devouring eyes, soaked in his sweat by day, sharp and stale by night. In this great camp of vagrant floaters, he lost himself. He came home into this world from loneliness, the hunger for voyages, the hunger that haunts Americans, who are a nomad race, was half assuaged here in this maelstrom of the war. He lost himself in the crowd. He lost count of the days. His little store of money melted. He moved from a cheap hotel, loud at night with the noise of harlotry, to a little attic room in a lodging house, an oven of hot pine and tarred roof. He moved from the lodging house to a 50-cent cot in the YMCA, where, returning night by night, he paid his fee and slept in a room with 40 snoring sailors. Finally, his money gone, he slept until driven out in all-night lunchrooms, upon the Portsmouth ferry, and overlapping water on a rotting pier. By night he prowled about among the Negroes. He listened to their rich proposed seductions. He went where the sailors went, down Church Street where the women were. He prowled the night with young beast lust, his thin boy body stale with sweat, his hot eyes burning through the dark. He grew hungry for food. His money was gone. But there was a hunger and thirst in him that could not be fed. Over the chaos of his brain hung the shadow of Laura James. Her shadow hung above the town, above all life. It had brought him here. His heart was swollen with pain and pride. He would not go to find her. He was obsessed with the notion that he would find her in this crowd, upon the street, around the corner. He would not speak to her if he met her. He would go proudly and indifferently by. He would not see her. She would see him. She would see him at some heroic moment, just as he was receiving the love and respect of beautiful women. She would speak to him. He would not speak to her. She would be stricken. She would be beaten down. She would cry to him for love and mercy. Thus, unclean, unkempt, clothed in rags and hunger and madness, he saw himself victorious, heroic, and beautiful. He was mad with his obsession. He thought he saw Laura on the streets a dozen times a day. His heart turned rotten. He did not know what he should do or say, whether to run or remain. He brooded for hours over her address in the telephone directory. Sitting by the phone, he trembled with excitement because its awful magic could be sounded at a gesture, because within a minute he could be with her, voice to voice. He hunted out her home. She was living in an old frame house far out from the center of town. He stalked carefully about the neighborhood, keeping a block away from the house at all times, observing it obliquely, laterally, from front and back, with stealthy eye and a smothering thud of the heart, but never passing before it, never coming directly to it. He was foul and dirty. The soles of his shoes wore through. His calloused feet beat against hot pavements. He stank. At length he tried to get work. Work there was in great abundance, but the princely wages of which he had been told were hard to find. He could not swear he was a carpenter, a mason. He was a dirty boy and looked it. He was afraid. He went to the Navy Yard at Portsmouth, the naval base at Norfolk, the bush terminal. Everywhere there was work, abundant work, hard labor that paid $4 a day. This he would gladly have taken, but he found that he could not have had his wages until after the second week, and that 1 week's pay would be withheld to tide him over in illness, trouble, or departure. And he had no money left. He went to a Jew and pawned the watch Eliza had given him upon his birthday. He got $5 on it. Then he went by boat once more to Newport News, and by trolley up the coast to Hampton. He had heard in the thronging rumor of Norfolk that there was work upon the flying field, and that the worker was fed and housed upon the field at company expense. In the little employment shack at the end of the long bridge that led across into the field, he was signed on as a laborer and searched by the sentry, who made him open his valise. Then he labored across the bridge, kneeing his heavy bag, which bulged with the soiled and disorderly belongings before him. He staggered at length into the rude company office, and sought out the superintendent, a man in the 30s, shaven, pale, weary, who wore a blue eyeshade, armbands, and talked with a limp cigarette plastered on his lip. Eugene thrust out his employment slip in shaking fingers. The man looked briefly at it. "College boy, aren't you, son?" he said, glancing at Eugene. "Yes, sir," said Eugene. "Did you ever do day labor before?" said the man. "No, sir," said Eugene. "How old are you, son?" the man asked. Eugene was silent for a moment. "I'm 19, he said at length, wondering, since he had lied, why he had not had courage to say 20. The superintendent grinned warily. "It's hard work, son," the man said. "You'll be among the wops and the Swedes and the hunkies. You'll live in the same bunkhouse. You'll eat with them. They don't smell nice, son." "I have no money," said Eugene. "I'll work hard. I won't get sick. Give me the job, please." "No," said the man. "No, I won't do that." Eugene turned blindly away. "I tell you what I'll do," said the superintendent. "I'll give you a job as a checker. You'll be with the office force. That's where you belong. You'll live with them in their own bunkhouse. They're nice fellas," he said elegantly. "College fellas, like yourself." "Thank you," said Eugene, clenching his fingers with husky emotion. "Thank you." "The checker we've got is quitting," said the superintendent. "You'll go to the stables with him in the morning to get your horse." "Horse?" said Eugene. "You'll have a horse," said the superintendent, "to ride around on." With strong bowel excitement, Eugene began to think of the horse, with joy, with fear. He turned to go. He could not bear to talk of money. How much?" he finally croaked, feeling that he must. "Business." "I'll give you $80 a month to begin with," said the manager with a touch of magnificence. "If you make good, I'll give you 100. "And my keep?" whispered Eugene. "Sure," said the manager. "That's thrown in." Eugene reeled away with his valise and with a head full of exploding rockets. End of section 43. Section 44 of Look Homeward, Angel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Frank. Look Homeward, Angel by Thomas Wolfe. Chapter 33, Part 2. These months, although filled with terror and hunger, must be passed in rapid summary, with bare mention of the men and actions that a lost boy knew. They belong to a story of escape and wandering, valuable here to indicate the initiation to the voyage this life will make. They are a prelude to exile, and into their nightmare chaos no other purpose may be read than the blind groping of a soul toward freedom and isolation. Eugene worked upon the flying field for a month. 3 times a day he rode around the field to check the numbers of 24 gangs who were engaged in the work of grading, leveling, blasting from the spongy earth the ragged stumps of trees, and filling interminably, ceaselessly, like the weary and fruitless labor of a nightmare, the marshy earth craters, which drank their shoveled toil without end. The gangs were of all races and conditions. Portuguese niggers, ebony black, faithful and childlike, who welcomed him with great toothy grins, each pointing to his big white pin on which was printed his number, crying out in strange outlandish voices, 59, 986, and so on. Bowery bums in greasy serge and battered derbies, toying distastefully with pick handles that shredded their dirty, uncalloused palms. Their hard, evil faces, with their smudge of beard, were like things corrupt, green-yellow, that grow under barrels. And there were also drawling fishermen from the Virginia coast, huge guerrilla niggers from Georgia and the lower South, Italians, Swedes, Irishmen, part of the huge compost of America. He came to know them and their overseers, tough, reckless men, gray-haired and lustful, full of swift action and coarse humor. Stuck like a jigging doll upon the horse whom he feared, he rode, staring into the heaven, sometimes almost unconscious of the great engine expanding and contracting below him with a brown, sensual rhythm. The birdmen filled the blue Virginia weather with the great drone of the Liberties. At length, hungry again for the ships and faces, he left his work and spent his earnings in a week of gaudy riot in Norfolk and on the Virginia beaches, almost penniless again, with only the savage kaleidoscope of 1,000 streets, a million lights, the blazing confusion and the strident noise of carnival. He returned to Newport News in search of employment, accompanied by another youth from Altamont, likewise a thriftless adventurer in war work, whom he had found upon the beach. This worthy, whose name was Sinker Jordan, was 3 years older than Eugene. He was a handsome, reckless boy, small in stature, and limping from an injury he had received in a football game. His character was weak and volatile. He hated effort, and was obstinate only in cursing ill fortune. The 2 young men had a few dollars between them. They pooled their resources, and with wild optimism purchased from a pawnbroker in Newport News the rudiments of carpenter's equipment, hammers, saws, and T-squares. They went inland 15 or 20 miles to a dreary government camp sweltering in the Virginia pines. They were refused employment here, and in black dejection returned in the afternoon to the town they had left, so hopefully in the morning. Before sundown they had secured employment in the shipbuilding yards, but they had been discharged 5 minutes after they reported for work, when they confessed to a grinning foreman in a room full of wood shavings and quietly slatting belts that they had no knowledge of the intensely special carpentry of ship's carving, nor, they might have added, of any other. They were quite moneyless now, and once on the street again, Sinker Jordan had hurled upon the pavement the fatal tools, cursing savagely the folly that threatened now to keep them hungry. Eugene picked the tools up and took them back to the imperturbable uncle, who repurchased them for only a few dollars less than the sum they had paid him in the morning. Thus the day. They found a lodging in a dingy house, where, as an appropriate climax to his folly, Sinker Jordan surrendered their remaining capital into the greedy palm of the landlady. And a real lady, too, she admitted. But having previously eaten, they had all the hope of a full belly and their youth. They slept, Sinker without care and without effort. Eugene was early up at dawn, and after futile efforts to waken the luxuriously somnolent Sinker, he was off to the dingy yellow piers along the waterfront, which were stored with munitions for the war. After a morning tramping up and down the dusty road outside the guarded enclosures, he had obtained employment for himself and Sinker from the chief checker, a nervous, ugly man, swollen with petty tyranny. He had gimlet eyes glittering below spectacles, and hard, muscular jaws that writhed constantly. Eugene went to work at 7 the next morning. Sinker, a day or two later, only when his last small coin had vanished. Eugene screwed up his pride and borrowed a few dollars from one of the other checkers. On this he and Sinker lived meagerly until payday, which was only a few days off. This money slipped quickly through their careless fingers. Down to a few coins again, with the next payday almost 2 weeks off, Sinker gambled at dice with the checkers, behind the great fortress of the sacked oats upon the pier. Lost, won, lost, rose penniless and cursing God. Eugene knelt beside the checkers with his last $half in his palm, heedless of Sinker's bitter taunt. He had never thrown dice before. Naturally, he won $8.50. He rose exultantly from their profane surprise and took Sinker to dinner at the best hotel. A day or two later he went behind the oats again, gambled with his last dollar, and lost. He began to starve. Day crawled into weary day. The fierce eye of July beat down upon the pier with a straight, insufferable glare. The boats and trains slid in and out, crammed to the teeth with munitions, with food for the soldiers. The hot, grainy air on the pier swam before his eyes, speckled with dancing patches, and he made weary tallies on a sheet as the big black stevedores swarmed past him with their trucks. Sinker Jordan cadged small sums from the other checkers, and lived miserably on bottled pop and cheese at a little grocery across the road from the pier. Eugene was unable to beg or borrow, partly from pride, but more from the powerful brooding inertia of his temper, which more and more was governing his will to act. He found himself unable to speak. Each day he said, "I shall speak to one of them today. I shall say that I must eat, and that I have no money." But when he tried to speak, he could not. As they grew more efficient in their work, they were called back after the day's end for work at night. This extra work, with its time and a half pay, he would otherwise have been glad to get. But stumbling from exhaustion, the command to return was horrible. For several days now he had not been home to the dingy little room which he shared with Sinker Jordan. At the end of his day's work he would climb to a little oasis in the enormous wall of sacked oats and sink into exhausted sleep, with the rattling of cranes and winches, the steady rumble of the trucks, and the remote baying of boats anchored in the stream, mixing in a strange, faint symphony in his ears. And he lay there, with the fading glimmer of the world about him, as the war mounted to its climax of blood and passion during that terrible month. He lay there like his own ghost, thinking with pain, with grief, of all the million towns and faces he had not known. He was the atom for which all life had been a plot. Caesar had died, and a nameless wife of Babylon, and somewhere here upon this marvelous dying flesh, this myriad brain, their mark, their spirit, rested. And he thought of the strange lost faces he had known, the lonely figures of his family damned in chaos, each chained to a destiny of ruin and loss. Gant, a fallen Titan, staring down enormous vistas of the past, indifferent to the world about him. Eliza, beetle-wise, involved in blind accretions. Helen, childless, pathless, furious, a great wave breaking on the barren waste. And finally Ben, the ghost, the stranger, prowling at this moment in another town, going up and down the 1,000 streets of life and finding no doors. But the next day on the pier, Eugene was weaker than ever. He sat sprawled upon a throne of plump oat sacks, with blurred eyes, watching the loading of the bags at the spout, marking raggedly his tally upon the sheet as the stevedores plunged in and out. The terrible heat steamed through the grainy pollen of the air. He moved each limb with forethought, picking it up and placing it as if it were a detached object. At the end of the day, he was asked to return for night work. He listened, swaying on his feet, to the far-sounding voice of the chief checker. The supper hour came upon the heated pier with a sudden noise of silence. There were small completed noises up and down the enormous shed, a faint drumming of footfalls of workers walking toward the entrance, a slap of water at the ship's hull, a noise from the bridge. Eugene went behind the oat pile and climbed blindly up until he reached his little fortress at the top. The world ebbed from his fading sense. All sound grew fainter, more far. Presently, he thought, when I have rested here, I shall get up and go down to work. It has been a hot day. I am tired. But when he tried to move, he could not. His will struggled against the imponderable lead of his flesh, stirring helplessly like a man in a cage. He thought quietly, with relief, with tranquil joy, they will not find me here. I cannot move. It is over. If I had thought of this long ago, I would have been afraid. But I'm not now. Here upon the oat pile, doing my bit for democracy. I'll begin to stink. They'll find me then. Life glimmered away out of his wearying eyes. He lay, half-conscious, sprawled upon the oats. He thought of the horse. In this way, the young checker who had loaned him money found him. The checker knelt above him, supporting Eugene's head with one hand and putting a bottle of raw, hard liquor to his mouth with the other. When the boy had revived somewhat, the checker helped him to descend the pile and walked slowly with him up the long wooden platform of the pier. They went across the road to a little grocery store. The checker ordered a bottle of milk, a box of crackers, and a big block of cheese. As Eugene ate, the tears began to flow down his grimy face, dredging dirty gullies on his skin. They were tears of hunger and weakness. He could not restrain them. The checker stood over him watchfully with a kindly troubled stare. He was a young man with a lantern jaw and a thin dish face. He wore scholarly spectacles and smoked a pipe reflectively. "Why didn't you tell me, boy? I'd have let you have the money," he said. I don't know, said Eugene between bites of cheese. Couldn't. With the Checkers loan of $5, he and Sinker Jordan lived until payday. Then, after dining together on 4 pounds of steak, Sinker Jordan departed for Altamont and the enjoyment of an inheritance which had fallen due a few days before on his 21st birthday. Eugene stayed on. He was like a man who had died and had been reborn. All that had gone before lived in a ghostly world. He thought of his family, of Ben, of Laura James, as if they were ghosts. The world itself turned ghost. All through that month of August, while the war marched to its ending, he looked upon its dying carnival. Nothing seemed any longer hard and hot and raw and new. Everything was old. Everything was dying. A vast aerial music, forever far faint, like the language of his forgotten world, sounded in his ears. He had known birth. He had known pain and love. He had known hunger. Almost he had known death. At night, when he was not called back for work, he rode out by trolley to one of the Virginia beaches. But the only sound that was real, that was near and present, was the sound in his heart, in his brain, of the everlasting sea. He turned his face toward it. Behind him, the cheap million lights of the concessionaires, the clatter, the racket, the confetti, the shrill blare of the saxophones, all the harsh, joyless noise of his country was softened, was made sad, far, and phantom. The wheeling merry-go-round, the blaring dance orchestra played Katie, beautiful Katie, poor little buttercup, and just a baby's prayer at twilight. And that cheap music turned elfin and lovely. It was mixed into magic. It became a part of the romantic and lovely Virginias, of the surge of the sea as it rolled in from the eternal dark across the beach, and of his own magnificent sorrow, his triumphant loneliness after pain and love and hunger. His face was thin and bright as a blade, below the great curling shock of his hair. His body as lean as a starved cat's, his eyes bright and fierce. "Oh, sea," he thought, "I am the hill-born, the prison-pent, the ghost, the stranger, and I walk here at your side. Oh, sea, I am lonely like you. I am strange and far like you. I am sorrowful like you. My brain, my heart, my life, like yours, have touched strange shores. You are like a woman lying below yourself on the coral floor. You are an immense and fruitful woman with vast thighs and a great thick mop of curling woman's hair floating like green moss above your belly. And you will bring me to the happy land. You will wash me to glory in bright ships." There by the sea of the dark Virginias, he thought of the forgotten faces, of all the million patterns of himself, the ghost of his lost flesh. The child that herd Swain's cow, the lost boy in the Ozarks, the carrier of news among the blacks, and the boy who went in by the lattice with Jim Trivet. And the waitress, and Ben, and Laura? Dead, too? Where? How? Why? Why has the web been woven? Why do we die so many deaths? How came I here beside the sea? Oh, lost, oh, far and lonely, where? Sometimes, as he walked back among the dancers, a scarecrow in flapping rags, he looked and saw himself among them. He seemed to be two people. He constantly saw himself with dark, bent face sitting upon the top rail of a fence, watching himself go by with a bright herd of young people. He saw himself among the crowds, several inches shorter than he was, fitting comfortably into a world where everything was big enough for him. And while he stared and saw himself beloved and admitted, he heard them laugh. He felt suddenly the hard white ring of their faces about him, and he plunged away with cursing mouth. "Oh, my sweet bitches, my fine cheap sluts, you little crawling itch of twiddlers, you will snigger at me, at me, at me." He beat his hands against his ribs. "You will mock at me with your drugstore pimps, your jazzbo apes, your gorilla gobs, you cute little side porch chippies. What do you understand? The lust of a goat, the stink of your kind. That does for you, my girls. And yet you laugh at me. Ah, but I'll tell you why you laugh. You are afraid of me because I am not like the others. You hate me because I do not belong. You see I am finer and greater than anyone you know. You cannot reach me, and you hate me. That's it. The ethereal yet manly beauty of my features, my boyish charm, for I am just a boy, blended with the tragic wisdom of my eyes, as old as life and filled with the brooding tragedy of the ages, the sensitive and delicate flicker of my mouth, and my marvelous dark face blooming inward on strange loveliness like a flower. All this you want to kill because you cannot touch it. Ah, me!" Thinking of his strange beauty, his eyes grew moist with love and glory, and he was forced to blow his nose. Ah, but she will know, the love of a lady. Proudly, with misty eyes, he saw her standing beside him against the rabble, her elegant small head wound with a bracelet of bright hair against his shoulder, and with 2 splendid pearls in her ears. "Dearest, dearest, we stand here on a star. We are beyond them now. Behold, they shrink, they fade, they pass. Victorious, enduring, marvelous love, my dearest, we remain." Brooding thus on the vision of his own beauty, stirred by his own heroic music, with misty eyes, he would pass over into the forbidden settlement, with its vigilant patrols of naval and military police on the watch for their own, and prowl softly down a dark little street to a dingy frame house with drawn blinds, where dwelt a love that for $3 could be bought and clothed with his own fable. Her name was Stella Blake. She was never in a hurry. With her lived a young corn-haired girl of 20 years, whose family lived in Pulpit Hill. Sometimes he went to see her. Twice a week the troops went through. They stood densely in brown and weary thousands on the pier, while a council of officers, tabled at the gangways, went through their clearance papers. Then, each below the sweating torture of his pack, they were filed from the hot furnace of the pier into the hotter prison of the ship. The great ships, with their motley, jagged patches of deception, waited in the stream. They slid in and out in unending squadrons. Sometimes the troops were black, labor regiments from Georgia and Alabama, big guerrilla bucks from Texas. They gleamed with sweat and huge, rich laughter. They were obedient as children and called their cursing officers boss. "And don't you call me boss again, you bastards," screamed a young Tennessee lieutenant who had gone slowly insane during the moving as he nursed his charges through hell. They grinned at him cheerfully with affection, like good obedient children, as he stamped, raving, up and down the pier. From time to time they goaded him into a new frenzy with complaints about lost hats, bayonets, small arms, and papers. Somehow he found things for them. Somehow he cursed his way through, keeping them in order. They grinned affectionately, therefore, and called him boss. "And what in Jesus' name have you done now?" he yelled, as a huge black sergeant with several enlisted men who had gathered at the examiner's table burst suddenly into loud roars of grief. The fiery lieutenant rushed at the table, cursing. The sergeant and several enlisted men, all Texas darkies, had come away from camp without a clean bill of health. They were venereals and had not been cured. "Boss," blubbered the big black sergeant, "we wants to go to France. We don't want to get left in this goddamn hole." Nor do I blame them, thought Eugene. "I'll kill you! So help me God, I'll kill you!" screamed the officer, hurling his trim cap upon the ground and stamping upon it. But a moment later, with the medical officer, he was leading them away for examination beyond the great wall of sacked oats. 5 minutes later they emerged. The Negroes were cavorting with joy. They pressed around their fierce commander, seizing and kissing his hand, fawning upon him, adoring him. "You see," said the dish-faced checker, while he and Eugene watched, "that's what it takes to hold the crowd of niggers. You can't be nice to 'em. They'd do anything for that guy." "He would for them," said Eugene. These Negroes, he thought, who came from Africa, were sold at the block in Louisiana and live in Texas, are now on their way to France. Mr. Finch, the chief checker with the ugly slit eyes, approached Eugene with a smile of false warmth. His gray jaws worked. "I've got a job for you, Gant," he said. "Double-time pay. I want you to get in on some of the easy money." "What is it?" said Eugene. "They're loading this ship with big stuff," said Mr. Finch. "They're taking her out into the stream to get it on. I want you to go out with her. They'll take you off in a tug tonight." The dish-faced checker, when jubilantly he told them of his appointment, said, "They asked me to go, but I wouldn't." "Why not?" said Eugene. "I don't want the money bad enough. They're loading her with TNT and nitroglycerin. The niggers play baseball with those cases. If they ever drop one, they'll bring you home in a bucket." "It's all in the day's work," said Eugene dramatically. This was danger, war. He was definitely in on it, risking his hide for democracy. He was thrilled. When the big freighter slid away from the pier, he stood in the bow with spread legs, darting his eyes about with fierce eagle glances. The iron decks blistered his feet through the thin soles of his shoes. He did not mind. He was the captain. She anchored seaward down the roads, and the great barges were nosed in by the tugs. All through the day, under a broiling sun, they loaded her from the rocking barges. Her huge yellow booms swung up and down. By nightfall she rode deeply in the water, packed to her throat with shells and powder, and bearing on the hot plates of her deck 1,200 grisly tons of field artillery. Eugene stood with fierce appraising eyes, walking about the guns with a sense of authority, jotting down numbers, items, pieces. From time to time he thrust a handful of moist scrap tobacco into his mouth and chewed with an air of relish. He spat hot, sizzling gobs upon the iron deck. God, thought he, this is man's work. Heave-ho, ye black devils, there's a war on. He spat. The tug came at nightfall and took him off. He sat apart from the stevedores, trying to fancy the boat had come for him alone. The lights went twinkling up the far Virginia shores. He spat into the swirling waters. When the train slid in and out, the stevedores raised the wooden bridges that spanned the tracks. Foot by foot, with rhythmic pull and halt, the gangs tugged at the ropes, singing, under the direction of their leader, their song of love and labor. Jelly roll, heh! Jelly roll. They were great black men, each with his kept woman. They earned $50 or $60 a week. Once or twice again in the dying summer, Eugene went to Norfolk. He saw the sailor, but he no longer tried to see Laura. She seemed far and lost. He had not written home all summer. He found a letter from Gant written in his father's Gothic sprawl, a sick and feeble letter written sorrowfully and far away. Oh, lost. Eliza, in the rush and business of the summer trade, had added a few practical lines. Save his money, get plenty of good food, keep well, be a good boy. The boy was a lean column of brown skin and bone. He had lost over 30 pounds during the summer. He was over 6'4" and weighed little more than 130 pounds. The sailor was shocked at his emaciation and bullied him with blustering reproof. "Why didn't you tell me where you were, idiot? I'd have sent you money. For God's sake, come on and eat." They ate. The summer waned. When September came, Eugene quit his work, and after a luxurious day or two in Norfolk, started homeward. But at Richmond, where there was a wait of 3 hours between trains, he changed his plans suddenly and went to a good hotel. He was touched with pride and victory. In his pockets he had $130 that he had won hardily by his own toil. He had lived alone. He had known pain and hunger. He had survived. The old hunger for voyages fed at his heart. He thrilled to the glory of the secret life. The fear of the crowd, a distrust and hatred of group life, a horror of all bonds that tied him to the terrible family of the earth, called up again the vast utopia of his loneliness. To go alone as he had gone into strange cities, to meet strange people and to pass again before they could know him, to wander like his own legend across the earth. It seemed to him there could be no better thing than that. He thought of his own family with fear, almost with hatred. My God, am I never to be free, he thought. What have I done to deserve this slavery? Suppose I were in China or in Africa or at the South Pole. I should always be afraid of his dying while I was away. He twisted his neck as he thought of it, and how they would rub it into me if I were not there. "Enjoying yourself in China," they would say, "while your father was dying. Unnatural son." Yes, but curse them. Why should I be there? Can I not die alone? Alone! Oh, God, is there no freedom on this earth? With quick horror, he saw that such freedom lay a weary world away, and could be bought by such enduring courage as few men have. He stayed in Richmond several days, living sumptuously in the splendid hotel, eating from silver dishes in the grill, and roaming pleasantly through the wide streets of the romantic old town, to which he had come once as a freshman at Thanksgiving, when the university's team had played Virginia there. He spent 3 days trying to seduce a waitress in an ice cream and candy store. He lured her finally to a curtained booth in a chop suey restaurant, only to have his efforts fail when the elaborate meal he had arranged for with the Chinaman aroused her distaste because it had onions in it. Before he went home, he wrote an enormous letter to Laura James at Norfolk, a pitiable and boasting letter, which rose at its end to an insane crow. "I was there all summer, and I never looked you up. You were not decent enough to answer my letters. I saw no reason why I should bother with you any more. Besides, the world is full of women. I got my share, and more, this summer." He mailed the letter with a sense of malevolent triumph. But the moment the iron lid of the box clanged over it, his face was contorted by shame and remorse. He lay awake, writhing as he recalled the schoolboy folly of it. She had beaten him again. End of section 44.